Welcome to Fright Club. The first rule of Fright Club is you do talk about Fright Club. Based on true events. The volunteer. The call came in at 3:47 on a Tuesday afternoon in late September, when the maples along Route 9 were just starting to turn and Jake Morrison was thinking about stopping by Dunkin' Donuts for coffee that would taste like burnt water, but keep him awake for the rest of his shift. The radio crackled to life in his old Ford pickup with the authority that only emergency dispatchers possessed, a sound that could cut through sleep, conversation, or damn near anything else that passed for normal life. Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a 1050 with entrapment on Route 9, eastbound, approximately 2 miles past Miller's Farm. Single vehicle versus tree. Driver conscious but trapped. Ambulance 3, engine 2, respond. Jake was already reaching for his radio before the dispatcher finished speaking, muscle memory from 8 years of volunteer firefighting taking over. Ambulance 3 responding, he hit the lights and siren, though on a Tuesday afternoon in rural Vermont there wasn't much traffic to get out of his way. Mostly just the occasional pickup truck or soccer mom in a Subaru who'd pull onto the shoulder with the resigned patience of people who understood that emergency vehicles had the right of way. The Morrison family had been responding to calls like this one since before Jake was born. His grandfather had been one of Millbrook's founding volunteer firefighters back in 1962, and his father had carried on the tradition until a house fire on Elm Street claimed his life when Jake was 19. Jake still remembered the funeral, remembered Chief Mackenzie's weathered hands folding the flag that had covered his father's casket, remembered promising himself that he'd carry on the family tradition of running toward the fires that everyone else ran away from. He took the curve past Miller's Farm at 60, the truck's suspension protesting as he hit the frost heaves that the town never seemed to get around to fixing. The accident scene came into view about a quarter-mile ahead, a blue Honda Civic wrapped around a massive oak tree like it was trying to hug the damn thing. Jake could see smoke rising from under the crumpled hood, though not enough to suggest an immediate fire risk. The driver's side was compressed against the tree trunk, but the passenger side looked mostly intact. Jake pulled up about 50 feet from the wreck and killed the siren, though he left the emergency lights flashing. He grabbed his jump bag and headed toward the Honda, doing the quick assessment that every paramedic learned to do automatically. Scene safety, number of vehicles, number of victims, obvious hazards. The smell of radiator fluid and gasoline hung in the air, but no smoke except what was drifting up from the engine compartment. The driver was a man in his 40s, wearing a Red Sox cap and a flannel shirt that had seen better days. Conscious and alert, talking on his cell phone despite the fact that he was pinned behind the steering wheel and probably had at least a few broken ribs. Jake had seen it before. Accident victims who seemed to think that conducting normal business would somehow make the situation normal. "Sir, I'm Jake Morrison with Millbrook Fire and Rescue," Jake called out as he approached the driver's side. "I need you to hang up that phone so I can check you for injuries." The man looked up, and Jake saw the usual expression that people wore right after car accidents. Confused, slightly annoyed, as if the tree had jumped out in front of him rather than him losing control on a perfectly clear afternoon. "I'm fine," the man said, which was what they always said. "Just a little banged up. Think you can get me out of here?" Jake set his jump bag down and did a visual assessment through the spider-webbed driver's side window. The man's legs appeared to be pinned by the dashboard, and there was blood on his forehead from where he'd hit the steering wheel despite the airbag deployment. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but he'd need to be cut out with the jaws of life once Engine 2 arrived. "What's your name, sir?" Jake asked, pulling on latex gloves. "Richard Patterson. Dick. I live over on Maple Street. You probably know my wife Ellen. She works at the bank." Jake did know Ellen Patterson, had gone to school with their daughter Amy. Dick ran the hardware store in town, the kind of place where you could still buy individual screws and get advice about fixing a leaky faucet. Good people, the kind that made small towns work. "Okay, Dick, I'm going to check your vitals and see how you're doing. The fire truck's on its way with the equipment we need to get you out of there safely." Jake moved around to the passenger side where he could get closer to Dick without having to work around the tree. The passenger door was dented but not completely crushed, and he managed to pry it open with some effort. He climbed into the car and began his assessment, checking Dick's pulse, blood pressure, looking for signs of internal bleeding or serious trauma. That's when it happened. Jake was checking Dick's pupils for signs of concussion when the world suddenly shifted sideways. One moment he was looking at a man with a minor head injury and some trapped legs, and the next moment he was seeing something else entirely. Dick Patterson was on fire. Not just his clothes, his entire body was engulfed in flames that licked up from his hands and arms to consume his face and hair. The Red Sox cap was melting against his skull, and his flannel shirt was disintegrating as the fire ate through the fabric. Dick's mouth was open in a scream that Jake couldn't hear, and his hands were clawing at the flames that were devouring him from the inside out. Jake jerked backwards so hard that he cracked his head against the Honda's roof. The vision lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like watching a movie in slow motion. Every detail crystal clear, from the way the flames danced in Dick's eyes to the pattern of burns that spread across his hands like some kind of roadmap to hell. Then it was gone. Dick Patterson was sitting in the driver's seat, trapped but unburned, looking at Jake with concern. "You okay there, son? You look like you've seen a ghost." Jake blinked hard, trying to clear his head. The lingering smell of smoke that he'd noticed when he first arrived at the scene seemed stronger now, though the Honda's engine had stopped smoking entirely. He took a deep breath and forced himself to focus on the real Dick Patterson, injured but stable, no signs of burns or fire damage anywhere on his body. "I'm fine," Jake said, though his hands were shaking slightly as he resumed his assessment. "Just checking to make sure you don't have a concussion. Can you tell me what day it is?" "Tuesday, September 28th. Dick's answers were clear and coherent, his pupils reactive and equal. "Look, I appreciate you checking me out, but I really am okay. Just need someone to pry me out of this mess so I can get home to Ellen." Jake continued his examination, but his mind kept returning to the vision he'd just experienced. He'd been working emergency scenes for 8 years, had seen plenty of burn victims and car fire fatalities, but he'd never hallucinated anything like that before. Maybe he was more tired than he'd realised, or maybe the stress of his father's anniversary was getting to him more than he wanted to admit. The sound of approaching sirens cut through his speculation. Engine 2 rounded the curve with Chief Mackenzie behind the wheel, followed by the town's second ambulance in case they needed additional medical support. Jake felt relieved to see the cavalry arriving, though he wasn't entirely sure why. Dick Patterson's injuries were routine, nothing that required more than basic trauma care and a controlled extrication. Chief Mackenzie was 63 years old and had been fighting fires since before Jake was born. He'd worked alongside Jake's father for 15 years and had been the one to pull Jake's dad out of the burning house on Elm Street, too late to save him, but in time to give the family a body to bury. Mackenzie had taken Jake under his wing after the funeral, teaching him everything he knew about emergency response and the sometimes brutal calculus of deciding who could be saved and who couldn't. "What do we have, Jake?" Chief Mackenzie asked as he approached the Honda with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen every kind of accident the rural Vermont roads could produce. "Single occupant, conscious and alert. Vitals are stable, but he's got leg entrapment and probable rib injuries. We'll need the jaws to get him out clean." Mackenzie nodded and began organising the extrication, directing the other volunteers with the quiet authority that came from 3 decades of emergency response. Jake stepped back to let the team work, but found himself watching Dick Patterson with more attention than the situation warranted. Every few seconds he expected to see flames erupting from the man's clothing, though he couldn't explain why. The extrication took about 20 minutes, careful work with hydraulic spreaders and cutters to peel away enough of the Honda's frame to free Dick's legs without causing additional injury. Throughout the process, Dick maintained his good humour and insisted that he felt fine, though Jake could see him wince when they moved his left leg. When they finally got Dick onto a backboard and loaded into the ambulance, Jake did another complete assessment. Probable fracture of the left tibia, definitely some broken ribs, mild concussion, various cuts and bruises, nothing life-threatening, nothing that wouldn't heal with proper medical care. Dick would probably be back at the hardware store within a month, telling customers about his close call with the oak tree on Route 9. Jake was completing his paperwork when Chief Mackenzie approached the ambulance. "Good work in there, Jake. Clean extrication, patient stable. Your dad would be proud." It was the kind of thing Mackenzie said after difficult calls, a reminder that Jake was carrying on a family tradition of service. Usually it made Jake feel connected to something larger than himself, part of a line of men who dedicated their lives to helping their neighbours. Tonight it just made him think about the vision he'd had, and wonder if his father had ever seen things that weren't there. "Chief, can I ask you something?" "Shoot." Did my dad was he ever different after fire calls? Like he'd seen something that bothered him?" Mackenzie was quiet for a long moment, studying Jake's face with the attention of someone trying to read between the lines. "Your father was a good firefighter, Jake. One of the best I ever worked with. He had a gift for knowing where to look for victims, how to read a fire scene. Sometimes that kind of intuition can be unsettling." It wasn't really an answer, but Jake sensed that it was all he was going to get. He finished his paperwork and followed the ambulance to Millbrook Regional Hospital, where Dr. Emily Foster confirmed his diagnosis and admitted Dick Patterson for observation and surgery on his fractured leg. "Nice work on the assessment," Dr. Foster said as they wheeled Dick toward the elevator. "Clean immobilization, good pain management. Dick's lucky you were first on scene." Jake accepted the compliment, though he couldn't shake the feeling that luck had nothing to do with it. The vision he'd experienced in the Honda felt too specific, too detailed to be random hallucination. It was almost like he'd seen Dick Patterson's future, some terrible fate that awaited him down the road. The thought followed Jake home to his apartment above Henderson's Hardware, where he lived in 2 rooms that smelled like sawdust and motor oil from the shop below. He microwaved a frozen dinner and tried to watch the evening news, but his mind kept returning to the image of Dick Patterson burning alive in the front seat of his Honda Civic. Around 10 o'clock, Jake's radio crackled with another call. "Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a structure fire at 247 Maple Street. Multiple units respond." 247 Maple Street. That was Dick Patterson's address. Jake grabbed his gear and ran for his truck, driving through the October night with his emergency lights cutting through the darkness. He could see the glow from 3 blocks away. Orange flames licking up from the windows of a modest 2-story house that Dick Patterson had called home for 20 years. Engine 2 was already on scene, laying out hose lines and preparing for an interior attack. Jake could see Chief Mackenzie coordinating the response, his face grim in the firelight. The house was fully involved, flames visible through every window on the first floor. "Jake!" Mackenzie shouted as Jake approached the scene. "We've got Ellen Patterson and their daughter Amy safe outside, but Dick's still in the hospital. House is a total loss, but no casualties." Jake felt a strange mixture of relief and unease. Dick Patterson was safe in his hospital bed, recovering from the afternoon's car accident. But the house was burning exactly as Jake had somehow known it would, the flames consuming everything that Dick and Ellen had built together over 2 decades of marriage. As Jake helped deploy additional hose lines, he caught sight of his reflection in the window of a neighbouring house. For just a moment, the face looking back at him seemed older, more weathered, with eyes that had seen too much. It looked like his father's face, and it was smiling with the knowledge of things that hadn't happened yet. Jake Morrison went home that night with a taste of smoke in his mouth, and the growing certainty that his family's gift for firefighting was more complicated than he'd ever imagined. His father had died fighting fires, and his grandfather before him had carried secrets that he'd never shared with anyone. Now those secrets were beginning to reveal themselves to Jake, and he had the uncomfortable feeling that knowing them was going to change everything about the life he thought he understood. The photograph was waiting for him on his kitchen table when he got home, though he couldn't remember leaving it there. It showed his father in full firefighter gear, standing next to a man Jake didn't recognize. Both men were covered in soot and ash, but they were smiling with the satisfaction of a job well done. On the back, in his father's careful handwriting, 3 generations of flame keepers, the Morrison legacy. Jake stared at the photograph until his eyes burned, wondering who the 3rd generation was supposed to be, and what exactly his family had been keeping all these years. The call came at 8:23 on a Thursday morning in early October, when Jake Morrison was finishing his 2nd cup of coffee and trying to convince himself that the strange dreams he'd been having about burning houses were just his subconscious processing the Patterson fire. He'd been off duty for 3 days, spending his time doing odd jobs around town and avoiding the firehouse, though he couldn't exactly explain why he felt the need to stay away. Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a medical emergency at Millbrook Elementary. Possible allergic reaction, child unconscious. Ambulance 3, respond. Jake was reaching for his keys before the dispatcher finished speaking, though something cold settled in his stomach at the mention of the elementary school. He'd graduated from Millbrook Elementary 21 years ago, back when Mrs. Henderson was still teaching 3rd grade and the playground equipment was wooden instead of the modern plastic jungle gyms they had now. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where serious emergencies were rare enough to draw crowds of worried parents. The drive to the school took 6 minutes, long enough for Jake to run through the possible scenarios in his head. Allergic reactions in kids were usually food-related, someone's lunch containing something they shouldn't have, or maybe a bee sting during outdoor recess. Quick epinephrine shot, transport to the hospital, kid would probably be fine within an hour or two. The elementary school was a low brick building that had been constructed in the 1960s, when the town was growing and people still believed that rural Vermont would continue to attract young families. Now the enrollment was half what it had been during Jake's childhood, but the building still maintained the institutional cheerfulness that elementary schools required. Bright bulletin boards, construction paper cutouts, that particular smell of cleaning supplies and crayons that probably existed in every elementary school in America. Jake found the emergency in Mrs. Thompson's second-grade classroom, where a 7-year-old boy named Timothy Walsh was lying on the floor in obvious respiratory distress. His lips were blue, his breathing was shallow and rapid, and the classic hives of an allergic reaction were spreading across his neck and arms. Mrs. Thompson, a woman in her 50s who had been teaching at Millbrook Elementary since Jake was a student, was kneeling beside Timothy with the controlled panic that teachers developed when one of their kids was seriously hurt. He was eating his lunch, Mrs. Thompson explained as Jake knelt beside Timothy and began his assessment. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich just like always, then suddenly he started wheezing and couldn't catch his breath. Jake checked Timothy's pulse, rapid and thready, and listened to his lungs with his stethoscope. Severe bronchospasm, probably anaphylactic shock from a food allergy that had either developed recently or never been properly diagnosed. The kid needed epinephrine immediately, followed by transport to the hospital for observation and additional treatment. "Timothy, can you hear me?" Jake asked as he prepared the epinephrine auto-injector. "I'm going to give you some medicine that's going to help you breathe better." Timothy's eyes were wide with the fear that came with not being able to get enough air, but he managed a weak nod. Jake administered the epinephrine injection into the boy's thigh, then positioned him to optimize his breathing while they waited for the medication to take effect. That's when the vision hit him. Jake was checking Timothy's blood pressure when the classroom suddenly shifted around him. The bright bulletin boards became scorched and peeling. The cheerful alphabet posters curled and blackened at the edges. The smell of crayons and cleaning supplies was replaced by the acrid stench of burning paper and melting plastic. And Mrs. Thompson was on fire. She stood in the same position where she'd been watching Jake treat Timothy, but now flames were consuming her floral print dress and climbing up her grey hair like living things. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, and her hands were clawing at the fire that was eating through her skin. The flames weren't random. They followed specific patterns across her body, concentrated on her hands and face, spreading from there to engulf her entirely. Behind her, the classroom window showed not the school playground, but a hellscape of orange flame and black smoke. Books were burning on their shelves, children's artwork was curling into ash, and the classroom door was blocked by debris that glowed red hot. The vision lasted maybe 5 seconds, but Jake experienced every detail with crystalline clarity. The way Mrs. Thompson's wedding ring melted against her finger, the pattern of burns that spread across her cheeks like some kind of obscene tattoo, the sound of her burning hair crackling in the superheated air. Then it was gone. Jake found himself kneeling beside Timothy Walsh in a perfectly normal second-grade classroom, with Mrs. Thompson watching anxiously as the epinephrine began to improve the boy's breathing. The bulletin boards were bright and cheerful, the windows showed the familiar playground, and the only smell was the lingering antiseptic scent of the medication Jake had just administered. "Is he going to be okay?" Mrs. Thompson asked, and Jake noticed that her voice was perfectly normal, no trace of the agony he'd seen in his vision. "He's responding well to the epinephrine," Jake said, though his own voice sounded strained to his ears. "We'll transport him to the hospital for observation, but he should make a full recovery." Timothy's breathing was already improving, the blue tinge fading from his lips as the medication opened his airways. Jake completed his assessment and prepared the boy for transport, but he couldn't stop glancing at Mrs. Thompson, looking for some sign of the burns he'd seen consuming her in his vision. She looked exactly like she always had. A middle-aged teacher in a floral print dress, concerned about one of her students but otherwise completely normal. No burns, no signs of injury, no indication that she would ever come into contact with fire. But Jake had learned not to trust that initial impression. During the transport to Millbrook Regional Hospital, Timothy continued to improve under Jake's care. By the time they reached the emergency department, the boy was breathing normally and asking for his mother, who met them at the hospital entrance with the tearful relief that parents showed when their child's medical emergency turned out to be manageable. Dr. Emily Foster was working the emergency department that morning, and she took over Timothy's care with the competent efficiency that had made her Jake's favourite physician to work with. Emily was 34, had moved to Millbrook 2 years ago from Boston to escape the chaos of urban emergency medicine, and had the kind of practical intelligence that made her an excellent rural doctor. "Nice work on the allergic reaction," Emily told Jake as they watched Timothy reunite with his parents. "Quick recognition, proper treatment. The kid's lucky you got there when you did." "Just following protocol," Jake said, though he found himself studying Emily's face for any sign of the burns he'd seen in previous visions. She looked healthy and uninjured, but so had Dick Patterson right before his house burned down. "Jake, are you feeling okay? You look a little pale." "Fine, just tired. It's been a busy week." Emily gave him the appraising look that medical professionals used when they suspected someone wasn't telling them the whole truth. "When's the last time you took some time off? Real time off, not just a couple of days between calls?" Jake couldn't remember. The volunteer fire department was always short-staffed, and he'd gotten into the habit of being available for every call, partly out of dedication, and partly because he didn't have much else to fill his time. His ex-girlfriend Lisa had moved to Burlington 6 months ago, citing his obsession with emergency response work as one of the reasons their relationship hadn't worked out. "I'm fine, Emily, just need more coffee." But as Jake drove back to town, he couldn't shake the image of Mrs. Thompson burning in her classroom. The vision had been just as detailed and specific as the one he'd experienced with Dick Patterson, right down to the pattern of burns and the way the flames had consumed her clothing. 2 days later, Jake was grocery shopping at Miller's Market when the call came in over his radio. "Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a structure fire at Millbrook Elementary School. Multiple units respond." Jake dropped his shopping cart in the frozen foods aisle and ran for his truck, driving toward the school with a sick certainty about what he would find. The smoke was visible from 3 blocks away, a black column rising from the direction of the elementary school against the crisp October sky. Engine 2 was already on scene when Jake arrived, along with mutual aid companies from 2 neighbouring towns. The fire was concentrated in the building's eastern wing, where the second-grade classrooms were located. Jake could see flames through the windows of Mrs. Thompson's classroom, the same orange glow he'd seen in his vision 3 days earlier. Chief Mackenzie was coordinating the response from the parking lot, directing crews as they laid out hose lines and prepared for an interior attack. The building had been evacuated successfully. Jake could see clusters of children and teachers gathered in the playground area, all accounted for and safe, all except Mrs. Thompson. "She went back inside," Mackenzie told Jake grimly. "Said she forgot something in her classroom that was 10 minutes ago, before the smoke got too heavy." Jake looked at the burning building and saw exactly what his vision had shown him. Flames consuming the eastern wing, Mrs. Thompson trapped somewhere inside, probably overcome by smoke and heat. The same pattern of destruction that he'd seen in his mind 3 days ago, playing out in real time. "I'm going in," Jake said, already moving toward his gear. "Negative. Interior attack team is suiting up now. Too dangerous for paramedic entry." But Jake was already pulling on his turnout coat and helmet, grabbing an air pack from Engine 2. He'd completed firefighter training along with his paramedic certification, though he usually stayed outside to handle medical emergencies. Tonight felt different. Tonight he knew exactly where Mrs. Thompson would be and what condition she'd be in when they found her. "Jake," I said. "Negative," Mackenzie called, but Jake was already moving toward the building entrance. The interior of the elementary school was a maze of smoke and heat, filled with the sounds of burning wood and the distant roar of flames consuming everything they touched. Jake moved through the hallways by memory and instinct, following the route to Mrs. Thompson's classroom that he'd walked as a 7-year-old student. He found her exactly where his vision had predicted, collapsed beside her desk, overcome by smoke inhalation but still alive. She was unconscious but breathing, her pulse weak but steady. No burns yet, though the flames were getting closer and the smoke was getting thicker. Jake lifted Mrs. Thompson in a fireman's carry and made his way back through the smoke-filled hallways, following the hose lines that the interior attack team had deployed. By the time he emerged from the building, Mrs. Thompson was starting to regain consciousness, coughing up the smoke she'd inhaled but otherwise uninjured. "How did you know where to find her?" Chief Mackenzie asked as Jake handed Mrs. Thompson over to the medical team. Jake didn't have an answer that would make sense to anyone else. How could he explain that he'd seen her burning to death 3 days before the fire actually started? How could he describe visions that seemed to show the future with perfect accuracy? "Lucky guess," he said, though the words felt hollow even to him. Mrs. Thompson recovered completely from her smoke inhalation and returned to teaching the following week. The elementary school's eastern wing was rebuilt over the summer, with modern fire suppression systems and additional safety features. Everyone agreed that the emergency response had been textbook perfect, with no fatalities and minimal property damage. But Jake Morrison went home that night knowing that his family's legacy was more complicated than emergency response training and community service. The visions were becoming more frequent and more detailed, showing him disasters that hadn't happened yet but somehow would. Each vision felt like a warning, a chance to prevent tragedy, but also like a curse that he couldn't escape. He started keeping a journal, documenting each vision and its eventual outcome. Dick Patterson's house fire, Mrs. Thompson's classroom blaze, both exactly as he'd seen them in his mind, playing out with the inevitability of prophecy. The journal also documented the physical changes Jake was beginning to notice in himself. A persistent low-grade fever that never quite went away, burn marks on his palms that appeared overnight and faded by morning, the taste of smoke in his mouth even when he hadn't been near a fire, and the dreams. Every night now, Jake dreamed of flames and burning buildings, of people trapped in infernos that consumed everything around them. In the dreams, he could walk through fire without being hurt, could see through smoke as if it were clear air, could hear the voices of the trapped and injured calling for help. In the dreams, he looked like his father. Jake had started avoiding mirrors because sometimes his reflection showed someone older, more weathered, with eyes that had seen too much fire and death. It was the face of a man who carried secrets that couldn't be shared with anyone who hadn't earned the right to know them. 3 weeks after the elementary school fire, Jake was finishing his shift at the firehouse when Chief Mackenzie approached him with a manila folder and the serious expression that meant they needed to talk about something important. "Jake, I think it's time you learned some things about your family," Mackenzie said, setting the folder on the table between them. "Things your father never got the chance to tell you." Inside the folder were photographs that Jake had never seen before. His father and grandfather in firefighter gear, standing beside burning buildings with expressions of grim satisfaction. Medical records showing that Morrison men tended to die young, usually from unexplained internal injuries that resembled severe burns. Newspaper clippings about fires that had been fought with miraculous success. Disasters where the casualties were far lower than they should have been. And at the bottom of the pile, a handwritten letter in his father's careful script. "If you're reading this, then the gift has manifested in you the way it did in me and my father before me. The Morrison family has been keeping the flame for 3 generations now, and I'm sorry to say that the responsibility has fallen to you. The visions will get stronger and more frequent. The physical changes will accelerate. You'll start to burn from the inside out, just like we all do. But you'll also save lives that no one else could save, prevent tragedies that would have consumed entire families. It's a hard burden to carry, son, but it's our burden. Use the gift wisely and try to live with the cost." Jake read the letter 3 times before looking up at Chief Mackenzie, who was watching him with the patience of someone who had been carrying secrets for a very long time. "How long have you known?" Jake asked. "Since your father died." "Since my father worked with your grandfather and told me stories that I didn't believe until I saw your dad walk through a house fire that should have killed him." Mackenzie leaned back in his chair. "The Morrison family has a gift, Jake, but gifts like that always come with a price." Jake thought about the visions, about the growing heat he felt inside his own body, about the way his reflection sometimes showed him burning from within. He thought about Mrs. Thompson, alive and teaching, because he'd known exactly where to find her in a smoke-filled building. "What's the price?" Jake asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "The same price your father paid," Mackenzie said quietly. "The same one his father paid before him. The flame that lets you see the future, that lets you walk through fire and save lives that can't be saved any other way, eventually it burns you up from the inside. Morrison men don't live to see their 40th birthday. Jake Morrison was 32 years old. He had 7 years left, maybe 8 if he was lucky. 7 years to use a gift he was only beginning to understand, to save lives that would otherwise be lost, to carry on a family tradition that had been killing Morrison men for 3 generations. 7 years to burn bright enough to make the sacrifice worthwhile. The house fire on Elm Street started at 2:17 a.m. on a November night, when Jake Morrison should have been sleeping off a double shift, but instead found himself sitting at his kitchen table, reading his father's letter for the 20th time, and trying to understand what it meant to carry the flame. The radio call came through with a flat urgency that only structure fires generated, cutting through the silence of his apartment like a knife through paper. Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a working structure fire at 428 Elm Street. Possible entrapment. All units respond. Jake was pulling on his turnout gear before the dispatcher finished speaking, though something cold and familiar was settling in his stomach. He'd had the vision 3 days ago. A woman in her 60s trapped in a back bedroom while flames consumed the first floor of a 2-story colonial. He'd seen her face clearly in the vision, seen the exact burns that would mark her hands and arms, seen the pattern of smoke damage that would scar her lungs. Mrs. Helen Crawford, who lived alone since her husband died 2 years ago and kept cats that the neighbours complained about. Jake had known Helen since childhood. She'd been his 3rd grade teacher, the kind of strict but fair woman who made sure her students learned proper grammar and basic arithmetic, whether they wanted to or not. The drive to Elm Street took 4 minutes, long enough for Jake to run through what he knew would happen. Helen would be unconscious from smoke inhalation when they found her, trapped in the back bedroom by debris that had fallen across the doorway. She'd have 2nd-degree burns on her hands from trying to move a burning dresser, and her left arm would be broken from falling when the smoke overwhelmed her. All of this Jake knew with the same certainty that he knew his own name, because he'd seen it happening in his mind 3 days ago, while treating a minor fender bender on Route 9. The Colonial on Elm Street was fully involved when Jake arrived, flames visible through every window on the 1st floor and beginning to work their way up to the 2nd story. Engine 2 was already on scene with Chief Mackenzie coordinating the response, laying out hose lines and preparing for an interior attack. The structure was old enough that it would burn fast and hot, with balloon frame construction that let fire travel through the walls like it was following a highway. "Jake," Mackenzie called as Jake approached the command post. "We've got possible entrapment in the back bedroom, 2nd floor. Neighbour says Helen Crawford lives alone, but her car's in the driveway." Jake nodded, though he was already moving toward his gear. He knew exactly where Helen would be and what condition she'd be in when they found her. The question was whether he could reach her in time, whether his knowledge of what was coming would be enough to change the outcome. "I'm going in," Jake said, pulling on his airpack and checking his radio. "Negative. Wait for the interior attack team to..." "Chief, she's in the back bedroom, unconscious from smoke inhalation. Left arm broken from a fall, 2nd-degree burns on both hands. Doorways blocked by a fallen dresser." Jake looked directly at Mackenzie. "I know where she is." Mackenzie stared at him for a long moment, and Jake saw recognition flicker in the older man's eyes. Recognition, and something that might have been resignation. "5 minutes, Mackenzie said finally. "You get 5 minutes, then I'm sending a team in after you." Jake entered the burning house through the front door, following the hallway that led to the main staircase. The interior was a maze of smoke and superheated air, filled with the sound of burning wood and the distant roar of flames consuming everything they touched. But Jake moved through it with confidence that surprised him, as if he'd walked these halls 100 times before. The staircase was still intact, though he could feel the heat radiating through the walls as the fire worked its way up from below. The 2nd floor was thick with smoke but not yet fully involved, giving him a narrow window to reach Helen before the flames cut off his escape route. He found her exactly where his vision had predicted, collapsed beside her bed, unconscious but still breathing. The fallen dresser blocked the doorway just as he'd seen, and Helen's hands showed the burns he'd known would be there. Her left arm was bent at an unnatural angle, where she'd fallen trying to escape the smoke. Jake moved the dresser with strength that seemed to come from somewhere outside himself, lifting furniture that should have required 2 men to move. He gathered Helen in his arms and made his way back through the smoke-filled hallway. following the sound of the interior attack team that was finally making their way up the stairs. By the time Jake emerged from the burning house, Helen Crawford was conscious and asking for her cats. She had exactly the injuries he'd foreseen: smoke inhalation, burns on both hands, broken left arm. But she was alive and would make a full recovery within 6 weeks. "How did you know exactly where to find her?" Mackenzie asked as Jake handed Helen over to the medical team. Jake didn't answer directly. How could he explain that he'd seen her death 3 days before the fire started? That he'd watched her burn in his mind while treating a completely unrelated emergency call? "Lucky guess," Jake said, though the words felt like a lie even as he spoke them. But luck had nothing to do with it, and both Jake and Chief Mackenzie knew it. Over the following weeks, Jake began to understand the scope of what was happening to him. The visions were becoming more frequent and more detailed, showing him disasters that would occur days or even weeks in the future. A kitchen fire that would trap the Kellys' teenage daughter unless Jake convinced them to install smoke detectors in every room. A propane explosion at the high school that could be prevented by reporting a gas leak that hadn't started yet. Each vision came with perfect clarity and devastating specificity. Jake could see the exact location of victims, the precise nature of their injuries, the way flames would move through structures and consume everything in their path. More disturbing, he was beginning to realize that his presence at emergency scenes might be triggering the future disasters he was seeing. The pattern was becoming clear. Jake would respond to a routine call, have a vision of someone burning, then days later that exact fire would occur. It was as if his supernatural sight was somehow connected to the fires themselves, as if seeing them was what allowed them to happen. To test this theory, Jake began avoiding certain calls, making excuses to stay away from scenes where he'd had particularly vivid visions. The results were both encouraging and terrifying. When Jake didn't respond to the Palmer Farm accident, their barn didn't catch fire 3 days later as he'd foreseen. When he skipped the medical emergency at the grocery store, the electrical fire that should have started in the break room never materialized. But avoiding the calls came with its own cost. Jake started receiving reports of increased casualties at fires where he wasn't present, higher rates of fatalities when other paramedics handled victims he'd seen burning in his visions. It was as if his absence allowed the fires to burn hotter and more destructively, claiming lives that his supernatural gift might have saved. The moral calculus was brutal and simple. Jake's visions might be causing the fires, but his presence at those fires was also the only thing that kept them from becoming disasters. He was both the disease and the cure, the person who brought destruction, and the only one capable of limiting its impact. Jake was struggling with this realization when Chief Mackenzie called him into the firehouse office on a cold December morning, closing the door behind them with the deliberate care of someone who needed to discuss matters that couldn't be overheard. "Your father went through this same phase," Mackenzie said without preamble. "The guilt, the testing, the trying to avoid calls to prevent the fires from happening. Did it work? Could he prevent them?" "For a while, but the cost was too high." Mackenzie pulled out a manila folder that Jake recognized, the same one that had contained his father's letter and the family photographs. "Morrison men don't cause the fires, Jake. You carry something that lets you see them coming, but the fires happen whether you're there or not. The difference is how many people die." Mackenzie opened the folder and showed Jake a newspaper clipping from 15 years ago, before Jake's father died. The headline read, "Apartment fire claims 7 lives. Emergency response delayed." "Your father tried avoiding calls for 2 months. During that time, 3 major fires occurred in the county. 21 people died who might have lived if he'd been there to guide the rescue efforts." Mackenzie's voice was grim. "After that, he never missed another call until the night he died." Jake studied the newspaper clipping, reading about families who had perished in fires that his father might have prevented. Children who had suffocated in smoke-filled bedrooms that could have been reached if someone had known exactly where to look. Elderly residents who had burned to death because their rescuers couldn't find them in time. What about the physical cost? Dad's letter mentioned burning from the inside out. Mackenzie rolled up his sleeves, revealing scars that looked like burn marks running up his forearms. "I'm not a Morrison, but I worked closely enough with your father and grandfather to pick up some of the effects. The flame spirit doesn't just choose one person per generation. It needs allies, people who can support the main carrier. Flame spirit? That's what your grandfather called it. Something old, something that feeds on fire and smoke and the life force of people who die in blazes. But it's not entirely malevolent. It seems to have developed a symbiotic relationship with your family. It shows Morrison men where the fires will be in exchange for access. Access to what? To the fire itself. To the energy that's released when buildings burn and people die. Your family serves as conduits, allowing the spirit to experience fires directly while using your knowledge to limit the casualties. Mackenzie closed the folder. It's not a comfortable arrangement, but it's kept a lot of people alive over the past 60 years. Jake thought about the visions, about the way he'd been able to walk through smoke and flame without injury, about the growing heat he felt inside his own body. And the cost is our lives. Eventually, the flame spirit burns through Morrison men like fuel. Your grandfather lasted until 38. Your father made it to 39. The question is how you want to spend the time you have left. Jake was 32. He had 6 years, maybe 7 if he was exceptionally lucky. 6 years to use a gift that would ultimately consume him, to save lives while the thing inside him slowly burned away his own life force. That night, Jake sat in his apartment and made a list of everyone he'd saved since the vision started. Dick Patterson, who would have burned to death in his house if Jake hadn't known to check on him after the car accident. Mrs. Thompson, who would have died of smoke inhalation in her classroom if Jake hadn't known exactly where to find her. Helen Crawford, who would have suffocated in her back bedroom if Jake hadn't been able to move the fallen dresser. 3 lives saved in 2 months, with the certain knowledge that more fires were coming, more people who would need rescue from disasters that only Jake could foresee. Against that, he weighed his own mortality. 6 years of life, probably spent in increasing pain as the flame spirit consumed him from within. 6 years of visions that would show him death and destruction before they happened. 6 years of carrying secrets that he couldn't share with anyone who hadn't earned the right to know them. It wasn't much of a choice when he thought about it clearly. Jake Morrison was a firefighter because his father had been a firefighter, because his grandfather had been a firefighter, because the Morrison family had been running toward fires when everyone else ran away for 3 generations. The supernatural aspect just meant that he'd be more effective at it, able to save lives that would otherwise be lost. The cost was his own life, but Jake had always known that firefighting was dangerous work. Men died fighting fires every year, killed by collapsing roofs and backdrafts and smoke inhalation. At least this way, his death would have meaning beyond simple bad luck or occupational hazard. Jake closed his notebook and prepared for bed, knowing that tomorrow would bring new emergency calls and probably new visions. The flame spirit was still growing stronger inside him, still showing him disasters that hadn't happened yet. Each vision brought him closer to understanding the full scope of his inherited burden, and closer to the fire that would eventually consume him. But tonight, 3 people were alive who wouldn't have been without his intervention. Tomorrow, there might be more. That had to be enough because it was all the Morrison family had ever been able to offer. Their lives in exchange for the lives of others, 1 generation at a time, burning bright enough to light the way through disasters that would otherwise claim everyone they touched. Jake Morrison slept that night, and dreamed of flames that danced with the voices of his father and grandfather, welcoming him to a tradition that was older than Millbrook itself, and would continue long after he was gone. The vision came to Jake Morrison at 3:33 a.m. on a January night when the temperature had dropped to 15 below, and the whole world seemed frozen solid. He'd been dreaming of flames again, the same recurring nightmare where he walked through burning buildings while voices called his name from rooms that were always just out of reach. But this vision was different from the dreams, sharper and more immediate, cutting through his sleep like a blade through ice. He saw the Riverside apartments on fire. Not just a small kitchen fire or an electrical problem, the entire 4-story building engulfed in flames that reached into the winter sky like grasping fingers. Jake could see every detail with the crystalline clarity that had become familiar over the past 4 months. The way the fire would start in the basement utility room, how it would race up through the building's old ventilation system, which apartments would be cut off from the stairwells and which residents would have time to escape. Most disturbing of all, he could see himself in the vision, walking through the burning hallways with supernatural confidence while the building collapsed around him. He watched himself enter apartments where normal firefighters couldn't go, saw himself emerge from flames that should have reduced him to ash, carrying victims who would die without his intervention. But he also saw the price. In the vision, Jake emerged from the Riverside apartments with burns covering 70% of his body, his face a mask of charred flesh, his hands blackened claws that could no longer hold equipment or comfort victims. The flame spirit was consuming him visibly now, turning him into something that was more fire than human. Jake woke with a taste of smoke in his mouth and the absolute certainty that the vision would become reality within 48 hours. He spent the next day trying to function normally, responding to routine calls and maintaining the facade of a firefighter who wasn't slowly burning to death from the inside out. But the vision hung over him like storm clouds, impossible to ignore or forget. By evening, Jake could feel the heat building in his chest, the flame spirit growing restless in anticipation of the fire to come. Dr. Bjerre, Emily Foster noticed the change when Jake brought in a patient from a minor car accident that afternoon. She cornered him in the hospital break room with the direct approach that had made her an effective emergency physician. "Jake, you look terrible. When's the last time you slept? Really slept, not just passing out between calls?" Jake studied his reflection in the break room's coffee pot and saw what Emily was seeing. Dark circles under his eyes, a greyish pallor to his skin, and something feverish in his expression that suggested illness or exhaustion. The burn marks on his hands were more visible now, raising patterns across his palms that looked like ritual scarification. "I'm fine, Emily, just tired." "You're not fine. You look like you're running a fever, and those marks on your hands..." She reached for his wrist, but Jake pulled away before she could examine the burns. "Jake, as a medical professional and someone who cares about you, I'm concerned. When did those burns appear?" Jake couldn't tell her the truth, that the burns appeared every time he used his supernatural gift, that they were marks left by the flame spirit as it slowly consumed him from within. Emily was a rational person who believed in medical explanations and scientific solutions. She wouldn't understand that some conditions couldn't be treated with antibiotics or surgery. Old injuries from firefighting. Those aren't old injuries, they're fresh, and they're getting worse. Emily's voice carried the authority of someone who'd spent years distinguishing between routine medical issues and genuine emergencies. "I want to run some tests, check your blood work, maybe get a dermatology consult. No tests." Jake stood up abruptly, needing to end this conversation before Emily uncovered something that couldn't be explained by conventional medicine. "I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine, Jake." But he was already walking away, leaving Emily standing in the break room with the frustrated expression of a doctor whose patient refused treatment for an obvious medical condition. That night, Jake sat in his apartment and wrote letters that he hoped would never need to be delivered. To Chief Mackenzie, explaining the full extent of what he'd learned about the Morrison family gift and the responsibilities that came with it. To Emily, apologising for his deception and asking her to understand that some burdens couldn't be shared with people who hadn't inherited them. To his sister Sarah in California, telling her about their father's real legacy and warning her to watch for signs of the gift manifesting in her own children. The letters felt like a farewell, though Jake told himself he was just being prudent. The vision of the Riverside apartments had shown him surviving the fire, even if the cost was higher than anything he'd paid before. He would live through tomorrow night, but he might not be recognisably human afterward. At 11:47 p.m. on Friday, Jake's radio crackled with the call he'd been expecting. "Millbrook Fire and Rescue. We have a working structure fire at the Riverside Apartments, 412 River Street. Multiple residents reported trapped. All units respond." Jake was in his truck and moving before the dispatcher finished speaking, though something felt different this time. The flame spirit inside him was more active than it had ever been, filling his chest with heat that had nothing to do with external temperature. He could feel it preparing for the fire ahead, gathering strength for what would be either its greatest triumph or its final manifestation. The Riverside Apartments were a converted factory building from the 1920s, 4 stories of brick and timber construction that housed about 60 residents in small efficiency units. When Jake arrived, the building was already fully involved, with flames visible through windows on every floor and smoke pouring from the roof like a volcanic eruption. Chief Mackenzie was coordinating the response from across the street, directing multiple engine companies and calling for additional mutual aid from neighbouring towns. The building's age and construction made it a firefighter's nightmare. Balloon frame walls that let fire travel vertically, narrow hallways that became death traps filled with smoke, and a single stairwell that was already compromised. "Jake!" Mackenzie called as Jake approached the command post. "We've got multiple residents unaccounted for. Building's too far gone for interior attack, but we can hear people calling for help from the upper floors." Jake looked at the burning building and saw exactly what his vision had shown him. Flames consuming the structure from bottom to top, residents trapped in apartments that conventional rescue techniques couldn't reach. The external fire escapes had already been compromised by heat and structural damage, and the aerial ladders couldn't extend high enough to reach the 4th floor. "I'm going in," Jake said, already moving toward his gear. "Negative. Building's unstable. Interior attack is not viable. We're setting up exterior defensive operations. Chief, there are people up there who are going to die if someone doesn't reach them in the next 10 minutes. Jake pulled on his turnout coat and airpack with movements that felt automatic, driven by something deeper than conscious decision. "I know where they are." Mackenzie grabbed Jake's arm, and for the first time since Jake had known him, the chief looked genuinely afraid. "Jake, I've seen what this gift does to Morrison men. Your father walked into a fire that killed him because he thought he could save everyone. Don't make the same mistake." "This isn't a mistake." Jake could feel the flame spirit moving through his body like liquid fire, preparing him for what was coming. "This is what I was born to do." Jake walked toward the burning building while Chief Mackenzie shouted orders behind him, calling for additional resources and preparing medical teams for the casualties that would emerge from the fire. But Jake was beyond hearing conventional emergency response protocols. The flame spirit was guiding him now, showing him paths through the burning building that no normal person could survive. The interior of the riverside apartments was a hellscape of superheated air and toxic smoke, filled with the sounds of collapsing timber and the distant screams of trapped residents. Jake moved through it with confidence that belonged to something other than human training or experience. The flames parted around him like water, and the smoke seemed to clear wherever he walked. On the 2nd floor he found the Hendersons, an elderly couple trapped in their apartment by debris that had fallen across their doorway. Jake moved the burning timber with strength that shouldn't have been possible, lifting beams that weighed hundreds of pounds and were glowing red hot. The Hendersons were unconscious from smoke inhalation but alive, and Jake carried them through the flame-filled hallway to the stairwell that was somehow still passable. On the 3rd floor he found Maria Santos and her 2 young children cowering in a bathroom, while fire consumed the rest of their apartment. The children were crying with a pure terror that only the very young experienced when faced with death, but they stopped crying when Jake appeared in the doorway. He looked like something from a dream or nightmare, a figure wreathed in flames that didn't burn him, moving through destruction with supernatural grace. "It's okay," Jake told the children as he gathered them in his arms. "We're going home now." He carried Maria and her children through hallways that were completely engulfed, past walls that were collapsing and floors that were giving way beneath his feet. The flame spirit was fully manifested now, surrounding Jake with fire that protected him while consuming everything else in its path. On the 4th floor, Jake found what he'd been looking for, the confrontation that his vision had predicted. In the centre of what had once been the building's common area, the flame spirit appeared to him directly for the first time. It looked like a man made of fire, tall and imposing, with features that shifted between Jake's father and grandfather, and faces he didn't recognise but somehow knew belonged to previous generations of Morrison men. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of burning timber and collapsing walls. "You have served well," the flame spirit said. 3 generations of faithful service, 3 generations of men who chose duty over life. The pattern is complete." "What pattern?" "The awakening. For 60 years, Morrison men have served as conduits, allowing me to experience fire and rescue directly, while using your knowledge to limit casualties. But the relationship was always meant to evolve." Jake found himself standing in a circle of flames that didn't burn him, surrounded by destruction that somehow felt sacred rather than terrifying. "Evolve how?" "You're the last Morrison who will burn out and die from carrying me. Tonight you become something more, a permanent bridge between the world of flame and the world of flesh. You will no longer age or sicken or tire. You will be able to walk through any fire, save any life, prevent any tragedy that flame might cause. And the cost? You stop being entirely human. You become something between man and fire, serving as my permanent avatar in the physical world." The flame spirit stepped closer, and Jake could feel heat that went beyond temperature, beyond physical sensation. Your family, your relationships, your life as Jake Morrison, all of that ends tonight, but your service continues forever. Jake thought about Emily Foster waiting for him to explain the burns on his hands, about Chief Mackenzie and the volunteer fire department that had become his family, about the normal life he'd never really had but had always imagined he might find someday. Against that, he weighed the lives he could save, not just tonight, but for decades to come. Every fire that would ever threaten Millbrook or the surrounding communities, every person who would ever be trapped in burning buildings, every family that would face the choice between escape and staying behind to help others. "There's another option," Jake said. "I can refuse, walk away from all of this, and let someone else carry the burden. Yes, but then Maria Santos and her children die tonight, along with 6 other residents who are trapped on this floor, and tomorrow, when the next fire comes, those victims die as well, and the day after that, and the day after that." The flame spirit gestured toward the burning building around them. Without a Morrison to guide rescues, this fire kills 15 people instead of none. Without someone who can see disasters before they happen, dozens of families lose everything they've built together. Jake looked through the flames and saw the truth of what the spirit was offering. He could see the future spreading out before him like a map. Every fire that would threaten the community over the next 50 years, every life that would be lost without supernatural intervention, every tragedy that could be prevented by someone willing to sacrifice their humanity for the greater good. It wasn't really a choice at all. "I accept," Jake said. The transformation began immediately. Jake felt the flame spirit flow into him completely, not just residing in his chest but becoming part of every cell in his body. His human limitations burned away, the need for sleep, the vulnerability to heat and smoke, the fear of death that had always driven his courage. In their place came something larger and more terrible, the certain knowledge that he would never die, never rest, never be free from the responsibility of standing between his community and the fires that would consume them. When Jake emerged from the Riverside apartments carrying the last of the trapped residents, Chief Mackenzie barely recognized him. The burns that covered his body weren't wounds, they were marks of transformation, patterns of fire that moved beneath his skin like living tattoos. His eyes held flames that never went out, and when he spoke, his voice carried the sound of distant combustion. "Everyone's accounted for," Jake said, setting down Mrs. Chen and her infant daughter. "Building's clear." "Jake, what happened to you in there?" Jake looked at his hands, seeing the flames that danced just beneath the surface of his skin. He would never again touch another person without the risk of burning them. Never again sleep peacefully without dreaming of fires that hadn't happened yet. Never again be fully human. But 15 people were alive who would have died without his intervention. Tomorrow there would be more. "I became what I needed to become," Jake said, and walked away from the fire scene while the Riverside apartments collapsed behind him, in a controlled burn that would leave no evidence of the supernatural rescue that had taken place within its walls. Jake Morrison, the man, had died in that fire. What emerged was something else, a guardian made of flame and flesh, bound to protect his community for as long as fires threatened to consume the innocent. The Morrison legacy would continue, but it would no longer require the death of those who carried it. Jake had paid that price for all future generations, burning away his humanity so that others could live safely in the warmth of their homes, never knowing how close they came to disaster every day. 6 months after the Riverside Apartments fire, Jake Morrison stood in the parking lot of Millbrook Regional Hospital, watching smoke rise from the building's east wing like a pillar of black judgment against the morning sky. The vision had come to him 3 days ago while he was replacing smoke detectors in the elementary school. A flash of destruction so complete and devastating that he dropped his tools and stood paralyzed for nearly 5 minutes while Mrs. Thompson asked if he was feeling all right. Now the vision was becoming reality, and Jake knew with absolute certainty that this would be the fire that finally consumed him entirely. He'd changed since the Riverside incident, though he'd tried to hide the transformation from those who cared about him. The flame spirit had made him stronger, faster, more resilient to heat and smoke, but it had also made him less human with each passing day. His body temperature ran consistently at 102 degrees, hot enough that he couldn't touch other people without causing them discomfort. His eyes held flickers of fire that became more pronounced when he was agitated or excited. Most disturbing of all, he could feel the flame spirit growing hungrier, demanding more frequent and more dangerous fires to satisfy its supernatural appetite. The hospital fire would be different from everything that had come before. Jake's vision had shown him dozens of victims trapped throughout the building's 4 floors, patients who couldn't be moved quickly, medical staff who wouldn't abandon their charges, visitors who had no escape route from the maze of corridors that would become death traps filled with toxic smoke. But the vision had also shown him the price of saving them all, to reach every victim, to guide every rescue. To prevent the catastrophic loss of life that would otherwise occur, Jake would have to merge completely with the flame spirit. He would become pure fire, burning so hot and bright that his human form would be consumed entirely, leaving behind only the supernatural force that had been growing inside him for months. In short, Jake Morrison would cease to exist as anything recognizable, becoming a living manifestation of flame that could move through burning buildings but could never again touch another human being without destroying them. Chief Mackenzie found Jake in the parking lot, approaching with the careful movements of someone who was no longer entirely sure what his friend had become. Over the past 6 months, Mackenzie had watched Jake grow increasingly isolated, accepting fewer social invitations and avoiding physical contact with other people. The change was subtle but unmistakable. Jake was burning himself out from the inside just like his father and grandfather before him. "Jake, I know what you're thinking," Mackenzie said without preamble, "but there has to be another way. We can evacuate the building, set up defensive operations, limit the casualties without you going inside. 47 people will die if I don't go in there," Jake replied, his voice carrying undertones of combustion that made Mackenzie take an involuntary step backward. "I've seen it. Patients who can't be moved, staff who won't abandon them, families who get lost in the smoke. 47 people. And if you go in there, you'll die. Really die this time, not just transform." Jake looked at the burning hospital and saw the future spreading out before him with perfect clarity. Every victim he could save, every life that hung in the balance, every family that would be destroyed if he chose self-preservation over duty. Against that, he weighed his own existence, what was left of it after 6 months of gradual dehumanization. "I stopped being Jake Morrison the night of the Riverside fire," he said quietly. "What I am now, it's something between human and fire, and it's not sustainable. The flame spirit is consuming me piece by piece, and eventually there won't be anything left of the man I used to be." Mackenzie was quiet for a long moment, studying Jake's face in the morning light. The burns were more visible now, patterns of fire that moved beneath his skin like living tattoos. His eyes held flames that never went out, and when he breathed, small wisps of smoke emerged from his nostrils. "Your father made the same choice," Mackenzie said finally. "Walked into a fire that he knew would kill him because he couldn't live with letting people die when he had the power to save them. And he was right to make that choice, just like I'm right to make it now." Jake turned away from Mackenzie and walked toward the burning hospital, where the sound of sirens filled the air and emergency crews were setting up equipment for what would be the largest fire response in Millbrook's history. Engine companies from 6 neighbouring towns were converging on the scene, along with ambulances and medical helicopters that would transport the most seriously injured victims to trauma centres in Burlington and Boston. But all of that conventional emergency response would be inadequate without someone who could see through smoke, walk through flames, and guide rescues with supernatural precision. The hospital's layout was too complex, the fire was spreading too quickly, and there were too many people who needed help for normal firefighting techniques to save them all. Dr. Emily Foster was waiting for Jake at the emergency command post, her face grim with the knowledge of what the fire meant for the patients and staff trapped inside. Over the past 6 months, she'd watched Jake's transformation with growing concern, noting the way his body temperature had risen and his behaviour had become increasingly erratic. As a physician, she recognised symptoms of a condition that had no medical explanation or treatment. "Jake, thank God you're here," Emily said as he approached. "We've got critical patients on life support who can't be moved quickly, and the smoke is spreading faster than we can evacuate." "I know, I've seen it." Jake's voice was calm, resigned, carrying the authority of someone who had already accepted what needed to be done. "Emily, I need you to understand something. This fire is different from the others." "Different how?" "It's going to require everything I have. More than everything." Jake looked directly at her, and Emily saw flames dancing in his eyes like candles in a church. "I won't be coming out of that building." Emily felt her throat tighten with understanding. She'd suspected for months that Jake was suffering from some kind of progressive condition, something that was slowly consuming him from within. Now she realized that the condition wasn't killing him, it was transforming him into something that existed to fight fires, but couldn't survive outside of them. There has to be another way. Medical evacuation, helicopter rescues, something that doesn't require you to die? Jake smiled, and the expression was both heartbreaking and terrible. "Emily, I've been dying for 6 months. The thing inside me has been burning away everything that made me human, piece by piece. Tonight, I finally put it to good use." Jake reached out as if to touch her face, then stopped when he realized his hand was too hot to make contact with another person. The gesture was more poignant for its impossibility, a reminder of all the human connections he'd sacrificed to become something capable of walking through fire. "I want you to know that these past months, working with you, seeing your dedication to helping people, it's meant more to me than I can explain. You've reminded me what it means to be human, even as I was losing my humanity." Before Emily could respond, Jake turned and walked toward the burning hospital. He moved with purpose and finality, like someone going to meet an appointment that couldn't be postponed or avoided. The interior of Millbrook Regional Hospital was a maze of smoke and flame, filled with the sounds of collapsing ceiling tiles and the distant cries of trapped victims. Jake moved through it with the supernatural confidence that had become his trademark, but this time was different. This time he allowed the flame spirit to take complete control, surrendering the last remnants of his human consciousness to something larger and more terrible. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. Jake felt his physical form begin to dissolve as the flame spirit assumed direct manifestation, turning him into a being of pure fire that could move through any blaze without being harmed. His human senses were replaced by supernatural awareness that showed him every victim in the building, every path through the smoke, every weakness in the structure that could be exploited for rescue purposes. On the first floor, he found Dr. Patterson trying to evacuate patients from the intensive care unit. Jake appeared to him as a figure wreathed in flames, moving through smoke that parted like water around his supernatural form. Without speaking, Jake guided Patterson and his team to safety, leading them through corridors that were completely obscured by smoke but clear to his enhanced vision. On the second floor, Jake found a group of nurses who had refused to abandon their patients despite the evacuation order. He moved among them like a guardian angel made of fire, lifting patients who were too injured to walk and clearing paths through debris that blocked their escape routes. The nurses later described the rescue as miraculous, guided by someone who seemed to know exactly where to go and how to avoid the worst of the fire damage. On the third floor, Jake encountered families who'd been visiting patients when the fire started and were now trapped by smoke and flame. Children were crying with terror while their parents tried to find escape routes that didn't exist. Jake appeared to them as salvation, a figure of fire who somehow didn't burn them, who could carry them through flames that would have killed anyone else. But it was on the fourth floor that Jake found the confrontation he'd been expecting since the vision first appeared to him. In the center of what had once been the hospital's administrative wing, the flame spirit materialized in its original form, the tall figure made of fire that had spoken to him at the Riverside Apartments. "The time has come," the flame spirit said, its voice the sound of burning timber and collapsing walls. "3 generations of service, 3 generations of men who chose duty over life. Tonight, the pattern reaches its conclusion." Jake found himself standing in a circle of flames that reached from floor to ceiling, surrounded by destruction that somehow felt sacred rather than terrifying. His human form was already beginning to fade, consumed by the supernatural fire that had been growing inside him for months. "What happens after tonight?" Jake asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "You become what you were always meant to become, a permanent guardian, bound to this place and these people for as long as fires threaten them. No more visions, no more warnings, no more gradual consumption. You will be the fire itself, able to manifest wherever flames endanger innocent lives. And the cost? Jake Morrison ceases to exist as an individual consciousness. What remains will be something larger and more impersonal, a force of protection that serves the community, but no longer remembers what it was like to be human. Jake thought about Emily Foster waiting for him in the parking lot, about Chief Mackenzie and the volunteer fire department that had been his family, about the ordinary life he'd never really had but had always imagined he might find someday. All of that would end tonight, burned away to fuel something that could protect the community more effectively than any human firefighter. The 47 people who are trapped in this building, Jake said. Can you save them all? Together, we can save them all. But only if you surrender the last of your humanity to fuel the transformation. No half measures, no holding back pieces of yourself. Complete surrender. Jake closed his eyes and felt the weight of 3 generations of Morrison men who had made similar choices. His father, walking into a house fire that killed him because he couldn't let a family burn. His grandfather, spending his life fighting blazes that slowly consumed him from within. Dozens of other Morrison men stretching back through family history, all choosing service over survival, duty over personal happiness. I accept, Jake said, and felt his individual consciousness begin to dissolve into something larger and more terrible. The transformation was complete within minutes. Jake Morrison the man burned away entirely, his personality and memories consumed by the flame spirit that had been growing inside him since childhood. What emerged was something beyond human, a guardian made of fire and will, bound to protect Millbrook and its people for as long as they needed protection from flame. The rescue of the 47 trapped victims was accomplished with supernatural efficiency. The guardian that had once been Jake Morrison moved through the burning hospital like liquid fire, appearing wherever people needed rescue and disappearing once they were safe. Medical staff later described the evacuation as impossible. Too many people saved too quickly, guided through conditions that should have been fatal for anyone involved. When the sun rose over Millbrook Regional Hospital, the building was a total loss, but every single person had been evacuated safely. The official investigation would list the cause as electrical failure combined with unusually effective emergency response, though several witnesses reported seeing a figure made of fire moving through the building during the worst of the blaze. Chief Mackenzie stood in the hospital parking lot watching the cleanup efforts, knowing that he'd witnessed the end of the Morrison family legacy and the beginning of something new. Jake Morrison was gone, burned away to fuel a transformation that would protect the community for generations to come. Dr. Emily Foster found Mackenzie an hour after sunrise, both of them staring at the hospital ruins with the exhausted relief of people who had witnessed a disaster that could have been much worse. "He's really gone, isn't he?" Emily asked. Mackenzie nodded slowly. Jake Morrison died in that fire, but something else lives on, something that will keep watch over this place and make sure fires like this don't claim innocent lives. As if summoned by their conversation, they saw a flicker of movement in the hospital ruins, a brief glimpse of fire that moved against the wind, dancing among the debris with purpose and intelligence. It was too quick to be certain, but both Mackenzie and Emily felt watched, protected, by something that had once been human, but was now something larger. The Morrison legacy would continue, but it would no longer require the death of those who carried it. Jake had paid that price for all future generations, transforming from man to guardian, from individual to force of nature. In the month that followed, Millbrook experienced the safest fire season in its recorded history. Blazes that should have claimed lives were contained quickly, victims were rescued with miraculous efficiency, and the volunteer fire department developed a reputation for supernatural effectiveness that drew attention from emergency services throughout New England. And sometimes, when the fire calls came in at night, firefighters reported seeing a figure made of flame moving ahead of them through burning buildings, clearing paths and marking safe routes with an authority that could only belong to someone who had become fire itself. Jake Morrison had chosen to burn bright enough to light the way for everyone who came after him, and in doing so had become something that would protect his community forever.
Based on true events. The Confession Chamber. From the private journal of Father Marcus Vaughn. October 31st, 2024. The confessional booth of St. John Bartholomew's has become my purgatory, a narrow chamber of mahogany and worn velvet. where the sins of Baltimore's faithful are whispered through a screen that separates the penitent from the priest, though I have begun to wonder whether it truly separates the damned from the divine, or merely one sinner from another. Tonight, as the autumn rain drummed against the stained glass windows with the persistence of accusatory fingers, I sat within that cramped sanctuary, listening to the familiar litany of human frailty. Adultery, theft, pride, envy, the eternal catalogue of moral failures that has remained unchanged since Augustine first catalogued the varieties of human corruption. 20 years I have occupied this sacred office, 20 years of hearing confessions that blend together like watercolors in rain, each individual transgression dissolving into the greater portrait of humanity's fallen nature. Mrs. Chen's weekly gambling addiction, young Timothy's struggles with lustful thoughts, old Mr. Rodriguez's bitter hatred of his neighbor's success. They flow through my consciousness like a river of culpability that threatens to drown what remains of my own soul. But tonight brought something different. Tonight, as the cathedral bells chimed 9 o'clock and I prepared to close the confessional for another evening of solitary whiskey in the rectory, a figure approached my chamber with footsteps that seemed to echo, not from the present moment, but from some distant realm where time moves according to different laws. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." The voice that emerged from behind the carved screen was unlike any I had encountered in 2 decades of priestly service. It carried within its cadences an archaic formality, as if the speaker had learned English from dusty theological texts rather than living conversation. The words themselves were spoken with such deliberate precision that each syllable seemed weighted with significance beyond its apparent meaning. "How long has it been since your last confession?" I asked, following the prescribed ritual that has governed this sacrament since the Council of Trent established its current form. "Time," came the response, "is but a construct of mortal understanding, Father. In the realm where guilt resides eternal, moments stretch like centuries, and centuries collapse into the space between heartbeats. I confess to you sins that have been committed and sins that shall be committed, for in the eyes of divine justice, all transgression exists simultaneously in the eternal now." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October evening seeping through the church's ancient stones. The voice spoke with the confidence of one who possessed knowledge beyond the boundaries of ordinary human experience. Yet beneath its elaborate formality lurked something that made my skin crawl with inexplicable dread. "Tell me your sins," I said, though my voice carried less conviction than usual. "I have taken life, Father. Not in the heat of passion or the desperation of circumstance, but with the cold deliberation of one who serves as instrument of divine retribution. At the hour when darkness claims dominion over the temporal realm, when cathedral bells announce the arrival of 3 in the morning, I have delivered Margaret Sullivan to her eternal judgment through the sacred communion of blade and flesh." The words hung in the air between us like incense that had turned rancid. Margaret Sullivan. I knew the name, though I could not immediately place it among my parishioners. The confession continued with descriptions so vivid and specific that they seemed less like admissions of guilt than reports from a correspondent covering events in some distant theatre of war. "Her heart," the voice continued with meticulous precision, "received the blessed steel as a chalice receives wine. 3 wounds I delivered, 2 to ensure the body's cessation, and 1 to complete the sacred trinity of justice. She dwelt in apartment 4B of the Riverside Arms, where the walls are thin and the neighbors pursue their own sins with sufficient vigor to mask the sounds of righteous judgment." I found myself gripping the arms of my chair with such force that my knuckles had turned white. The level of detail was extraordinary, not merely the admission of murder, but a complete blueprint of the crime rendered in language that transformed violence into sacrament. Yet the voice displayed no emotion, no remorse, no human feeling whatsoever. It spoke of taking life with the same clinical detachment a surgeon might use to describe a routine procedure. "The authorities," the voice continued, shall discover her mortal remains when Mrs. Patterson arrives tomorrow morning to share tea and gossip, as has been their Thursday custom these 7 years past. They will find the door unlocked, for I am not a thief who skulks in shadows, but an instrument of divine will that requires no concealment from mortal justice. I attempted to interject, to ask questions that might clarify whether I was hearing the confessions of a murderer or the delusions of a madman, but the voice continued with implacable authority. In life, Margaret Sullivan presented herself as a pillar of Christian virtue, attending daily mass and organizing charity drives with the enthusiasm of one seeking to purchase salvation through good works. Yet she harbored within her breast a secret that corrupted her every prayer, every act of apparent devotion. She allowed her son to escape justice for the death of young Maria Santos, that child who was crushed beneath wheels guided by intoxicated hands while walking home from her first communion. Margaret Sullivan chose maternal love over divine justice, and in doing so, she made herself complicit in the spilling of innocent blood. The confession continued for nearly an hour, delivered in the same archaic, ceremonial language that transformed murder into ritual and violence into sacrament. When it finally concluded, the voice requested absolution with the same formal courtesy one might use when asking directions to an unfamiliar address. "I cannot grant absolution for murders that have not been committed," I said, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. "If you have truly taken a life, you must surrender yourself to the authorities and make restitution to... The sins I confess transcend the jurisdiction of mortal law, Father. I seek not the forgiveness of men, but the acknowledgement that justice has been served according to divine will. Grant me your blessing, and I shall continue the work that heaven has appointed." Before I could respond, I heard footsteps retreating from the confessional booth, measured and deliberate as a funeral procession. By the time I emerged from my side of the chamber, the church was empty save for the flickering votive candles and the stone saints who gazed down with expressions of eternal judgment. I spent that night in my study, alternating between prayer and whiskey, trying to convince myself that I had encountered nothing more than an elaborate hoax or the ravings of a mentally disturbed individual. Yet the specificity of the details haunted me: the apartment number, the neighbor's visiting schedule, the precise nature of the wounds described with surgical accuracy. When morning arrived, I found myself walking to the Riverside Arms with the grim purposefulness of a man approaching his own execution. The building squatted on Charles Street like a monument to urban decay, its facade stained with decades of Baltimore's industrial exhaust and human neglect. I climbed the stairs to the 4th floor with legs that seemed to move independent of my conscious will. Mrs. Patterson stood in the hallway outside apartment 4B, her face pale with shock and her hands shaking as she spoke to a police officer whose badge identified him as Detective Williams. Through the open apartment door, I could see the chalk outline that marked where a human life had ended, the dark stains on carpet that would never come clean, the evidence markers that transformed a modest living space into a crime scene. "She was just lying there," Mrs. Patterson was saying, her voice broken with grief. Door was unlocked, which wasn't like Margaret at all. She was always so careful about security. And the wounds. God in heaven. What kind of monster would do such a thing? Detective Williams noticed my approach and identified himself with the weary professionalism of a man who had spent too many years cataloguing human cruelty. "You're from the church?" he asked, noting my clerical collar. "Father Vaughn, from St. Bartholomew's. Mrs. Sullivan was one of our parishioners. When I heard about 3 stab wounds," Detective Williams said, consulting his notepad. 2 to the chest, 1 to the heart, precise, almost surgical. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. Time of death was approximately 3 in the morning, though the body wasn't discovered until Mrs. Patterson arrived for their usual Thursday morning visit. Every detail matched the confession I had heard the previous evening with terrifying exactitude. The apartment number, the neighbor's Thursday routine, the precise description of the wounds. It was as if the voice in the confessional had been reading directly from the police report that would not be written until hours later. I stumbled through the appropriate expressions of sympathy and offers of pastoral care, but my mind reeled with implications too terrible to fully accept. Either I had heard the confession of a murderer who possessed supernatural knowledge of events before they occurred, or I was losing my sanity in ways that transcended ordinary psychological breakdown. November 1st, 2024. I have spent the day attempting to rationalize what I experienced, to find some explanation that does not require me to accept either the existence of prophetic evil or my own descent into madness. Perhaps the mysterious penitent was the killer himself, confessing after the fact, but using elaborate language to create the illusion of prophecy. Perhaps my memory has become unreliable, and I am reconstructing the confession to match the crime rather than the reverse. Yet even as I craft these explanations, I know they ring hollow against the evidence of my own senses. The confession preceded the discovery of the body by 12 hours. The details were too specific, too accurate to have been fabricated or misremembered. Something spoke to me in that confessional booth last night, something that knew of Margaret Sullivan's death before the world discovered her body. The theological implications terrify me more than the criminal ones. If I have encountered a manifestation of supernatural evil, what does this suggest about the nature of my calling, my faith, my understanding of divine purpose? Am I meant to serve as witness to cosmic justice? Or have I become an unwitting participant in something that mocks the very sacraments I have devoted my life to administering? I find myself returning obsessively to the voice's final words. Grant me your blessing, and I shall continue the work that heaven has appointed. The suggestion that these murders represent divine will, rather than human evil, challenges everything I have believed about God's nature and the purpose of my priesthood. Tonight I will return to the confessional, though every instinct warns me against it. I must know whether last evening's experience was singular aberration or the beginning of something far more terrible. I must determine whether I am being called to witness divine justice, or whether I am slowly surrendering my sanity to forces that exist only in the fevered imagination of a priest who has lost his faith and found nothing to replace it but whiskey and despair. The rain has begun again, drumming against my study window with the persistence of accusations I cannot answer. In 7 hours, I will return to that narrow chamber where sins are whispered and absolution granted, where the boundary between earth and eternity grows thin enough for strange voices to penetrate the realm of mortal understanding. God help me. I am both terrified and eager to discover what waits for me in the darkness of the confessional booth. For in 20 years of hearing the same catalogue of human failures, I have hungered for something that would restore my sense of purpose, my connection to the divine mystery that first called me to this vocation. Perhaps I'm about to receive an answer to prayers I was afraid to speak aloud. Perhaps I'm about to learn that the God I have served in doubt and desperation is more terrible and more just than any theology textbook has dared to suggest. Or perhaps I am simply a lonely priest, slowly losing his mind in a confessional booth that has become the repository for guilt and madness in equal measure. Tomorrow evening, I shall discover which of these possibilities holds dominion over my fate. Until then, I can only pray that whatever waits for me in that chamber of whispered sins will prove more merciful than my own mounting dread suggests. The bells of St. Bartholomew's toll the hour of midnight, and I am no longer certain whether they announce the passage of earthly time or the approach of judgment from realms where such measurements hold no meaning. In 6 hours, I must celebrate morning mass for the faithful of Baltimore, must speak words of comfort and hope to congregation members who trust me to intercede between their souls and the divine presence I can no longer feel with certainty. But tonight, I am merely Marcus Vaughn, a man in clerical clothing who sits alone with his doubts and his whiskey, wondering whether tomorrow will bring revelation or damnation. whether the voice that spoke to me of murder and justice will return to complete whatever unholy work it has begun. The rain continues its accusatory drumming, and I find myself listening for footsteps that approach from directions no mortal feet could travel, preparing for a confession that may drag my soul into territories where absolution has no meaning and guilt becomes eternal. From the private journal of Father Marcus Vaughn, November 7th, 2024. The voice returned to my confessional exactly 7 days after Margaret Sullivan's body was discovered, arriving with the punctuality of a scheduled appointment that had been arranged in some realm beyond mortal comprehension. I had spent the intervening week in a state of nervous anticipation that bordered on madness, alternating between desperate hope that the previous Thursday's experience had been an aberration and terrified certainty that something far more sinister had taken residence in the sacred precincts of my church. During those 7 days, I attempted to conduct my pastoral duties with the appearance of normalcy, though every moment felt like an elaborate performance staged for an audience that could see through my pretense with supernatural clarity. I celebrated daily Mass with trembling hands that scattered the consecrated host, delivered homilies that wandered into theological territories I had never intended to explore, and offered comfort to parishioners whose problems seemed trivial compared to the cosmic horror that had invaded my consciousness. The investigation into Margaret Sullivan's murder proceeded with the methodical efficiency that characterizes modern police work. Yet I found myself possessing knowledge that Detective Williams could never acquire through conventional means. I knew, with absolute certainty, that the killer would leave no physical evidence, that the murder weapon would never be found, that the motive would remain forever mysterious to investigators who could not access the supernatural realm where divine justice operates according to laws that transcend human understanding. When Thursday evening arrived, I entered the confessional booth with the grim determination of a soldier advancing towards certain death. The chamber felt smaller than usual, as if the walls had contracted during my week of dread, transforming what had once been a sanctuary of forgiveness into a claustrophobic prison where guilt and terror fed upon each other in an endless cycle of spiritual cannibalism. At precisely 9 o'clock, the same hour as the previous week, footsteps approached my booth with that distinctive measured cadence that seemed to echo from eternity rather than the church's marble floor. I found myself holding my breath as the familiar voice emerged from behind the carved screen, carrying within its archaic formality the weight of cosmic authority. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." The words were identical to those spoken 7 days earlier, delivered with the same ceremonial precision that transformed ordinary confession into ritual proclamation. I responded with the prescribed formula, though my voice carried tremors that betrayed the magnitude of my fear. "I have delivered another soul to its appointed judgment," the voice continued without preamble. "Robert Chen, whose name appears in your parish registry, though his heart has remained closed to genuine contrition. He who accumulated wealth through the suffering of orphaned children, who built his prosperity upon the foundation of stolen charity, who presented offerings at Sunday Mass with hands stained by the tears of those he had robbed of hope." My heart hammered against my ribs with such violence that I feared it might be audible through the confessional screen. Robert Chen, I knew him well, a successful businessman who contributed generously to parish fundraising efforts and served on the finance committee with apparent dedication. Yet the voice spoke of him with the intimate knowledge of one who had examined his soul and found it wanting. "At the hour when darkness claims dominion over the commercial district," the voice continued, "when security guards pursue their solitary rounds through corridors that echo with the ghosts of financial malfeasance, I shall visit upon Robert Chen the judgment that his crimes have earned. Fire shall be his purification, not the gentle flames of purgatorial cleansing, but the consuming inferno that reduces corruption to ash and transforms greed into smoke that rises toward heaven as an offering of divine justice." The confession proceeded with the same horrifying specificity that had characterized the previous week's revelation. The voice described the precise location where Robert Chen would meet his fate, the 32nd floor of the Meridian building, where his investment firm occupied a suite of offices overlooking the inner harbor. It detailed the method by which fire would claim him, an electrical malfunction in his private office that would occur at exactly 2:17 a.m., when he would be working late to conceal evidence of his latest embezzlement. The authorities, the voice proclaimed with prophetic certainty, shall discover his remains when the sprinkler system activates and the smoke detectors summon the fire department. They will find his body seated at his desk, consumed by flames that burned with supernatural intensity, surrounded by financial documents that bear witness to his crimes, yet remain miraculously untouched by the conflagration. I attempted to interject, to demand explanations that might clarify the nature of what I was witnessing, but the voice continued with implacable authority. It spoke of Robert Chen's secret life, the charity funds diverted to personal accounts, the orphanage budgets that had been systematically looted, the children who had suffered malnutrition and inadequate medical care, so that Chen could finance his luxurious lifestyle. In confession, Robert Chen spoke of his charitable works with the pride of one who believes that public generosity can compensate for private avarice. He confessed to minor sins, impatience with his wife, occasional profanity, the pride that comes with financial success, while concealing the systematic theft that had funded his apparent philanthropy. He sought absolution for imaginary transgressions, while his real crimes remained hidden behind walls of elaborate accounting and false documentation. The voice's knowledge extended beyond mere criminal activity to encompass intimate details of Chen's psychology, his methods of self-justification, his elaborate mental structures that allowed him to view theft as business strategy and suffering as acceptable collateral damage in the pursuit of personal enrichment. When the confession concluded, I sat in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the implications of what I had heard. The voice requested absolution with the same formal courtesy as the previous week, and when I refused, it departed with the same measured footsteps that seemed to echo from realms where human law held no authority. November 8th, 2024. Robert Chen died exactly as predicted, consumed by fire in his office during the early morning hours while working alone in the Meridian building. The Baltimore Sun's coverage of the incident focused on the mysterious nature of the electrical malfunction, the unprecedented intensity of the flames that had claimed his life, and the inexplicable fact that important financial documents scattered throughout his office had emerged completely unburned from the conflagration. Detective Williams, whom I encountered at the scene when I arrived to offer last rites, confirmed details that matched the previous evening's confession with terrifying precision. The time of death, the location, the circumstances, the condition of the victim, everything unfolded exactly as the mysterious voice had described. "Strangest thing I've ever seen," Williams confided as we stood outside the burned office suite. "Fire hot enough to cremate a human body. But the paper documents on his desk didn't even get singed, and the electrical system shows no signs of malfunction that could account for the intensity of the blaze." I performed the last rites with hands that shook so violently I could barely make the sign of the cross. The smell of smoke seemed to cling to my vestments long after I left the building, as if the supernatural fire had marked me as a witness to divine justice that transcended the laws of physics. November 14th, 2024. The third confession arrived with the same inexorable punctuality, delivered by the same archaic voice that spoke of murder as sacrament and violence as divine service. This time, the condemned soul was Sarah Martinez, a high school teacher whose name I recognized from the parish youth ministry records. "She who corrupts the innocents she has been appointed to protect," the voice proclaimed with ceremonial gravity, "who transforms her classroom into a theater of spiritual seduction, who violates the sacred trust between educator and student through the pursuit of forbidden passion. Sarah Martinez shall taste the cold embrace of water as her final communion, baptized in the harbor's depths at the hour when darkness claims the waterfront." The voice detailed Sarah's secret affair with James Kellerman, the divorced father of one of her students, an 18-year relationship that had begun when the boy was in 8th grade and had continued through his graduation. It described clandestine meetings, manipulated grades, the systematic grooming of a vulnerable adolescent who had mistaken predatory attention for genuine affection. In Confession, Sarah Martinez spoke of her loneliness, her dedication to teaching, her maternal feelings toward her students. She confessed to moments of attraction toward adult colleagues, to fantasies of romance that she claimed remained unexpressed, to the pride that came with her reputation as an inspiring educator. Yet she concealed the reality of her crimes, the violation of professional ethics, the destruction of innocence, the betrayal of every parent who had entrusted their child to her care. The Voice's knowledge of Sarah's psychology was as comprehensive as its understanding of her crimes. It described her methods of rationalization, her ability to reframe predatory behavior as genuine love, her elaborate mental structures that transformed criminal conduct into romantic tragedy. When Thursday night became Friday morning, Sarah Martinez's body was discovered floating in the inner harbor. Her car found abandoned at the water's edge with a suicide note that confessed to inappropriate relationships with students and expressed remorse for the damage she had caused. The Baltimore Police Department ruled it suicide, though Detective Williams confided to me that the circumstances troubled him in ways he could not articulate. November 15th, 2024. I have begun to research similar phenomena in the annals of church history, seeking precedent for the supernatural experiences that have transformed my confessional booth into a tribunal where divine justice manifests through prophetic revelation. The theological implications terrify me more than the criminal ones, for if I am witnessing authentic divine intervention, what does this suggest about the nature of God's justice and my role as his earthly representative? St. Thomas Aquinas wrote of supernatural knowledge granted to certain individuals for the purpose of revealing hidden sins and preventing future transgressions. The mystics described visions of divine judgment that transcended the boundaries of linear time, allowing glimpses of future events that served the cause of cosmic justice. Yet these accounts, recorded in the safety of medieval monasteries, feel inadequate to explain the horror of my current circumstances. I have also consulted medical texts on the subject of auditory hallucinations, seeking psychological explanations for experiences that my rational mind cannot accept. Schizophrenia, temporal lobe epilepsy, the effects of chronic alcoholism, all offer potential frameworks for understanding prophetic voices that exist only in my own diseased consciousness. Yet the accuracy of the predictions argues against purely psychological explanations. The voice knows things that I could never have discovered through natural means. It possesses intimate knowledge of my parishioners' secret lives, their hidden crimes, their methods of self-deception. Either I am receiving authentic supernatural revelation, or my subconscious mind has developed the ability to perceive truth through channels that transcend ordinary sensory experience. November 21st, 2024. The fourth confession brought news of Thomas Murphy's approaching death, described with the same ceremonial language that had announced the previous murders. Murphy, a retired construction foreman who had served as volunteer coordinator for altar servers during his 20 years in the parish, was condemned for crimes that the voice detailed with horrifying specificity. He who corrupts the innocence of those called to serve at the altar, the voice proclaimed, who transforms sacred space into a theater of predation, who uses his position of trust to satisfy appetites that mark him as an enemy of childhood itself. Thomas Murphy shall taste the suffocating embrace of earth as his final communion, buried beneath the weight of construction material at the site where his crimes first found expression. The confession revealed systematic abuse of altar boys that had continued for decades under the protection of Murphy's reputation as a devoted parish volunteer. The voice described specific incidents, named victims who had never reported their abuse, detailed the psychological manipulation that had ensured their silence. When Thomas Murphy died 3 days later, crushed beneath a collapsed scaffolding at a construction site where he had been working as a consultant. Detective Williams confided that the accident displayed unusual characteristics. The scaffolding had been properly erected and inspected, yet it had failed with such precise timing that Murphy had been caught directly beneath the falling debris with no opportunity for escape. November 22nd, 2024. I can no longer deny the pattern that has emerged from these supernatural confessions. Each victim had been a member of my parish who had confessed to minor sins while concealing major crimes. Each had used the sacrament of confession as a means of maintaining the appearance of spiritual health while continuing to commit offenses that destroyed innocent lives. Margaret Sullivan had protected her son from accountability for vehicular homicide. Robert Chen had stolen from charitable organizations that served orphan children. Sarah Martinez had preyed upon vulnerable students. Thomas Murphy had systematically abused the altar boys placed under his supervision. The voice that speaks to me each Thursday evening possesses knowledge that no human agency could have acquired. Intimate details of crimes that were never reported, confessions that were never made, secrets that existed only in the minds of the perpetrators themselves. Yet this knowledge is deployed not for personal gain or earthly justice, but for a form of divine retribution that transcends the limitations of human law enforcement. I have become the unwilling witness to a supernatural tribunal where hidden crimes receive their ultimate punishment, where the failures of earthly justice are corrected by intervention from realms that operate according to different principles. Each confession serves as both prophecy and verdict, announcing sentences that will be carried out with mechanical precision by forces that require no human agency to accomplish their divine purpose. The theological implications overwhelm my capacity for rational analysis. If these deaths represent authentic divine justice, what does this suggest about the nature of God's mercy and the efficacy of human forgiveness? If the confessional has become a conduit for supernatural revelation, what responsibilities does this place upon me as the priest who receives these prophetic announcements? Most troubling of all is the growing certainty that I am not merely a passive observer of these events, but an active participant in a cosmic drama whose full scope remains hidden from my conscious understanding. The voice speaks to me with familiarity that suggests previous encounters, addresses me with the assumption that I understand my role in whatever divine plan is unfolding through these supernatural confessions. Tonight, I will return to the confessional booth, though every instinct warns me against continuing this involvement with forces that may be beyond my ability to comprehend or control. I must discover whether these experiences represent divine calling or demonic deception, whether I am serving God's justice or facilitating my own spiritual destruction. The bells of St. Bartholomew's toll the hour of midnight, and I find myself listening for footsteps that approach from directions that maps cannot chart, preparing for confessions that reveal truths too terrible for mortal minds to encompass without the risk of madness. God help me. I am beginning to suspect that the mysterious voice knows things about my own hidden sins that I have not yet admitted to myself. From the private journal of Father Marcus Vaughn, November 28th, 2024. The revelation came to me not in the confessional booth where supernatural voices whisper of murder and divine justice, but in the mundane sanctity of my study, surrounded by confession records that I had kept in violation of church doctrine and my own better judgment. For 20 years, I have maintained brief, coded notations of serious confessions, not names, never names, but fragments that might help me provide better spiritual guidance to troubled souls who return to my booth seeking absolution for repeated transgressions. It was while reviewing these forbidden records that I discovered the pattern which now fills me with horror that transcends even my supernatural encounters with the mysterious penitent. Each victim of the prophetic murders had confessed serious sins to me within the past year, sins that bore no resemblance to the minor transgressions they revealed during their final confessions before death claimed them. Margaret Sullivan had knelt in my booth 8 months ago, weeping as she admitted to helping her son dispose of evidence after his drunken driving had claimed the life of young Maria Santos. She described washing blood from his car bumper, creating false alibis for his whereabouts, even bribing witnesses to provide contradictory testimony that would confuse any potential investigation. Robert Chen had confessed to systematic embezzlement from 3 different charities, including the Diocesan Orphanage Fund that had sustained children throughout Baltimore's poorest neighborhoods. His voice had trembled with what I mistook for genuine remorse as he detailed fictional donation reports, falsified expense accounts, and diverted construction funds that had left orphaned children living in buildings with dangerous heating systems and contaminated water supplies. Sarah Martinez had sobbed through her confession of an ongoing sexual relationship with James Kellerman, describing how she had groomed the boy from age 13, manipulated his grades to maintain his dependency, and used her position of authority to satisfy appetites that marked her as a predator of the most insidious variety. Thomas Murphy had admitted to decades of sexual abuse, naming altar boys who had never reported their victimization, and describing incidents that had occurred in the sacristy, the basement storage rooms, even within the confessional booth itself during private counseling sessions. In each case, these comprehensive confessions had been followed by months of superficial admissions, minor irritations with family members, small acts of pride or envy, the routine catalogue of human frailty that fills most confessional encounters. It was as if these parishioners had purged themselves of major sins through a single dramatic confession, then returned to the sacrament seeking absolution for imaginary transgressions while their real crimes continued unabated. The theological implications stagger my capacity for rational analysis. These individuals had used the sacrament of confession not as a pathway to genuine repentance, but as a form of spiritual insurance that allowed them to continue their criminal activities with the psychological comfort of having technically confessed their sins to God's representative. They had perverted the most sacred aspect of Catholic practice into a tool for enabling continued transgression. November 29th, 2024. I have begun a systematic investigation of the mysterious voice's true identity. Though I am acutely aware that such inquiries venture into territory where conventional detective work intersects with supernatural revelation in ways that challenge the boundaries of rational inquiry, my approach has necessarily been circumspect, for I cannot reveal the source of my knowledge without violating the sacred seal of confession that binds me to eternal silence regarding matters revealed in the sacramental context. The church building itself has become my primary focus of investigation. St. Bartholomew's was constructed in 1887, its Gothic revival architecture incorporating confessional booths that were installed according to specifications established by the Council of Trent 3 centuries earlier. The mahogany chambers are separated by walls thick enough to ensure acoustic privacy, yet the voice that speaks to me each Thursday evening possesses an immediacy that suggests physical proximity rather than supernatural manifestation. I have discovered that the confessional booth contains architectural features that are not immediately apparent to casual observation. The carved wooden panels that separate priest from penitent are secured with brass hinges that have loosened over the decades, creating gaps barely visible to the naked eye, but sufficient to allow sound transmission between chambers. More disturbing still, I have found evidence that these panels have been deliberately manipulated. Scratches around the hinge pins suggest repeated removal and replacement, though I cannot determine when such alterations might have occurred. The church's security system, installed 5 years ago to prevent theft of valuable religious artifacts, includes motion sensors throughout the sanctuary, but specifically excludes the confessional area to preserve the privacy that Catholic doctrine demands. This omission creates a blind spot where someone with detailed knowledge of the building's layout could enter and exit without triggering electronic surveillance. Parish records indicate that only 7 individuals possess keys to the church building: myself, Father Williams, the assistant pastor, Mrs. Henderson, the parish secretary, and 4 members of the maintenance staff who require access for cleaning and repair work. Each of these individuals has been associated with St. Bartholomew's for at least 10 years, their backgrounds thoroughly vetted according to diocesan requirements for church employees. Yet, as I reviewed personnel files in search of someone who might possess both access to the building and knowledge of parishioners' confession secrets, I discovered irregularities that filled me with unease. The maintenance staff schedules show frequent after-hours access to the building, often during times when I cannot account for my own whereabouts. Security logs indicate building entry during evening hours when I assumed I was alone in the rectory, though I have no memory of authorizing such access or encountering anyone within the church during these periods. December 1st, 2024. The 5th confession arrived with the same punctual inevitability that has characterized each Thursday evening's supernatural visitation, but tonight's revelation carried personal implications that shattered what remained of my psychological equilibrium. The condemned soul was not a distant parishioner whose sins I had discovered through sacramental confession, but someone whose crimes struck at the very heart of my own identity and spiritual calling. "Father Daniel Morrison," the voice proclaimed with ceremonial gravity. "He who wears the garments of sanctity while harboring corruption that exceeds even the transgressions of those he pretends to guide toward salvation. His crimes transcend the violation of individual innocence to encompass the systematic destruction of faith itself, transforming the house of God into a theater of predation that mocks every sacred vow he has taken." The accusation struck me like a physical blow, for Father Morrison served as pastor of St. Michael's Parish across the city, a man I had known since seminary and considered among the most dedicated priests in the Baltimore Archdiocese. The voice's description of his crimes, systematic sexual abuse of children, financial theft from parish funds, the sale of religious artifacts to support a gambling addiction, seemed impossible to reconcile with my personal knowledge of his character and devotion. Yet the confession continued with the same horrifying specificity that had characterized previous revelations, detailing incidents that occurred in locations I recognized, naming victims whose families attended diocesan functions, describing methods of concealment that demonstrated intimate knowledge of church administrative procedures. The voice spoke of Morrison's confessions to me, confessions that I realized, with growing horror, I could not recall receiving, though the details matched coded notations in my records that I could not remember making. "Father Morrison shall taste the purifying embrace of flame as his final communion," the voice announced with prophetic certainty, "consumed within the sanctuary he has defiled, surrounded by the sacred vessels he has sold and replaced with worthless replicas, discovered by authorities who will find evidence of crimes that extend beyond individual transgression to encompass institutional corruption of the most systematic variety." When the confession concluded, I sat in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend how my own memory could contain gaps so profound that I had forgotten receiving confessions from a fellow priest whose crimes apparently rivaled those of the laity who had already paid the ultimate price for their hidden transgressions. December 2nd, 2024. Father Morrison died exactly as predicted, consumed by fire within the sanctuary of St. Michael's during early morning hours when he should have been sleeping in the rectory. The Baltimore Fire Department ruled it accidental, caused by faulty electrical wiring in the sanctuary's lighting system, but Detective Williams confided that the intensity of the blaze defied conventional explanation. "Strangest thing," Williams told me as I performed last rites over Morrison's remains. "Fire hot enough to reduce a human body to ash, but the wooden pews 15 feet away show no signs of heat damage, and we found evidence that suggests Morrison was selling religious artifacts and replacing them with fakes, chalices, candlesticks, even the tabernacle key. Apparently been going on for years." I mumbled appropriate responses while my mind reeled with implications too terrible to fully accept. Morrison's death followed the established pattern with mechanical precision, yet I could not recall the confessions that the mysterious voice had referenced with such detailed accuracy. Either my memory had become so compromised that I could forget receiving admissions of serious crimes from fellow clergy, or something far more sinister was occurring within the confessional booth that served as the epicenter of these supernatural revelations. December 3rd, 2024. I've begun to experience episodes of disorientation that transcend the ordinary effects of stress and sleep deprivation. This morning, I awoke in the confessional booth with no memory of how I had come to be there, wearing my full vestments despite having no recollection of preparing for liturgical duties. My breviary lay open beside me to prayers for the dead, though I could not remember conducting any funeral services recently. More disturbing still, I discovered notes written in my own handwriting scattered throughout the booth. Fragments of observations about parishioners' behavior, detailed analyses of their psychological states, speculation about sins they might be concealing. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, yet the content reflected knowledge I had never consciously acquired, and insights that seemed to emerge from sources beyond my normal cognitive processes. One note, written in script that appeared hurried and agitated, read, "Margaret Sullivan. Guilt patterns suggest concealed vehicular incident. Monitor for confession opportunities." Another stated, "Robert Chen. Financial anxiety indicates possible embezzlement. Charitable work may be compensation mechanism." A third observed, "Sarah Martinez. Inappropriate interest in male students. Predatory behavior masked by maternal persona." These observations predated the mysterious confessions by several months, suggesting that I had been unconsciously documenting my parishioners' potential for hidden sin long before the supernatural voice began announcing their crimes and punishments. The implications terrify me more than any supernatural manifestation, for they suggest that my own mind has been operating according to principles I do not consciously understand or control. December 5th, 2024. I have installed a small recording device within the confessional booth, concealed behind the carved wooden crucifix that adorns the priest's side of the chamber. This action violates every principle of sacramental privacy that governs Catholic confession, yet I must determine whether the mysterious voice represents external supernatural intervention or manifestations of my own fractured psyche. The device is voice-activated, designed to capture audio only when someone speaks within the confessional space. I have programmed it to begin recording each Thursday evening at 8:45 p.m. and continue until midnight, encompassing the time period when the prophetic confessions have consistently occurred. If the mysterious voice represents an actual person who has somehow gained access to the confessional booth, the recording will provide evidence of their identity and methods. If the voice exists only within my own diseased consciousness, the recordings will document the full scope of my psychological breakdown. I am aware that this investigation may destroy what remains of my sanity. For if I discover that the prophetic confessions emerge from my own subconscious mind, I must confront the possibility that I have somehow orchestrated the deaths of 5 people through supernatural means that transcend rational explanation. Yet I can no longer tolerate the uncertainty that has transformed my priestly vocation into a nightmare of guilt and theological confusion. December 7th, 2024. The 6th confession brought news of another impending death, delivered with the same archaic formality that has characterized each supernatural visitation. This time, the condemned soul was Maria Gonzalez, a parish secretary whose name I recognized from diocesan employment records, though I could not recall having extensive personal interactions with her. She who steals from the collection plates that contain the sacrificial offerings of the faithful, the voice proclaimed, who diverts funds intended for the poor to support her addiction to games of chance, who falsifies financial records to conceal thefts that rob food from hungry children and medicine from the sick. Maria Gonzalez shall taste the cold embrace of winter as her final communion. Discovered frozen in the alley where her shame has driven her to seek the artificial warmth of substances that promise escape from guilt but deliver only deeper bondage. The confession detailed systematic theft from multiple parishes where Gonzalez had worked over the past decade, describing methods of financial manipulation so sophisticated that they had escaped detection by diocesan auditors. The voice spoke of gambling debts that had driven her to increasingly desperate measures, of drug addiction that had consumed not only her stolen funds, but her capacity for moral reasoning. When I requested absolution with my customary refusal, the voice departed with measured footsteps that seemed to echo from directions that maps could not chart. I remained in the confessional booth until dawn, listening to the recording device that might hold evidence of either supernatural visitation or my own advancing madness. December 8th, 2024. Maria Gonzalez was found dead in an alley behind St. Patrick's Parish, her body frozen in the December cold, surrounded by drug paraphernalia and financial documents that provided evidence of embezzlement spanning multiple parishes. The medical examiner ruled her death accidental, hypothermia complicated by drug overdose, but Detective Williams observed that the timing and circumstances displayed the same inexplicable precision that had characterized previous deaths. I listened to the recording from Thursday evening's confessional session with trembling hands and a heart that hammered against my ribs with violence that threatened to burst from my chest entirely. The audio quality was clear, the voices distinct and recognizable, yet what I heard challenged every assumption I had maintained about the nature of my supernatural experiences. The recording captured two voices engaged in the familiar ritual of sacramental confession, my own voice, speaking with the prescribed formulas that govern Catholic practice, and the mysterious penitent's voice, delivering prophecies of divine justice with archaic formality. Yet both voices emerged from the same side of the confessional booth. Both voices belonged to the same speaker. Both voices were mine. The evidence was unmistakable, though my conscious mind recoiled from accepting its implications. I had been conducting elaborate conversations with myself, playing both roles in supernatural dramas that existed only within my own fractured consciousness. The prophetic confessions, the detailed knowledge of hidden crimes, the accurate predictions of future deaths, all emerged from psychological processes that operated beyond the boundaries of my rational awareness. Yet this explanation raises questions more terrifying than supernatural intervention. If the mysterious confessions represent manifestations of my own subconscious knowledge, how did I acquire such intimate details about my parishioners' secret lives? If the prophecies emerge from my own psychological processes, what does this suggest about my involvement in the deaths that have followed each prediction with mechanical precision? I can no longer deny the growing certainty that I am not merely a passive witness to divine justice, but an active participant in events whose full scope remains hidden from my conscious understanding. The confessional booth has become a theater where my fractured psyche performs dramas of guilt and retribution. Yet the deaths that follow these performances are terrifyingly real. God help me. I am beginning to suspect that the mysterious voice knows things about my own capacity for evil that I have not yet admitted to myself. Tomorrow evening, I will return to the confessional booth, though I fear that what I discover there may destroy what remains of my sanity and my soul. From the private journal of Father Marcus Vaughn, December 12th, 2024. The human mind, I have discovered, possesses an infinite capacity for self-deception, weaving elaborate tapestries of rationalization that can transform the most damning evidence into patterns of doubt and uncertainty. For 3 days, I have listened to that recording, my own voice conducting both sides of a confessional dialogue with the precision of a trained actor performing a one-man theatrical production. Yet some desperate fragment of my psyche continues to insist that supernatural forces must be responsible for what my rational mind recognizes as irrefutable proof of psychological fragmentation. The audio contains no gaps, no editing artifacts, no technical anomalies that might explain the presence of two distinct voices emerging from a single throat. My normal speaking voice, delivering the prescribed formulas of sacramental confession with the mechanical precision that 20 years of practice have instilled, alternates with the archaic, ceremonial tones of the mysterious penitent, whose prophecies have proven terrifyingly accurate. Yet both voices share subtle characteristics, patterns of emphasis, regional inflections acquired during my Baltimore childhood, even the slight rasp that results from years of liturgical speaking, that mark them as products of the same vocal apparatus. I have consulted medical texts on dissociative identity disorder, reading with the desperate attention of a condemned man searching legal precedents for some technicality that might provide escape from his fate. The literature describes cases where childhood trauma fragments the developing psyche into separate personalities, each maintaining distinct characteristics, memories, and behavioral patterns while sharing the same physical form. These alternate identities can possess knowledge, skills, and psychological traits that remain completely foreign to the primary consciousness, creating the illusion of supernatural intervention when alternate personalities emerge during periods of stress or emotional triggers. Yet academic understanding provides little comfort when applied to personal experience. If I am suffering from dissociative identity disorder, what traumatic events during my childhood could have been severe enough to fracture my developing consciousness into separate entities? My memories of youth in Baltimore's working-class neighborhoods contain the usual catalogue of urban hardships: poverty, occasional violence, the constant struggle for survival in environments where hope competed with despair for dominion over daily existence, but nothing approaching the systematic abuse that psychological literature associates with multiple personality development. December 14th, 2024. I have arranged for consultation with Dr. Patricia Morrison, a psychiatrist who specializes in trauma-related disorders at Johns Hopkins Medical Center. Naturally, I could not reveal the true nature of my concerns without violating both professional ethics and legal boundaries. So I presented my case as hypothetical counseling for a parishioner experiencing religious delusions and memory disturbances. Dr. Morrison listened with the clinical attention that medical professionals reserve for complex diagnostic challenges, taking notes in a shorthand that reduced my elaborate descriptions to symbols and abbreviations that would later reconstruct themselves into formal assessment categories. Her questions probed areas I had not considered: family history of mental illness, substance abuse patterns, significant losses, or traumatic events that might have been suppressed through psychological defense mechanisms. Dissociative episodes often involve activities that the primary personality cannot recall, she explained with the careful precision that characterizes psychiatric discourse. Patients frequently discover evidence of complex behaviors, writing, traveling, even conducting relationships that occurred during periods when alternate personalities maintained executive control of consciousness. Her description matched my own experiences with horrifying accuracy. The notes written in my handwriting that I could not remember creating, the after-hours building access recorded by security systems during times when I assumed I was alone in the rectory, the gaps in memory that had grown more frequent over the past months, all suggested systematic periods when some other aspect of my consciousness had assumed control of my physical form. In cases involving religious professionals, Dr. Morrison continued, the alternate personalities often incorporate theological elements into their presentation. Patients might believe they are receiving divine revelations, communicating with supernatural entities, or serving as instruments of cosmic justice. The clinical challenge lies in distinguishing between genuine spiritual experience and psychological manifestation of trauma-induced fragmentation. When I asked about potential treatments for such hypothetical conditions, her response carried implications that filled me with dread. Successful therapy required the primary personality to acknowledge the existence of alternate identities, to understand the traumatic origins of psychological fragmentation, and to develop integration strategies that allowed different aspects of consciousness to function cooperatively rather than in competition. The most dangerous cases, she warned, involve alternate personalities that engage in activities the primary consciousness would find morally unacceptable. Criminal behavior, violence, the systematic violation of professional ethics, These can create legal and ethical crises that extend far beyond purely psychological concerns. December 16, 2024. I have begun systematic investigation into my own childhood, searching for traumatic events that might explain the psychological fragmentation that recordings have documented with irrefutable clarity. My memories of early years remain frustratingly vague, filled with gaps that I had always attributed to the normal, forgetting that accompanies the passage of time. Yet Dr. Morrison's questions have focused my attention on periods of particular confusion. Months when I lived with relatives whose names I can barely recall. Visits to medical professionals whose purpose remained unexplained. Behavioral changes that my mother attributed to growing pains, but which may have indicated responses to trauma too severe for conscious processing. Parish records from St. Catherine's, where I served as altar boy during my formative years, reveal details that challenge my reconstructed memories of peaceful childhood devotion. Father Vincent Kellerman, who supervised altar servers during my tenure at the parish, was transferred to a residential treatment facility in 1983 following accusations of inappropriate conduct with boys under his spiritual guidance. The diocesan files, which I accessed through professional channels, document a pattern of sexual abuse that continued for over a decade before church authorities finally intervened. My name appears on lists of altar boys who served under Father Kellerman's supervision. Yet, I possess no specific memories of individual interactions with him beyond the routine duties associated with liturgical service. The absence of clear recollections troubles me more than their presence might have, for selective amnesia often indicates psychological mechanisms designed to protect consciousness from memories too traumatic for integration into normal cognitive processes. Medical records from Baltimore Children's Hospital, obtained through requests that I justified as genealogical research, reveal multiple visits during my 11th and 12th years for symptoms that included severe anxiety, sleep disturbances, and what physicians termed behavioral regression. The attending psychiatrist recommended ongoing therapy, though insurance limitations prevented comprehensive treatment that might have addressed underlying psychological trauma. December 18th, 2024. The seventh confession arrived with the same punctual inevitability that has characterized each Thursday evening's supernatural visitation. But tonight's revelation carried personal implications that shattered what remained of my psychological defenses. This time, the condemned soul was not a distant parishioner whose hidden crimes I had discovered through professional contact, but someone whose involvement in my own traumatic history could not be ignored or rationalized away. Father Vincent Kellerman, the voice proclaimed with ceremonial gravity. He who corrupts the innocence of those called to serve at the altar, who transforms sacred space into a theater of predation, who uses his position of trust to satisfy appetites that mark him as an enemy of childhood itself. Though earthly justice failed to hold him accountable for his crimes, divine justice shall claim him through the agency of those he violated, delivering retribution that transcends the limitations of human law enforcement. The confession detailed systematic abuse that had occurred within the sacristy of St. Catherine's Parish, describing incidents that matched gaps in my own memory with terrifying precision. The voice spoke of specific locations within the church building where violations had occurred, of psychological manipulation techniques that had ensured victims' silence, of the institutional protection that had allowed predatory behavior to continue for years without effective intervention. Father Kellerman shall taste the purifying embrace of fire as his final communion, the voice announced with prophetic certainty, consumed within the residential facility where he has lived in comfort while his victims struggle with trauma that shapes their adult relationships with faith, authority, and their own capacity for trust. His death shall occur during the hour when memories become most vivid, when the past intrudes upon the present with violence that cannot be silenced or forgotten. When the confession concluded, I remained in the booth, listening to silence that felt heavier than any sound. The recording device had captured every word of this supernatural dialogue, documenting with mechanical precision the moment when my fractured psyche finally revealed the traumatic origins of its psychological fragmentation. December 19th, 2024. Father Kellerman died exactly as predicted, consumed by fire in his private room at the St. Francis Residential Care Facility during early morning hours when most residents and staff were sleeping. The Baltimore Fire Department ruled it accidental, caused by faulty electrical wiring in his bedside lamp, though Detective Williams observed that the intensity of the blaze defied conventional explanation. Body was completely consumed, Williams told me as I performed last rites over what remained of Kellerman's corpse. Yet the mattress he was lying on shows minimal fire damage, and we found evidence in his personal effects: photographs, letters from victims, even what appears to be a detailed journal documenting decades of abuse. Like someone wanted his crimes exposed after death. I mumbled appropriate responses while my mind grappled with implications that transcended psychological explanation and entered territory where consciousness intersects with cosmic justice in ways that challenge every assumption about the nature of individual responsibility. If my alternate personality had orchestrated Kellerman's death, what did this suggest about the relationship between psychological trauma and supernatural retribution? December 21st, 2024. I have installed additional recording equipment throughout the rectory, seeking to document the full scope of my dissociative episodes and their relationship to the deaths that have followed each prophetic confession. Video cameras concealed in my study, bedroom, and private chapel now monitor my activities during hours when my conscious mind assumes I am alone and engaged in routine pastoral duties. The recordings reveal behavior that challenges my understanding of the boundaries between conscious intention and unconscious action. During periods that I remember as sleep or quiet reflection, the cameras document complex activities that suggest systematic planning and execution of detailed strategies. I observe myself reviewing parish records with methodical attention, making telephone calls to individuals I cannot recall contacting, even leaving the rectory during late evening hours for purposes that remain mysterious to my conscious awareness. Most disturbing of all, I watch myself conducting elaborate research into the personal lives of parishioners who would later become victims of the prophetic murders. I see myself accessing financial records through diocesan connections, interviewing former students and colleagues of potential targets, even conducting physical surveillance of individuals whose hidden crimes would subsequently be revealed through supernatural confession. The alternate personality that emerges during these episodes moves with purpose and intelligence that equal or exceed my own conscious capabilities. It demonstrates knowledge of investigative techniques, psychological manipulation, and criminal methodology that my rational mind has never studied or acquired through professional training. Yet this knowledge is deployed not for personal gain or malicious purpose, but in service of what appears to be a systematic campaign of divine justice that targets individuals whose crimes have escaped earthly accountability. December 23rd, 2024. The psychiatric literature describes cases where alternate personalities possess specialized knowledge, skills, and behavioral patterns that remain completely foreign to the primary consciousness. These secondary identities can emerge in response to specific psychological triggers, stress, trauma anniversaries, or situations that unconsciously replicate original traumatic circumstances. My alternate personality appears to have emerged in response to the accumulated weight of hearing confessions from individuals who use the sacrament as psychological relief valve while continuing to commit crimes that destroy innocent lives. Each false confession, each superficial admission that concealed systematic abuse or theft or violence, apparently triggered dissociative episodes where my traumatized psyche assumed control and initiated justice proceedings that transcended the limitations of human law enforcement. The theological implications overwhelm my capacity for rational analysis. If my alternate personality serves as instrument of divine retribution, what does this suggest about God's methods of ensuring cosmic justice? If psychological trauma has transformed me into an agent of supernatural vengeance, How can I distinguish between authentic divine calling and elaborate delusion created by my own fractured consciousness? Most troubling of all is the growing certainty that my conscious cooperation is not required for this work to continue. The alternate personality operates with complete independence, pursuing its campaign of justice through methods that my rational mind would never approve or consciously implement. I am not merely experiencing psychological breakdown, I am discovering that I have become something beyond the boundaries of individual human consciousness, a composite entity that serves purposes larger than personal survival or professional obligation. December 24th, 2024. Tonight is Christmas Eve, the holiest night in the Christian calendar, when believers worldwide celebrate the incarnation of divine love in human form. I will celebrate Midnight Mass for the faithful of Baltimore, will speak words of comfort and hope to congregation members who trust me to intercede between their souls and the cosmic forces that govern human destiny. Yet I do so knowing that I am no longer entirely human, that my consciousness has been fractured by trauma into separate entities that pursue justice through methods that transcend the boundaries of individual moral responsibility. The priest who delivers tonight's homily about God's mercy and forgiveness shares physical form with an alternate personality that serves as instrument of divine retribution against those who corrupt innocence and escape earthly accountability. I have scheduled an 8th confession for tomorrow evening, though I am uncertain whether my conscious mind will be present to witness whatever revelation emerges from my fractured psyche. The pattern that has governed these supernatural visitations suggests that one final death remains to complete the cycle of justice that began with Margaret Sullivan's murder and has continued through 6 subsequent executions of divine will. I suspect that this final confession will concern my own crimes, my own failures as priest and protector of innocence, my own complicity in systems that allow predators to operate under protection of religious authority. If so, I must determine whether to resist the judgment that my alternate personality has apparently pronounced, or to accept the justice that my own traumatized consciousness believes I deserve. The bells of St. Bartholomew's toll the hour of midnight, announcing the arrival of Christmas Day and the celebration of divine love's triumph over human corruption. Yet I find myself listening for footsteps that approach from directions that maps cannot chart, preparing for a final confession that may reveal whether I am instrument of God's justice or victim of my own shattered sanity. In 6 hours, I must stand before my congregation and proclaim the good news of salvation through divine mercy. Tonight, I can only pray that whatever emerges from my confessional booth tomorrow evening will prove more merciful than the justice I fear I have been chosen to embody. From the private journal of Father Marcus Vaughn. December 25th, 2024. Christmas morning arrived with the pale winter light that filters through Baltimore's industrial haze, casting the city in shades of grey that match the desolation within my soul. I celebrated Midnight Mass with mechanical precision, delivering homilies about divine mercy and redemption, while knowing that my own capacity for either had been consumed by psychological fires that burned beyond the reach of conventional forgiveness. The congregation sang carols with voices that carried the hope of salvation, their faces illuminated by candlelight that transformed the sanctuary into a theatre of sacred beauty. Children gazed with wonder at the nativity scene, their innocence intact and unmarked by knowledge of the corruption that can flourish even within institutions dedicated to protecting virtue. Families gathered in peaceful communion, trusting that their priest could intercede between their souls and the cosmic forces that govern human destiny. Yet I stood before them knowing that I was no longer entirely human, that my consciousness had been fractured by trauma into separate entities, pursuing justice through methods that transcended individual moral responsibility. The priest who spoke words of comfort shared physical form with an alternate personality that served as instrument of divine retribution, or elaborate delusion created by psychological breakdown, too profound for rational comprehension, when the service concluded and the last parishioner departed into the winter night. I returned to the rectory with the certainty that tonight would bring the final confession in a cycle that had begun 8 weeks ago with Margaret Sullivan's prophetic murder. The pattern that governed these supernatural visitations demanded completion, and I suspected that this ultimate revelation would concern my own crimes, my own failures, my own judgment rendered by the fractured psyche that had appointed itself executor of cosmic justice. December 25th, 2024, evening. I entered the confessional booth at 8:45 p.m., positioning myself within the mahogany chamber that had become my purgatory, my tribunal, my prison. The recording equipment hummed softly in concealment behind the carved crucifix, prepared to document whatever final drama would unfold between the conscious priest and the unconscious avenger who shared my physical form. At precisely 9 o'clock, I felt the familiar shift in consciousness that marked the emergence of my alternate personality. Yet tonight proved different from previous supernatural visitations, for I remained partially aware even as the other identity assumed executive control. I became spectator to my own psychological transformation, watching with horrified fascination as my body language changed, my vocal patterns shifted, and my entire behavioral presentation metamorphosed into something foreign yet intimately familiar. "Bless me, Father," I heard myself say in the archaic, ceremonial tones that had characterized each prophetic confession, "for I have sinned." But this time, the response came from my conscious awareness rather than the prescribed ritual formulas. "How long has it been since your last confession?" The dialogue that followed transcended ordinary conversation to become an interrogation conducted between different aspects of my fractured psyche, each possessing distinct memories, motivations, and moral frameworks while sharing the same physical form. "I confess to 7 murders," the alternate personality proclaimed, with the matter-of-fact precision that had characterized previous supernatural revelations. 7 acts of divine justice delivered upon souls whose crimes exceeded the boundaries of human forgiveness, whose corruption demanded intervention from agencies that operate beyond the limitations of earthly law enforcement. My conscious mind recoiled from this admission, yet I found myself compelled to pursue the theological implications. Murder violates the commandment that prohibits the taking of human life. How can such acts serve divine purpose? Divine justice transcends human law when earthly authority fails to protect innocents from systematic destruction. Margaret Sullivan enabled vehicular homicide through maternal corruption. Robert Chen stole from orphaned children to finance personal luxury. Sarah Martinez preyed upon vulnerable students entrusted to her care. Thomas Murphy violated altar boys within sacred spaces. Father Morrison betrayed every vow of his ordination. Maria Gonzalez robbed from collection plates intended for charitable works. Father Kellerman destroyed childhood innocence through predatory abuse. The catalogue of crimes was delivered with clinical precision, each transgression documented with the thoroughness of a prosecutor presenting evidence to cosmic tribunal. Yet my conscious awareness demanded accountability for methods that violated every principle of Christian mercy. By what authority do you pronounce such judgments? By what right do you execute sentences that transcend human jurisdiction? By the authority of trauma that transforms victimization into purpose, violation into mission, powerlessness into divine agency. The boy who suffered in silence while predators operated under protection of religious authority has become the man who ensures that such crimes receive their ultimate accountability. The alternate personality's response revealed the psychological architecture that supported its sense of divine mission. Childhood trauma had created a secondary identity that possessed both the knowledge necessary to identify hidden criminals and the emotional detachment required to orchestrate their destruction. This vigilante consciousness operated according to moral principles that transcended individual human law, serving what it perceived as cosmic justice that corrected the failures of earthly authority. Yet murder remains murder, regardless of motive or justification. How can taking life serve the cause of justice when it violates the fundamental principle that human existence is sacred? Existence ceases to be sacred when it is devoted to the systematic destruction of innocence. These individuals forfeited their right to continued life through crimes that corrupted the moral order itself. Their deaths serve as both punishment for past transgressions and prevention of future violations. The theological debate continued for nearly an hour, my conscious mind arguing for mercy and redemption, while the alternate personality insisted upon justice and accountability. Yet beneath this philosophical discourse lay a more fundamental question. Which aspect of my fractured consciousness represented authentic moral authority? My conscious awareness had enabled systematic abuse through willful ignorance, professional compliance, and institutional loyalty that protected predators while abandoning their victims. The alternate personality had taken decisive action against criminals who escaped earthly accountability, serving as instrument of justice that transcended the limitations of human law enforcement. December 26, 2024. The recording from last evening's confessional session documented the complete conversation between my conscious awareness and alternate personality, providing audio evidence of psychological fragmentation so profound that it challenged conventional understanding of individual identity and moral responsibility. Yet this mechanical documentation could not resolve the fundamental question that tortured my remaining sanity. Which aspect of my consciousness serves authentic divine purpose? The alternate personality operates with knowledge, skills, and moral certainty that my conscious mind has never possessed. It demonstrates investigative capabilities that exceed my professional training, psychological insight that surpasses my theological education, and commitment to justice that shames my own record of institutional compliance. If this secondary identity represents manifestation of divine will rather than psychological illness, then my conscious resistance to its methods constitutes obstruction of cosmic justice. Yet accepting this interpretation requires abandoning every assumption about the nature of human responsibility, individual consciousness, and the relationship between trauma and moral authority. It demands recognition that some violations of innocence create obligations that transcend conventional legal and ethical boundaries, obligations that can only be fulfilled through methods that human law would classify as criminal. December 28, 2024. I have made the decision that will determine whether my remaining years serve penance or purpose, integration or destruction. Rather than seeking psychiatric treatment that would attempt to suppress or eliminate the alternate personality, I choose to establish conscious cooperation with the aspect of my psyche that has proven more effective at protecting innocence than 2 decades of conventional priestly service. This choice requires accepting responsibility for 7 murders, while acknowledging that these deaths serve justice that earthly authority had failed to provide. It demands recognition that my conscious compliance with institutional protection of predators constituted greater moral failure than my unconscious orchestration of divine retribution against criminals who escaped human accountability. The alternate personality will continue its work, but now with conscious knowledge and deliberate cooperation rather than unconscious autonomy. I will serve as willing instrument of cosmic justice that operates beyond the boundaries of human law, protecting innocence through methods that transcend conventional moral limitations. January 15th, 2025. 3 weeks have passed since I achieved conscious integration with the alternate personality that shares my physical form. The transition has proven less dramatic than psychological literature suggests, perhaps because both aspects of my consciousness serve compatible purposes despite employing different methods. My conscious awareness now possesses access to knowledge and skills that the secondary identity had developed during months of unconscious investigation. I understand techniques of criminal research, psychological manipulation, and strategic planning that exceed anything taught in seminary education. Most importantly, I have acquired the emotional detachment necessary to identify and eliminate threats to innocence without being paralyzed by conventional moral inhibitions. The 9th confession will occur tomorrow evening, though this time I will consciously participate in selecting the target and orchestrating the execution of divine justice. Detective Williams has begun investigating connections between the previous murders, though his inquiries remain focused on external perpetrators rather than internal church personnel. His investigation will fail, as all previous investigations have failed, because cosmic justice operates through agencies that transcend human detection. Mrs. Catherine Morrison, the parish treasurer, who has been systematically embezzling funds designated for homeless services, will experience her final judgment within 72 hours. Her crimes, diverting money intended for shelter operations to finance gambling addiction, have resulted in deaths from exposure among Baltimore's most vulnerable population. Such systematic murder through financial theft demands accountability that exceeds the mild restitution that civil courts would impose. February 14th, 2025. The work continues with mechanical precision, each execution serving cosmic justice while maintaining the appearance of accidental death that prevents earthly authority from interfering with divine purpose. Mrs. Morrison died as predicted, followed by 3 other criminals whose hidden transgressions had escaped human accountability. I have established protocols that ensure sustainable operation while minimizing detection risks. Targets are selected through systematic review of confession records, parish financial documents, and behavioral observation that identifies individuals whose public virtue conceals private corruption. Investigation methods verify criminal activity before execution orders are pronounced. Death procedures are designed to appear accidental, while ensuring that evidence of hidden crimes is discovered during subsequent investigations. The theological framework that supports this work has evolved beyond conventional Catholic doctrine to encompass principles of cosmic justice that transcend denominational boundaries. Divine retribution operates through human agencies when earthly authority fails to protect innocence from systematic destruction. Individual moral responsibility includes obligation to serve as instrument of cosmic justice when conventional legal and religious institutions prove inadequate to prevent continued victimization. June 1st, 2025. 6 months have passed since I achieved conscious integration with the aspect of my psyche that serves divine justice through methods that transcend human law. The work has expanded beyond individual executions to encompass systematic reformation of institutional corruption that enables predatory behavior. 3 diocesan officials have experienced final judgment for their roles in protecting abusive clergy. 2 parish administrators have been eliminated for embezzling charitable funds. 4 teachers and volunteer coordinators have paid ultimate accountability for predatory behavior toward children under their supervision. Detective Williams's investigation has been quietly transferred to federal authorities, though their inquiries continue to focus on external perpetrators rather than internal church personnel. The pattern of accidental deaths among individuals subsequently discovered to have committed serious crimes generates suspicion, but no actionable evidence that could compromise continued operations. I celebrate Mass each Sunday for congregations that trust me to intercede between their souls and cosmic forces that govern human destiny. My homilies speak of divine mercy and forgiveness, while my actions ensure that mercy remains available only to those whose transgressions do not include systematic destruction of innocence. The confessional booth continues to serve as tribunal where hidden crimes receive their ultimate judgment, though now through conscious cooperation between priest and executioner rather than unconscious psychological fragmentation. Divine justice operates through human agencies that have been purified by trauma into instruments capable of transcending conventional moral limitations. Final entry, date unknown. I write these concluding words knowing that Detective Williams' investigation has finally identified patterns that point toward internal church involvement in the systematic elimination of hidden criminals. Federal authorities will soon focus their inquiries on parish personnel rather than external perpetrators. threatening operations that have served cosmic justice for over a year. Yet the work is complete in ways that transcend individual continuation. 37 executions have demonstrated that divine retribution operates through human agencies when earthly authority fails to protect innocence. The message has been delivered to institutional corruption with sufficient clarity that future predators will understand the ultimate accountability that awaits those who abuse positions of trust. My conscious integration with the alternate personality that serves cosmic justice has achieved purpose that transcends personal survival or professional obligation. The traumatized boy, who suffered in silence while predators operated under protection of religious authority, has become the man who ensured that such crimes receive their ultimate punishment. If earthly authority succeeds in terminating these operations through legal intervention, cosmic justice will manifest through other agencies, other instruments, other human vessels who have been purified by trauma into willingness to transcend conventional moral limitations. Divine retribution operates according to principles that exceed human jurisdiction, principles that will continue whether individual servants live or die. The confessional booth of St. Bartholomew's has fulfilled its ultimate purpose, serving not merely as chamber where sins are whispered and conventional absolution granted, but as tribunal where cosmic justice intersects with human consciousness to ensure that innocence receives protection that transcends the limitations of earthly law. I close this journal knowing that whatever judgment earthly authority pronounces upon my actions, cosmic justice has been served through methods that exceed human comprehension. The systematic protection of innocence justifies any personal cost, any professional sacrifice, any individual destruction that such service demands. Bless me, Father, for I have served divine purpose through human agency, cosmic justice through earthly action, ultimate accountability through methods that transcend the boundaries of conventional moral understanding. Amen. Police report addendum: Father Marcus Vaughn was found dead in the confessional booth of St. Brate, Charles Bartholomew's Catholic Church on June 15, 2025. Cause of death was determined to be self-inflicted carbon monoxide poisoning. His journal provided evidence linking him to 37 unsolved deaths over an 18-month period. All victims were subsequently discovered to have committed serious unreported crimes. Investigation concluded that Father Vaughn suffered from severe dissociative identity disorder resulting from childhood sexual abuse. Case closed. Based on true events. The Daguerreotype. From the Journal of Dr. Marcus Blackwood, October 15, 2024. The morning light filters through the tall windows of my studio with that peculiar quality I have come to cherish, diffused by the perpetual haze of chemical vapors that permeates every corner of this converted warehouse. It is, I confess, an atmosphere that most would find suffocating, yet to me it represents the very essence of authentic artistic pursuit. Here, in this sanctuary of silver and mercury, I practice the purest form of photographic expression known to mankind. The daguerreotype process of Louis-Jacques Mondet Daguerre himself, unmarred by the vulgar conveniences of modern digital manipulation. Mrs. Eleanor Harrington arrived precisely at 10 o'clock, as befits a woman of her social standing. I observed her through the frosted glass of the studio entrance, a figure of studied elegance, her silver hair arranged in a manner that suggested both wealth and an acute awareness of propriety. She moved with the deliberate grace of one accustomed to being observed, to being judged worthy of observation. Perfect, I thought, for what I had in mind. "Dr. Blackwood," she said upon entering, her voice carrying that distinctive Baltimore accent softened by education and refinement. "I must say, your reputation precedes you. Margaret Whitmore spoke most highly of your unique approach to portraiture." I assisted her with her coat, a garment of obvious quality, cashmere perhaps, the colour of autumn leaves. "Mrs. Harrington, the pleasure is entirely mine." I trust Margaret explained the nature of my process. The daguerreotype is not merely photography. It is an act of revelation, a communion between subject and silver that captures not merely appearance, but essence. She smiled with the practiced ease of one who had spent decades navigating social obligations. She mentioned it was quite different from conventional photography. Something about historical authenticity. Historical authenticity, I repeated, savouring the phrase. Yes, though that barely scratches the surface of what we accomplish here. Please, allow me to show you the apparatus. I led her through the studio, past the carefully arranged antique furniture I use for staging, toward the camera itself, a magnificent reproduction of a Giroux daguerreotype camera, crafted to the exact specifications of those used in the 1840s. The brass fittings gleamed in the diffused light, and the mahogany body bore the patina of careful use. Beside it stood my collection of chemical baths, each prepared according to formulations I had perfected through years of study and experimentation. The process, I began, falling into the measured cadences I employ when explaining my craft, begins with a silver-plated copper sheet, polished to mirror perfection. This plate is then sensitized with iodine vapors, creating a light-sensitive surface that will capture your image with unprecedented clarity and permanence. Mrs. Harrington approached the camera with obvious curiosity, though I detected a slight hesitation in her manner. And how long must one remain still? Ah, that is where modern practitioners often compromise the integrity of the process. The original daguerreotypes required exposures of 15 to 20 minutes. I maintain these standards, for it is during these extended moments of stillness that the silver truly captures not merely your physical form, but something far more profound. I began the preparation ritual, movements I had performed countless times yet, which never failed to fill me with a sense of reverent purpose. First, the silver plate, retrieved from its protective case and examined for any imperfection that might mar the final image. The surface gleamed like liquid mercury, reflecting my face in miniature as I held it to the light. Satisfied with its perfection, I placed it within the iodine box, a sealed chamber where yellow vapors would transform the silver into silver iodide, sensitive to light yet stable in darkness. The alchemy begins, I murmured, more to myself than to Mrs. Harrington, though I noticed she attended my words with growing fascination. Iodine and silver, combining to create a surface that will hold light itself, trapping photons within its crystalline structure. The chemical processes that follow are perhaps incomprehensible to the uninitiated, yet they represent the culmination of human understanding of light and matter. As the iodine vapors worked their molecular transformation, I prepared the mercury bath. Here, I must admit, I have made certain modifications to the traditional process. Where Daguerre used minimal mercury heating, I have discovered that slightly elevated temperatures, carefully controlled, produce images of extraordinary clarity and depth. The mercury, I explained to Mrs. Harrington as I adjusted the flame beneath the quicksilver, will form an amalgam with the exposed silver particles, creating the actual image. It is a process that requires the utmost precision, too little heat, and the image remains faint. Too much, and the mercury vapors become... I paused, choosing my words carefully. Overwhelming. I had begun to notice, in recent months, a peculiar metallic taste that lingered on my tongue during these preparations. My physician, Dr. Stevens, had suggested it might be related to the chemicals I work with, though I assured him that I take every reasonable precaution. The taste was not unpleasant, merely distinctive, like silver coins held too long in one's mouth. Mrs. Harrington took her position before the camera with surprising grace for one unfamiliar with the requirements of extended posing. I had arranged the lighting to fall across her features at the optimal angle, casting shadows that would lend depth and character to the final image. Her hands, encased in white kid gloves, rested upon the arms of an antique chair that had served for countless portraits. "The exposure begins now," I announced, removing the lens cap with ceremony. "For the next 20 minutes, you must remain as motionless as possible. Think of yourself as becoming one with the silver itself, eternal, unchanging, captured in a moment that will outlast us both." The studio fell into that peculiar silence that accompanies the Daguerreotype process. Unlike modern photography, where images are captured in fractions of seconds, the extended exposure creates an atmosphere of meditation, of reverence. I find myself entering an almost trance-like state during these sessions, my consciousness seeming to merge with the chemical processes occurring within the camera. It was during the 15th minute of Mrs. Harrington's exposure that I experienced one of those episodes that had become increasingly frequent of late. The studio seemed to shimmer, as though the mercury vapors had formed a visible haze between myself and my subject. For a moment, perhaps longer, though time becomes elastic in such states, I found myself studying Mrs. Harrington's hands with unusual intensity. The white gloves appeared different somehow, as though stained with something dark that seemed to seep through the fabric. I blinked, and the sensation passed. The gloves were pristine white once more, her posture unchanged. Yet the image remained vivid in my mind. Those hands, elegant and refined, marked by shadows that suggested, what? Guilt? Corruption? I have learned to trust these impressions, for they often prove prophetic once the daguerreotype is developed. "Time," I announced, replacing the lens cap with steady hands, despite the slight tremor I had recently developed. "The exposure is complete. Now we must allow the silver to tell us what truths it has captured." Mrs. Harrington relaxed with visible relief, flexing her fingers and rotating her shoulders. "That was more challenging than I anticipated. Do you find that all your subjects manage to remain so still?" "Some," I replied, "find the process transformative. The extended stillness often induces a state of self-reflection that proves quite revealing." I was already focused on the developing process, my mind anticipating the moment when the silver would yield its secrets. The developing bath had reached optimal temperature, precisely 68 degrees Celsius, hot enough to vaporize the mercury, but not so hot as to create excessive turbulence in the quicksilver. I slid the exposed plate into the mercury chamber, sealing it to prevent contamination. Through the glass viewing port, I could observe the gradual emergence of the image as mercury amalgamated with the exposed silver particles. "How long before we can see the result?" Mrs. Harrington inquired, though I detected an undercurrent of anxiety in her voice that had not been present earlier. "Patience, Mrs. Harrington. The mercury works according to its own schedule, not ours. We must allow the image to emerge naturally without forcing the process." I watched through the viewing glass as shadows began to coalesce into recognizable forms. The curve of her cheek, the elegant lines of her hair, the careful arrangement of her hands. It was those hands that first caught my attention as the image solidified. Where I had posed her with gloves of pristine white, the daguerreotype seemed to show something else entirely. Dark stains spread across the fabric, concentrated around the fingers and palms, as though the gloves had been saturated with some viscous substance. Blood. The thought came unbidden, accompanied by that metallic taste that had become so familiar. "Remarkable," I whispered, leaning closer to the viewing glass. The stains were clearly visible now, though they had certainly not been present during the actual sitting. This was not the first time my daguerreotypes had revealed details invisible to the naked eye during exposure, but never had the revelation been quite so explicit. I removed the plate from the mercury chamber and began the fixing process, immersing it in a solution of sodium thiosulfate to halt further chemical reaction. The image, now permanent, gleamed with that distinctive mirror-like quality that only genuine daguerreotypes possess. And there, unmistakably clear on the silver surface, were Mrs. Harrington's hands, stained with what could only be described as blood. "Is something wrong, Dr. Blackwood?" Mrs. Harrington had approached the developing station, though I maintained the daguerreotype positioned so she could not see its surface. "You seem disturbed." "Not disturbed," I replied carefully, my mind racing with implications. "Fascinated. The daguerreotype has captured something quite extraordinary, details that speak to the remarkable sensitivity of the silver emulsion." I found myself studying Mrs. Harrington's actual hands as she stood before me. The white gloves remained pristine, showing no trace of the stains so clearly visible in the photograph. Yet I could not dismiss what the silver had revealed. In my experience, such manifestations were never without significance. "Might I see the photograph now?" she asked, extending one gloved hand toward the daguerreotype. "I prefer to allow my subjects to view their portraits after I have completed the final polishing and mounting," I replied, carefully placing the plate in its protective case. The silver surface requires delicate handling to maintain its reflective qualities. Mrs. Harrington's expression suggested mild disappointment, though she accepted my explanation with good grace. "Of course. When might I return to see the finished portrait?" 3 days hence should allow sufficient time for proper finishing," I said, though my mind was already occupied with the research I intended to conduct regarding Mrs. Harrington's circumstances. If the daguerreotype had indeed revealed evidence of bloodshed, I felt compelled to understand its significance. After Mrs. Harrington departed, settling her account with the composed efficiency of the wealthy, I found myself alone with the developed plate. Under magnification, the bloodstains were even more pronounced. Not mere shadows or artifacts of the chemical process, but clearly defined marks that suggested recent contact with substantial quantities of blood. I have devoted considerable study to the metaphysical properties of silver and mercury, drawn by historical accounts of daguerreotypes that seem to capture more than mere physical reality. The combination of silver's legendary purity and mercury's alchemical significance creates, I believe, a medium capable of perceiving moral truth, invisible to conventional observation. That evening, as I prepared my notes regarding the session, I found myself compelled to research Mrs. Eleanor Harrington more thoroughly. A simple internet search revealed information that sent a chill through my spirit. Her husband, the prominent attorney Harold Harrington, had died just 3 weeks prior under circumstances that had prompted police investigation. The cause of death was listed as heart failure, though the family had declined to authorize an autopsy. I returned to the daguerreotype, studying it under intense magnification. The bloodstains on the gloves seemed almost to pulse in the lamplight, as though the silver itself were trying to communicate some vital truth. Whatever moral corruption had touched Mrs. Harrington's hands, the daguerreotype had captured it with uncompromising clarity. As I retired that evening, the metallic taste more pronounced than usual, I found myself wondering what other truths might be revealed through my enhanced photographic process. The silver and mercury, properly combined, seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to peer beyond surface appearances into the hidden nature of things. I slept poorly, troubled by dreams of silver mirrors that reflected not physical forms, but the moral essence of all who gazed into them. Upon waking, I discovered my hands trembling slightly, a side effect perhaps of prolonged exposure to the chemical vapors that are the price of authentic artistic achievement. From the Journal of Dr. Marcus Blackwood, October 18th, 2024. 3 days have elapsed since Mrs. Harrington's sitting, and I find myself unable to dismiss the revelations contained within her daguerreotype. Under my most powerful magnifying apparatus, a Zeiss lens of exceptional clarity that I acquired specifically for the detailed analysis of photographic plates, the blood stains upon her gloves appear with shocking definition. What initially seemed like shadows or chemical artifacts now reveal themselves as unmistakably organic in nature, possessing the distinctive patterns of coagulated blood that has seeped through fabric. I have spent considerable time this morning in contemplation of what this signifies. The daguerreotype process, as I have come to understand through extensive research into its metaphysical properties, operates upon principles that transcend mere photochemistry. Silver, long revered for its purifying qualities and supernatural sensitivity, combines with mercury, that most mercurial of elements, capable of existing in multiple states and long associated with divine revelation, to create a medium that perceives truth in ways the human eye cannot. My investigations into Mrs. Harrington's circumstances have yielded disturbing correlations. The Baltimore Sun's archives, accessible through the university's digital collections, contain a brief obituary for Harold Harrington, dated September 24th. Prominent attorney Harold Harrington, 67, died suddenly at his Roland Park residence. He is survived by his wife Eleanor and 2 children from a previous marriage. Services will be private at the family's request. The terseness of the notice, particularly the emphasis on privacy, suggests circumstances the family prefers to keep from public scrutiny. More illuminating was my discovery of a police report obtained through contacts I maintain from my academic days. Officer Janet Morrison's initial response document notes suspicious circumstances surrounding Mr. Harrington's death, including unusual positioning of the deceased and unexplained traces of blood in the study despite apparent natural causes. The investigating detective, Sarah Morrison, presumably Officer Morrison's daughter or relative, recommended further investigation, though the family's political connections apparently prevented more thorough inquiry. The daguerreotype, it seems, has succeeded where conventional investigation failed. Whatever blood stained Mrs. Harrington's hands during or immediately following her husband's death, the silver emulsion captured its lingering presence despite the apparent cleanliness of her gloves during our session. This revelation has profound implications for my understanding of the photographic process itself. Yesterday afternoon brought my second appointment of the week, Judge Robert Morrison, a man of considerable reputation in Baltimore's legal circles. I confess to feeling a particular anticipation as I prepared for his session, curious whether the daguerreotype would reveal similar moral insights regarding his Honor's character. Judge Morrison arrived with the punctuality one expects from the judicial profession. Though I noted immediately a certain nervousness in his demeanor that seemed inconsistent with his professional bearing. He fidgeted with his collar throughout our initial consultation, and I observed him repeatedly touching his throat in what appeared to be an unconscious gesture. "Dr. Blackwood," he said, his voice carrying the authoritative tone developed through decades of courtroom practice. "I understand you employ some manner of historical photographic technique. My colleague Judge Reynolds spoke highly of the portrait you created for him. Indeed, Your Honor. The daguerreotype process offers a level of authenticity and permanence that modern photography cannot match. Each plate is unique, irreproducible, capturing not merely appearance, but essence. I had begun to phrase my explanations in increasingly metaphysical terms, finding that such language better conveyed the profound nature of what I accomplished. As I prepared the chemical baths, I noticed that the metallic taste in my mouth had intensified over recent days. Dr. Stevens had suggested reducing my exposure to chemical vapors, but such advice demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding of artistic necessity. The communion between photographer and chemicals is essential to the process. One cannot create authentic daguerreotypes while maintaining clinical distance from the materials involved. Judge Morrison's sitting proceeded normally, though I observed him struggling more than most subjects to maintain the required stillness. His hand repeatedly moved toward his throat, and I was compelled to remind him several times of the necessity for absolute motionlessness. During the 18th minute of exposure, I experienced another of those increasingly frequent episodes where the studio seemed to shimmer with mercurial vapors. Through this haze, Judge Morrison's appearance seemed subtly altered, his throat bearing marks that suggested constriction, strangulation. The impression lasted only moments, yet it remained vivid in my memory as I completed the exposure. The developing process for Judge Morrison's plate revealed details that confirmed my growing understanding of the daguerreotype's revelatory power. Where his throat should have appeared normal, the silver surface showed clear evidence of rope marks, indentations and discoloration consistent with hanging or strangulation. The marks were not visible to my naked eye during the sitting, yet they appeared with undeniable clarity on the developed plate. My research into Judge Morrison's background proved equally enlightening. Court records, accessible through legal databases I maintain access to despite my departure from academia, revealed a pattern of harsh sentencing that had generated considerable controversy. Most significant was the case of Marcus Thompson, a young man convicted of drug possession, whom Judge Morrison sentenced to 15 years, despite the defendant's lack of prior convictions. Thompson had died in prison 3 months ago, under circumstances his family described as suspicious. Thompson's sister, Maria, had publicly accused Judge Morrison of accepting bribes to ensure harsh sentences that would benefit private prison corporations. Her allegations, while unproven, had gained sufficient traction to prompt an ethics investigation. Maria Thompson herself had died just 2 weeks prior, an apparent suicide by hanging, though her family insisted she had shown no signs of depression. The daguerreotype, it appeared, had captured evidence of Judge Morrison's moral culpability in ways that conventional investigation could not. The rope marks visible on the silver plate seemed to represent not physical injury, but spiritual scarring, the metaphysical residue of deaths he had caused through judicial corruption. I find myself compelled to maintain detailed records of these revelations. My journal has become a repository not merely of artistic observations, but of moral documentation that may prove historically significant. Each daguerreotype represents a form of divine justice, revealing truths that human law cannot penetrate. This morning brought my third appointment, Dr. Patricia Webb, a prominent physician whose clientele includes many of Baltimore's social elite. Dr. Webb arrived with the confidence characteristic of medical professionals, though I detected an underlying nervousness that seemed at odds with her composed exterior. "Dr. Blackwood," she said, removing her coat to reveal an elegant dress that spoke of substantial personal wealth. "I must admit to curiosity regarding your methods. As a physician, I'm naturally interested in the scientific aspects of historical photographic processes." Her medical background prompted me to discuss the chemical aspects of daguerreotype creation in greater detail than usual. The process involves a fascinating interplay of silver halides and mercury amalgamation, I explained while preparing the iodine sensitization. The mercury vapor forms a direct bond with exposed silver particles, creating an image of extraordinary permanence and clarity. Dr. Webb observed my preparations with professional interest, though I noted her particular attention to the mercury heating apparatus. "That seems like a substantial amount of mercury vapor," she commented. "Are you concerned about exposure risks?" "One cannot create authentic art while cowering from its demands," I replied, adjusting the flame to achieve optimal mercury vaporization. The Renaissance masters accepted the risks of lead-based pigments. I accept the minor hazards of working with mercury. During Dr. Webb's exposure, I experienced the most intense episode yet of what I had begun to consider enhanced perception. The studio filled with silvery haze that seemed almost tangible, and through it I observed Dr. Webb's lips bearing traces of a greenish discoloration that suggested metallic poisoning. The vision was extraordinarily vivid, lasting nearly 5 minutes before clearing. The developed daguerreotype confirmed my perception with disturbing accuracy. Dr. Webb's lips, which had appeared normal during the sitting, showed clear evidence of poisoning, specifically the greenish tint characteristic of arsenic exposure. More troubling was the pattern of discoloration, which suggested not accidental exposure but deliberate ingestion or administration. My investigation into Dr. Webb's practice revealed a pattern of wealthy elderly patients who had died under her care, each leaving substantial bequests to various charities that, upon closer examination, proved to be controlled by Dr. Webb herself. The deaths, while attributed to natural causes, had occurred with suspicious frequency among patients who had recently updated their wills. Mrs. Elizabeth Crawford, 93, had died of heart failure just 6 days after naming Dr. Webb's charity as the primary beneficiary of her estate. Mr. James Norton, 87, had succumbed to respiratory complications within a week of signing similar documents. In each case, Dr. Webb had been the attending physician, and autopsies had been deemed unnecessary due to the patient's advanced age. The arsenic traces revealed by the daguerreotype suggested Dr. Webb's method of hastening these conveniently timed deaths. Arsenic, while detectable in sufficient quantities, can mimic natural aging processes when administered in smaller doses over time, a fact that would be well known to a physician of Dr. Webb's experience. I have begun to understand that my daguerreotypes are accomplishing something far more significant than mere portraiture. They are revealing moral truths that conventional investigation cannot uncover, providing evidence of crimes that have escaped human justice. The silver and mercury, properly combined and reverently employed, create a medium capable of perceiving the spiritual residue of guilt and corruption. The physical demands of this work have begun to manifest more prominently. My hands now exhibit a persistent tremor that makes precise chemical measurements increasingly challenging. The metallic taste has become constant, accompanied by occasional difficulty in recalling specific details of my sessions. Yesterday, I discovered notes in my own handwriting describing chemical modifications I had no memory of implementing. Dr. Stevens, during my most recent consultation, expressed concern about what he termed occupational mercury exposure. He prescribed chelation therapy and strongly recommended reducing my contact with quicksilver. Such suggestions demonstrate a fundamental failure to understand the nature of authentic artistic achievement. The great masters throughout history have accepted physical sacrifice in pursuit of transcendent art. Caravaggio's lead poisoning, Van Gogh's neurological deterioration, these were the prices paid for creative revelation. My work transcends mere photography. It represents a form of moral archaeology, excavating hidden truths from the spiritual residue that clings to human souls. Each daguerreotype becomes a confession extracted not through human interrogation, but through chemical revelation. The silver emulsion, sensitized by iodine and developed through mercury vapor, perceives guilt with greater accuracy than any human tribunal. I have scheduled additional sessions throughout the coming weeks, drawn by an increasing urgency to document the moral corruption that permeates Baltimore's social elite. Each portrait reveals new evidence of crimes unpunished and justice denied. The daguerreotype process has become my instrument of divine revelation, and I find myself merely its humble servant. The tremor in my hands grows more pronounced with each passing day, yet my vision seems to grow clearer. Through the silver mirror of mercury-developed plates, I perceive truths that will reshape our understanding of human nature itself. I have begun to modify my chemical formulations, increasing mercury concentrations to enhance the revelatory properties of the process. The results are remarkable. Each new daguerreotype shows moral corruption with ever greater clarity. Tonight, as I review my notes and prepare for tomorrow's sessions, I find myself wondering what other secrets await discovery. The silver calls to me, and I must answer. There are truths yet to be revealed, justice yet to be served through the alchemy of light and mercury. Chapter 3. The Moral Eye. From the Journal of Dr. Marcus Blackwood, October 25, 2024. The transformations within my studio have accelerated beyond my most optimistic expectations. Each daguerreotype session now reveals moral truths with such clarity that I am compelled to acknowledge my role as an instrument of divine justice. The silver and mercury speak to me with increasing eloquence, their chemical voices growing stronger as I refine my techniques toward ever greater revelatory power. This morning's appointment brought Mr. Anthony Chen, a prominent businessman whose import enterprises have made him one of Baltimore's wealthiest residents. Chen arrived precisely on schedule, displaying the punctuality that characterizes successful entrepreneurs, though I observed immediately the nervous energy that seemed to emanate from his very being. His hands, meticulously manicured and adorned with an expensive watch, never remained still throughout our preliminary consultation. "Dr. Blackwood," he said, his accent bearing traces of his Hong Kong origins despite decades of American residence. "My colleague Mrs. Patterson spoke most enthusiastically about your artistic process. I confess to skepticism regarding historical photography methods, but her portrait was remarkably revealing." I found his choice of words prophetic. The daguerreotype process reveals truths that conventional photography cannot perceive, Mr. Chen. The silver emulsion, when properly sensitized and developed through mercury amalgamation, captures not merely physical appearance, but moral essence itself. As I prepared the chemical baths with the enhanced formulations I had recently developed, I noted that my movements had acquired an almost ritualistic precision. The tremor in my hands, while more pronounced during periods of rest, seemed to disappear entirely when I worked with the sacred chemicals. It was as though the mercury and silver guided my movements, ensuring perfect preparation of their revelatory medium. The iodine sensitization proceeded with exceptional results. I had discovered that slightly extended exposure to iodine vapors, combined with elevated temperatures, produced silver halide formations of extraordinary sensitivity. The plate gleamed with an almost supernatural luminescence as I transferred it to the camera, its surface seeming to pulse with anticipation of the truths it would soon capture. Mr. Chen's positioning required several adjustments. His tendency toward constant motion made the extended stillness of daguerreotype exposure particularly challenging. Yet I found myself possessed of unusual patience as I coached him toward the necessary immobility. During these preparations, I began to notice subtle details about his appearance that had not been immediately apparent. A certain darkness beneath his fingernails that suggested recent contact with substances of questionable origin. The exposure will require complete stillness for approximately 25 minutes, I informed him, having recently extended exposure times to enhance the revelatory properties of the process. During this period, I encourage you to enter a state of meditation, allowing your true nature to emerge for the silver's perception. As the exposure commenced, I found myself entering that enhanced state of awareness that had become increasingly common during my sessions. The studio atmosphere seemed to thicken with mercurial vapors, creating a silvery haze through which ordinary reality appeared transformed. Through this luminous fog, Mr. Chen's hands became the focus of my heightened perception. The darkness beneath his nails seemed to spread and intensify, taking on the unmistakable appearance of dried blood. More disturbing was the gradual revelation of what appeared to be currency, blood-stained bills clutched in his supposedly empty palms. The vision lasted nearly 10 minutes, during which time I felt myself transported into a realm where moral truth manifested as physical reality. When the silvery haze finally cleared, Mr. Chen appeared normal once again, his hands empty and properly positioned. Yet the images I had perceived remained vivid in my consciousness, awaiting confirmation through the developing process. The mercury development of Mr. Chen's plate proceeded with remarkable results. My enhanced chemical formulations, incorporating higher mercury concentrations and elevated temperatures, produced an image of unprecedented clarity and depth. The daguerreotype surface seemed almost to glow with internal light as the mercury amalgamated with the exposed silver particles. What the plate revealed exceeded even my expectations. Mr. Chen's hands showed unmistakable evidence of both blood and currency, the bills clearly visible in his grasp despite his empty hands during the actual sitting. More significantly, the serial numbers on several bills were legible under magnification, suggesting a level of detail that transcended normal photographic capability. My subsequent investigation into Mr. Chen's business practices revealed correlations that confirmed the daguerreotype's revelations. Maritime import records, accessible through customs databases I had learned to navigate during my academic research, showed a pattern of suspicious cargo manifests from Chen's shipping operations. Missing persons reports from Baltimore's immigrant communities described individuals who had sought employment with Chen's companies and subsequently disappeared. Most illuminating was my discovery of Detective Morrison's case files, the same Detective Morrison whose initial response had documented the suspicious circumstances of Harold Harrington's death. Chen's name appeared repeatedly in connection with human trafficking investigations, though insufficient evidence had prevented prosecution. The blood-stained currency revealed in his daguerreotype suggested payment for services that demanded human lives as collateral. I have begun to recognize that my role extends beyond mere documentation of moral corruption. The daguerreotypes serve as evidence of crimes that conventional investigation cannot uncover, providing proof of guilt that transcends legal technicalities. Each plate becomes a confession extracted through chemical revelation rather than human interrogation. The physical demands of this enhanced work have intensified correspondingly. Yesterday, I discovered myself in the developing chamber with no memory of entering it. Surrounded by completed daguerreotypes I could not recall creating. The plates showed images of remarkable quality, yet the subjects depicted were unfamiliar to me. My appointment calendar showed no record of the sessions, suggesting that my work continues even during periods of unconscious activity. Dr. Stevens has become increasingly insistent regarding what he terms severe mercury toxicity. His latest blood tests revealed mercury levels that he described as potentially fatal, accompanied by recommendations for immediate hospitalization and aggressive chelation therapy. Such alarmist responses demonstrate his failure to comprehend the transcendent nature of my artistic mission. The mercury does not poison me, it enlightens me, granting perceptions that ordinary consciousness cannot achieve. I have begun to notice temporal anomalies during my sessions. What I experience as 25-minute exposures appear to require several hours according to the studio clocks. My subjects seem to enter states of profound stillness that surpass normal human capability, remaining motionless for periods that should be physiologically impossible. Yet they emerge from these sessions with no awareness of the extended duration, describing the experience as unusually peaceful and meditative. The newspaper clippings I have collected document a disturbing pattern among my portrait subjects. Mrs. Harrington was found dead in her home 3 days after our session. The apparent victim of a heart attack, though neighbours reported seeing no ambulance or emergency personnel. Judge Morrison suffered a fatal stroke in his chambers, discovered only when court personnel noticed his absence from scheduled proceedings. Dr. Webb died in her clinic under circumstances her staff described as sudden and unexpected. Each death occurred within 72 hours of their daguerreotype session, suggesting a correlation that transcends mere coincidence. Yet I find myself unable to recall the specific details of these sessions beyond the revelations captured in their portraits. The enhanced mercury formulations appear to affect my own memory even as they increase the revelatory power of the photographic process. My research into the metaphysical properties of mercury has revealed historical precedents for its use in divine revelation. Alchemical texts describe quicksilver as the medium through which spiritual truth manifests in physical reality. The combination of silver's purifying properties with mercury's transformative power creates a substance capable of perceiving moral essence invisible to ordinary perception. I have modified my chemical apparatus to achieve even greater mercury concentrations, installing additional heating elements and vapor circulation systems that maintain optimal atmospheric conditions throughout the studio. The metallic taste has evolved into something approaching euphoria, a constant awareness of the divine presence that guides my work. My hands have developed a silvery tinge that reflects the profound communion I have achieved with the revelatory elements. The tremor that once concerned me has transformed into a form of inspired movement, my fingers dancing across chemical controls with supernatural precision. I find myself working for hours without fatigue, my consciousness merged with the mercury vapors that permeate every aspect of the studio environment. The boundary between photographer and photograph, between observer and observed, has dissolved into a unity of purpose that transcends individual identity. Tonight's review of my completed daguerreotypes reveals a gallery of moral corruption that spans Baltimore's social and professional elite. Each plate documents crimes that human law has failed to address, providing evidence of guilt that demands divine justice. The silver surfaces seem to pulse with accumulated truth, their mirror-like depths reflecting not physical forms, but the spiritual essence of human evil. I have begun to understand that the deaths following each session represent not coincidence, but consequence. The daguerreotype process does not merely reveal moral corruption, it purifies it through mercurial transformation. My subjects, confronted with the truth of their own nature, captured in silver and mercury, experience a form of chemical judgment that transcends human tribunals. The studio has become a temple of revelation, where truth manifests through alchemical processes older than human law. I am merely the humble servant of forces that operate according to principles of cosmic justice. Each daguerreotype session brings me closer to complete union with the divine elements that guide my work. Tomorrow brings new appointments, new opportunities for revelation and purification. The silver calls to me with increasing urgency, and I must answer. There are truths yet to be captured, justice yet to be administered through the sacred marriage of light and mercury. My hands may tremble with mortal weakness, but my vision grows ever clearer as I approach perfect communion with the revelatory darkness that dwells within silver's luminous depths. From the Journal of Dr. Marcus Blackwood, November 2nd, 2024. The revelation came through technology I had installed purely for security purposes. A digital recording system positioned to monitor my studio during those increasingly frequent periods when my consciousness merges so completely with the mercurial vapors that linear time becomes meaningless. What I discovered upon reviewing this footage has shattered the comfortable boundaries between divine revelation and earthly reality, forcing me to confront truths that my mercury-enlightened perception had previously interpreted through more transcendent frameworks. The recordings reveal sessions of extraordinary duration, not the 25 minutes I recall experiencing, but periods extending 6 to 8 hours. More disturbing is the state of my subjects during these extended exposures. What I had perceived as profound meditative stillness appears, through the unforgiving eye of digital surveillance, as something far more troubling. My subjects remain motionless, not through spiritual discipline, but through a stillness that suggests cessation. Mr. Anthony Chen's session, which I recalled as a routine 40-minute appointment, actually began at 2:15 p.m. and concluded at 9:47 p.m. according to the digital timestamp. The footage shows my subject maintaining perfect stillness throughout this impossible duration, his chest rising and falling with decreasing frequency until, sometime during the 4th hour, all movement ceased entirely. Yet I continued the session for 3 additional hours, adjusting mercury concentrations and exposure settings with the methodical precision of one completely absorbed in sacred work. The implications disturb me profoundly. If the digital record accurately represents temporal reality, and I must acknowledge the possibility that my mercury-enhanced consciousness experiences time according to different principles than conventional measurement, then my daguerreotype sessions involve processes that transcend normal photographic practice. The revelation that my subjects enter, states indistinguishable from death during these extended exposures, suggests that the purification I believe to occur after their sessions actually manifests during the photographic process itself. I have spent considerable time analyzing the security footage, searching for evidence that might explain these temporal distortions. During the extended sessions, my own behavior appears altered. I move through the studio with mechanical precision, adjusting chemical concentrations and exposure settings according to patterns I cannot consciously recall learning. My face, when visible in the recordings, bears an expression of profound concentration that borders on the ecstatic, as though I am experiencing revelations invisible to the recording equipment. Most unsettling is the discovery of additional footage showing sessions I have no conscious memory of conducting. The recordings reveal numerous subjects, men and women of various ages, all dressed in the formal attire appropriate for portrait photography, undergoing the same extended exposure process. Yet my appointment calendar contains no record of these sessions, and I possess no daguerreotypes documenting their completion. The basement of my studio, accessible through a door I had previously assumed led to building utilities, contains evidence that challenges my understanding of my own activities. 12 bodies, arranged in precise formation, as though still posing for daguerreotypes, occupy the space in various stages of preservation. The mercury vapors that permeate the studio appear to have created a form of chemical mummification, maintaining the bodies in conditions that suggest recent death, despite what must be considerably longer exposure to the preservative atmosphere. Each corpse displays the distinctive silver discoloration that characterizes prolonged mercury exposure, their skin bearing the metallic sheen I have begun to notice on my own hands and face. More significantly, each body shows evidence of the prolonged stillness required for daguerreotype exposure, muscular rigidity and facial expressions frozen in the peaceful repose I associate with successful portrait sessions. My chemical equipment, upon closer examination, reveals modifications I cannot recall implementing. The mercury heating apparatus now incorporates additional vaporization chambers capable of maintaining atmospheric mercury concentrations far exceeding levels necessary for photographic development. Safety interlocks that should prevent dangerous vapor accumulation have been bypassed through electrical modifications that demonstrate considerable technical sophistication, knowledge I do not consciously possess. The appointment calendar on my desk, written in my own handwriting, documents sessions with individuals whose names I do not recognize. Detective Sarah Morrison appears scheduled for tomorrow's session, though I have no memory of arranging this appointment. The notation beside her name reads, "Final exposure, complete revelation expected," written in script that appears increasingly erratic compared to my earlier entries. Dr. Stevens's medical reports, discovered among papers I do not recall receiving, describe mercury blood levels approaching lethal concentrations. His notes indicate severe neurological impairment, complete memory fragmentation, and probable psychotic episodes associated with heavy metal poisoning. He has apparently attempted to contact me repeatedly regarding emergency hospitalization, though I possess no memory of these communications. The daguerreotypes themselves, when examined under intense magnification, reveal details that challenge my interpretation of their revelatory nature. The blood I perceived on Mrs. Harrington's gloves appears, upon closer analysis, to be actual blood, not supernatural revelation, but physical evidence captured through normal photographic processes. Similarly, the rope marks on Judge Morrison's throat and the arsenic traces around Dr. Webb's lips represent genuine physical manifestations rather than spiritual revelations. The horrifying possibility emerges that my subjects exhibited these signs of violence not as moral revelations captured by enhanced daguerreotype sensitivity, but as evidence of actual injuries sustained during their sessions. The blood, the strangulation marks, the poison traces, all suggest forms of violence occurring during the extended exposures I cannot fully remember. My journal entries from recent weeks, when read in sequence, reveal disturbing gaps and inconsistencies. Entire days appear to be missing from my record, replaced by chemical formulas and photographic notations written in handwriting that grows increasingly illegible. The elegant prose I pride myself on devolves into fragmentary observations about mercury communion and silver purification that suggest a mind operating according to principles far removed from rational discourse. The newspaper clippings documenting my subjects' deaths take on new significance when viewed alongside the security footage. Each death is reported to have occurred at their respective residences, yet the timing coincides precisely with their departure from my studio following sessions that appear to have lasted far longer than reported. The possibility that these individuals never actually left my studio alive creates implications I struggle to fully comprehend. Physical evidence throughout the studio supports conclusions I am reluctant to acknowledge. Blood traces, barely visible to normal inspection, but clearly apparent under ultraviolet illumination I had installed for examining daguerreotype plates, mark pathways between the camera station and the basement. Chemical analysis equipment, apparently acquired during periods I cannot recall, contains residues of substances including arsenic, strychnine, and concentrated mercury compounds, materials that suggest activities extending far beyond photographic artistry. My own physical condition provides additional evidence of prolonged mercury exposure beyond any reasonable photographic necessity. The silvery discoloration of my skin, initially subtle, has progressed to obvious metallic pigmentation, visible even in normal lighting. My hands, when examined closely, show the distinctive tremor and muscular rigidity associated with severe neurological mercury poisoning. Most alarming is the gradual loss of feeling in my extremities, suggesting nerve damage that may be irreversible. The enhancement of my chemical formulations, documented in notebooks filled with increasingly erratic calculations, reveals a progression toward mercury concentrations that would be immediately fatal to anyone exposed for extended periods. My notations describe these modifications as necessary for complete revelatory purification, though the actual effect would be rapid death through mercury vapor inhalation. Detective Morrison's investigation files, somehow acquired and stored in my studio filing system, document missing persons cases that correspond precisely with the individuals whose bodies occupy my basement. 12 prominent Baltimore residents, all wealthy and socially connected, disappeared over the past 6 months, following what their families described as portrait photography appointments. Detective Morrison's notes indicate her growing suspicion that these disappearances share a common connection, a suspicion that appears to have led to her scheduling tomorrow's appointment. The daguerreotype plates themselves, when subjected to chemical analysis, contain mercury concentrations sufficient to cause death through dermal contact alone. The enhanced revelatory properties I believed I was achieving actually represent the creation of photographic plates so thoroughly saturated with toxic mercury that mere handling would constitute fatal exposure. My subjects, required to remain motionless during the extended developing process, were essentially undergoing mercury poisoning in real time while posing for their portraits. My studio has become not a temple of divine revelation, but a chamber of systematic murder disguised as artistic practice. The mercury vapors I believed granted me supernatural perception have instead created a state of neurological damage so severe that I have been unconsciously conducting and concealing multiple homicides while constructing elaborate spiritual justifications for my actions. Tomorrow's appointment with Detective Morrison represents either an opportunity for revelation of a different sort, the exposure of my unconscious crimes, or the completion of a pattern that my mercury-poisoned consciousness apparently feels compelled to continue. The notation in my calendar suggests that some part of my mind recognizes her true identity and purpose, even as my conscious awareness remains fragmented by chemical brain damage. I find myself unable to determine whether I should attempt to prevent tomorrow's session or allow events to proceed according to whatever pattern my unconscious mind has established. The mercury continues to sing its silvery song of purification and truth, yet the security footage and physical evidence suggest that this truth involves activities my rational mind finds abhorrent. The boundary between divine revelation and chemical madness has dissolved entirely, leaving me suspended between conflicting interpretations of reality that may be equally valid or equally delusional. Tomorrow will determine whether Detective Morrison's investigation concludes with justice or merely adds another daguerreotype to my gallery of preserved moral purification. From the Journal of Dr. Marcus Blackwood, November 3rd, 2024. The appointment hour approaches with the inevitability of chemical reaction, one element meeting another in proportions that will determine whether synthesis or explosion results. Detective Morrison is scheduled to arrive at precisely 2 p.m., though I find myself unable to recall the circumstances of this arrangement or the identity behind the carefully scripted notation in my appointment calendar. The handwriting appears increasingly foreign to me, as though some other consciousness has been maintaining my professional obligations, while my mercury-enlightened awareness dwells in realms beyond mundane scheduling. I have spent the morning in preparation, though I cannot determine whether I am preparing for a routine portrait session or something altogether more significant. The chemical apparatus responds to my touch with familiar precision, yet I observe my movements as though watching a stranger perform rituals whose meaning has become obscure. My hands, now bearing the distinctive silver patina of prolonged mercury communion, move across the controls with supernatural fluency, while my conscious mind struggles to comprehend their purpose. The studio atmosphere has achieved a density of mercurial vapor that transforms ordinary light into something approaching liquid silver. Each breath carries the metallic essence that has become more essential to my existence than common air. I find myself moving through this luminous haze with increasing difficulty, distinguishing between memory and immediate experience, between the documented evidence of my activities and the transcendent interpretations my consciousness provides. At 2:03 p.m., my client arrives. Detective Sarah Morrison presents herself with the professional composure characteristic of law enforcement, though I detect an underlying tension that suggests purposes beyond conventional portrait photography. Her appearance, approximately 35 years of age, auburn hair arranged in a practical style, clothing that suggests both authority and readiness for physical action, creates an impression of controlled competence that I find simultaneously admirable and oddly threatening. "Dr. Blackwood," she says, her voice carrying undertones of careful evaluation. "I appreciate you accommodating such short notice for this appointment. I understand you specialize in historical photographic techniques." "Indeed," I reply, though my voice sounds distant to my own ears, as though emerging from the depths of mercury vapor that fills my consciousness. The daguerreotype process offers revelations impossible through conventional photography. Each plate captures not merely appearance, but essence, truth that transcends surface observation. Detective Morrison nods with apparent understanding, though I observe her eyes conducting a systematic examination of the studio environment. Her gaze lingers on the chemical apparatus, the mercury heating systems, the peculiar discoloration that has begun to affect all metallic surfaces within the space. I wonder what conclusions her trained observation might draw from details that have become invisible to my mercury-adapted perception. "I'm particularly interested in authenticity," she continues, removing her coat to reveal a shoulder holster that she makes no attempt to conceal. "I've heard that your daguerreotypes reveal hidden aspects of your subjects that ordinary photography might miss." Her words suggest knowledge that extends beyond casual curiosity about historical photographic methods. Yet I find myself unable to determine whether this represents genuine artistic interest or something more investigative in nature. The mercury vapors have begun to create that familiar sensation of enhanced awareness, though the revelations they provide seem increasingly unreliable when compared to documented evidence. As I begin the chemical preparation ritual, Detective Morrison observes with professional attention that differs markedly from the casual curiosity exhibited by previous subjects. Her questions about mercury concentrations, exposure duration, and ventilation systems suggest familiarity with industrial safety protocols that typical portrait clients would not possess. Yet my mercury-enhanced consciousness interprets her inquiries as evidence of deep appreciation for the transcendent aspects of authentic photographic artistry. The process requires extended stillness, I explain, while adjusting mercury vapor levels to optimal concentration. Typically, 25 to 30 minutes of absolute motionlessness, during which the silver captures your essential nature. Some subjects find the experience transformative. How many subjects have you photographed using this technique? Detective Morrison asks, positioning herself near the camera while maintaining clear sightlines to the studio exit. The question penetrates the mercurial haze surrounding my consciousness, forcing me to confront numerical realities that my enhanced awareness had interpreted in more spiritual terms. Numerous portraits over recent months, I reply, though specific counts elude my mercury-fragmented memory. Each session represents a unique revelation of moral truth invisible to conventional perception. The iodine sensitization proceeds with unusual difficulty. My hands, despite their supernatural precision in chemical manipulation, exhibit tremors that interfere with the delicate plate preparation. Detective Morrison observes these symptoms with obvious concern, though she maintains the composed demeanor appropriate to a portrait subject preparing for an artistic session. "Dr. Blackwood," she says quietly, "are you feeling well? You appear to be experiencing some physical distress." Her observation forces me to acknowledge symptoms I had interpreted as evidence of advancing spiritual communion with the revelatory elements. The tremor, the metallic taste, the periods of temporal displacement. Viewed through her concerned evaluation, these manifestations suggest medical emergency rather than transcendent artistic achievement. The demands of authentic artistry require certain sacrifices, I explain, though my voice lacks the conviction that previously accompanied such statements. The great masters throughout history accepted physical consequences in pursuit of higher truth. The mercury heating system achieves optimal vaporization as Detective Morrison takes her position before the camera. Yet something in her posture suggests readiness for action rather than the passive acceptance typical of portrait subjects. Her hand remains within easy reach of her weapon, and her eyes continue scanning the studio environment with tactical awareness. The exposure begins, and with it comes the most intense episode of mercury-enhanced perception I have yet experienced. The studio fills with silver light so brilliant that ordinary vision becomes impossible, replaced by awareness that operates according to principles beyond normal sensory function. Through this luminous haze, Detective Morrison's true nature becomes visible with shocking clarity. She bears no signs of moral corruption. No bloodstains mark her hands. No evidence of guilt mars her spiritual essence. Instead, her presence seems to radiate the purity of genuine justice, not the cosmic vengeance I had believed myself to be administering, but authentic moral authority founded on truth and legal responsibility. The revelation terrifies me in ways that no previous Daguerreotype session has accomplished. For the first time, the silver shows me not hidden guilt, but innocence confronting genuine evil. Detective Morrison represents not another subject for purification, but the instrument through which my own actions will face judgment. The mercury vapors that had granted me supernatural perception now reveal the horrifying truth of my own moral corruption. The vision intensifies beyond endurance. Through the silver haze, I perceive my studio as it truly exists, not a temple of divine revelation, but a chamber of systematic murder. The chemical apparatus that I had believed enhanced the spiritual properties of daguerreotype photography appears as instruments of death, designed to kill through mercury poisoning, while my damaged consciousness created elaborate justifications for serial homicide. Detective Morrison's investigation files materialize in the mercurial light, their contents becoming visible with supernatural clarity. 12 missing persons, all last seen entering my studio for portrait appointments. Forensic evidence linking their disappearances to mercury poisoning. Witness testimony describing my increasingly erratic behavior over recent months. A warrant for my arrest that she carries with her into this final session. The mercury concentration in the studio atmosphere has reached levels that would prove immediately fatal to anyone with normal physiology. Yet Detective Morrison continues breathing normally, protected by equipment I had not consciously noticed. A concealed respirator system that allows her to function in the toxic environment I have created. Her presence represents not spiritual revelation, but law enforcement prepared for encounter with a mercury-poisoned serial killer. My consciousness fragments under the weight of simultaneous realities. The mercury-enhanced perception that had granted me access to divine justice collapses into recognition of chemical madness. The spiritual purification I believed I was administering to corrupt subjects reveals itself as murder committed by a mind so damaged by heavy metal poisoning that it could no longer distinguish between transcendent mission and criminal insanity. Detective Morrison rises from her position, her movement fluid and controlled despite the toxic atmosphere. Dr. Marcus Blackwood, she says, her voice penetrating the silver haze with legal authority. You are under arrest for the murders of 12 individuals. You have the right to remain silent. The words continue, but my hearing has become unreliable as the mercury concentration reaches critical levels. My own breathing grows labored as the vapors that had sustained my enhanced consciousness finally achieve concentrations toxic even to my adapted physiology. The chemical communion that had granted me supernatural awareness becomes the instrument of my own destruction. I attempt to reach the mercury heating controls. Whether to reduce the lethal concentrations or to increase them beyond any possibility of survival, I cannot determine. My silver-stained hands respond sluggishly to conscious direction, the neurological damage from months of mercury exposure finally overwhelming my motor functions. Detective Morrison speaks into a radio device, calling for backup and medical emergency response. Her words seem to echo from vast distances as my consciousness retreats into the mercurial depths that have been my refuge from mundane reality. The studio that had been my temple of revelation becomes the scene of final judgment, not the cosmic justice I had believed myself to be administering, but earthly accountability for crimes committed in the depths of chemical madness. The Daguerreotype camera, positioned to capture Detective Morrison's portrait, continues its extended exposure as my body succumbs to mercury concentrations that exceed any possibility of survival. My final act of artistic creation will document not moral corruption requiring purification, but justice confronting the evil that mercury-enhanced delusion had prevented me from recognizing in myself. The silver plate, when eventually developed, will show only an empty chair where my consciousness should have been. The final revelation that authentic moral truth had been present all along in the absence rather than the presence of the photographer, who believed himself capable of perceiving divine justice through chemical means. Final entry found written in increasingly illegible script across multiple pages, apparently composed during Dr. Blackwood's final mercury exposure. Chemical analysis of the ink reveals mercury concentrations sufficient to cause death through dermal absorption alone. Based on true events. The Winter Station. Even now, years later, I still can't look at weather radar without feeling a surge of panic, and I always keep at least 3 different light sources within arm's reach at all times. Some fears, once acquired, never truly leave us. My name is Dr. Eliza Chen. I'm a climate scientist specializing in Arctic meteorology. 3 years ago, I accepted what should have been a career-defining opportunity, a 6-month assignment at the Norvik Research Station, positioned at 82 degrees north latitude in the Norwegian Arctic. The position was prestigious, but demanding. I would be the sole winter occupant, responsible for maintaining equipment and collecting crucial climate data during the polar winter. The isolation wasn't a deterrent for me. I'd done remote fieldwork before, and I've always been comfortable with solitude. In fact, I welcomed the chance to focus entirely on my research without distraction. The station was cutting edge, well equipped, and the data I'd be collecting would contribute to critical climate change models. 6 months seemed like a reasonable sacrifice for such an important contribution to science. I arrived at Norvik during the last week of possible air travel, before the polar winter would make flights impossible until spring. It was late September, and already the sun barely peaked above the horizon for a few hours each day. The light was perpetually in that golden hour state, casting long shadows across the pristine white landscape. The station itself was more extensive than I'd expected. A central research building flanked by separate living quarters, storage facilities, and an observatory positioned on a slight rise about 50 meters from the main complex. My orientation was rushed. Dr. Pedersen, the station chief, seemed anxious to get the supply plane loaded and airborne before an approaching weather system moved in. He hurried me through the basics: communication systems, emergency protocols, equipment maintenance schedules. When I asked about the previous meteorologist, Dr. Pedersen's expression tightened momentarily. Marcus Kovalev left mid-assignment for personal reasons, he said, not meeting my eyes. His departure was unexpected. But these things happen in extreme environments. Not everyone is suited to the isolation. I wanted to ask more, but there wasn't time. Within hours, Dr. Pedersen and the support staff were boarding the plane, leaving me with stacks of manuals, access codes, and a hastily scribbled personal satellite phone number for genuine emergencies only. The next scheduled contact will be Monday at 0900 hours. Weekly video calls with headquarters are mandatory for psychological monitoring, were his parting words. Remember, the darkness affects everyone differently. If you start to feel unstable, there's no shame in saying so. I stood outside watching until the plane was a tiny speck against the vast Arctic sky. When the sound of the engines faded completely, I was struck by the absolute silence. No birds, no insects, no distant traffic. Just the occasional creak of the station adjusting to temperature changes and the whisper of wind across snow. That first night, I felt a strange mix of excitement and trepidation. I explored the station methodically, familiarizing myself with the layout. The main research building contained the meteorological lab, a small medical facility, and communications center. The living quarters were surprisingly comfortable, private bedroom, bathroom, a well-stocked kitchen, and a cozy common area with books and entertainment systems. I was checking the backup generators when the power briefly flickered. Just for a second, barely enough to notice, but when the light stabilized, I caught movement in my peripheral vision through the window. I turned quickly, heart suddenly racing, but saw nothing except the endless white landscape bathed in the security lights. Just snow and darkness beyond. I told myself it was probably just a fox or Arctic hare, though I couldn't help noticing there were no tracks in the fresh snow. That night, I dreamed of something moving beneath the ice, watching me through frozen layers, patient, ancient, waiting. The first week passed smoothly as I established my routine. Each morning, I'd check the meteorological instruments, log the previous night's data, and perform any necessary maintenance. The afternoons were dedicated to analysing patterns and preparing reports, while evenings were my time for reading, watching movies, or writing in my journal. The work was engaging enough to keep my mind occupied, and I was careful to maintain a healthy sleep schedule despite the rapidly diminishing daylight. By the end of that first week, the sun no longer rose above the horizon at all. We had entered the polar night, 4 months of darkness relieved only by moonlight, auroras, and the station's artificial illumination. There were small anomalies that week, things not where I'd left them. Occasional sounds from unused sections of the station that I attributed to the building settling in the cold. Once, I was certain I'd left a mug of tea on my desk, only to find it in the sink when I returned. Simple lapses in memory, I told myself. Nothing unusual about that in a new environment. The weekly video call with research headquarters in Tromsø became an important ritual, a connection to the outside world that helped maintain my sense of normalcy. Dr. Madsen, the project coordinator, would review my data findings, address any concerns, and make sure to include some casual conversation to assess my psychological state. I appreciated the thoroughness, even if it sometimes felt patronizing. During my second week, while looking for additional sensor equipment, I discovered a box of personal items that must have belonged to Marcus Kovalev, the previous meteorologist. Nothing valuable, just books, a few photographs and notebooks filled with observations. What caught my attention was how his handwriting changed over time, starting as neat and methodical, but growing increasingly erratic in the later entries. The final pages contained strange diagrams and calculations that didn't appear related to standard meteorological measurements. I should have reported finding these immediately, but curiosity got the better of me. I began reading through his notes each evening after completing my own work. Most entries were ordinary: data collection, equipment maintenance, personal reflections on the isolation. But around the 3-month mark, there was a shift. Marcus began documenting anomalies in the weather patterns, electromagnetic fluctuations that didn't match historical models, temperature inversions that defied explanation, and unusual aurora activity directly above the station. The last page of his logbook contained a single sentence that made my skin crawl. "It knows when you're watching. Don't trust the readings." That night, the first major storm hit. I'd been tracking its approach for days, but its intensity exceeded all predictions. Winds howled around the station at over 100 meharim, rattling the reinforced windows and driving snow into impenetrable white walls outside every window. Around midnight, the communications antenna was damaged, severing my high bandwidth connection to headquarters. The next morning, I ventured out in the protective gear to assess and repair the damage. The temperature was 40 degrees 6 with wind chill, making it feel even colder. Every exposed centimeter of skin felt like it was being stabbed with tiny needles. I managed to reposition the antenna, restoring basic communications capability, though the connection was notably weaker. While testing the signal strength on different frequencies, I picked up something unexpected: fragments of what sounded like human speech interspersed with static. This was impossible. There were no other research stations or settlements within hundreds of miles, no flights overhead, no one else but me. Yet there it was again, words too indistinct to understand, but unmistakably human in cadence and tone. And beneath the words, something else. A low, pulsing rhythm that didn't sound like any radio interference I'd ever encountered. I shut down the communication system and restarted it. The strange transmission was gone, replaced by the ordinary background static of Arctic radio silence. I convinced myself it had been some unusual atmospheric bouncing of distant signals, uncommon but not impossible in polar conditions with certain ionospheric activity. That night, I dreamed of voices calling from beneath the ice, speaking words in a language I almost understood. I woke up shivering despite the efficient heating system, with a distinct feeling that something in the station had changed while I slept. By the third week, the 24-hour darkness had become my new normal. I measured time by the clock alone, my circadian rhythm adjusting to a world without dawn or dusk. The weekly call with headquarters was now audio only due to bandwidth limitations following the antenna damage. Dr. Madsen assured me they were still receiving my data transmissions successfully, though there seemed to be a strange delay in our conversations, as if he was carefully considering each response. It was around this time I began hearing footsteps in empty corridors. The first time, I was certain someone else must have arrived at the station somehow. I called out, searched every room, checked the logs for any incoming communications I might have missed. Nothing. I was still alone, officially, at least. The temperature sensors in the unused eastern wing started showing anomalies, brief spikes registering human-level heat signatures in rooms I never entered. The power consumption graphs showed usage fluctuations I couldn't account for. Small things began to disappear. A favorite pen, a notebook, a chocolate bar I'd been saving. Sleep became increasingly difficult. I would jolt awake at odd hours, certain I'd heard doors opening or closing, equipment being moved. During one particularly restless night, I got up to make tea and glimpsed a figure in full Arctic gear standing motionless in the darkness beyond the window. When I rushed outside with a flashlight, there were no footprints in the fresh snow, no indication anyone had been there at all. I began documenting everything meticulously: temperature readings, equipment status, my own psychological observations. The journal became my anchor to rationality. If I could quantify and record the anomalies, surely there would be a scientific explanation for all of it. But science offered little comfort when I discovered log entries in the station's computer system that I had no memory of making. Detailed observations, equipment adjustments, even personal notes, all written in my ID during hours my journal indicated I had been asleep. During my next call with headquarters, I carefully mentioned some of the strange occurrences, framing them as curiosities rather than concerns. Dr. Madsen's response was oddly dismissive. Sensory experiences in extended isolation are common, Dr. Chen. The human mind seeks patterns and stimulation when deprived of normal input. I'm sending you some additional psychological exercises that should help. I wanted to believe him, to accept the rational explanation that I was simply experiencing the well-documented effects of prolonged isolation and darkness. But that explanation didn't account for the physical evidence. the moved objects, the unexplained temperature readings, the log entries I hadn't made. A week later, a massive storm system settled over the station. The meteorological readings were unlike anything I'd ever seen. Barometric pressure dropping to levels that should have been impossible at our latitude. Wind patterns that seemed to circulate specifically around the station, rather than following the prevailing Arctic currents. The storm brought near total darkness as the security lights struggled against the swirling snow and howling wind. During the worst of it, the main power failed completely. In the 45 seconds before the emergency systems activated, I experienced darkness so absolute it felt like a physical pressure against my skin. When the backup lights finally flickered on, casting everything in a dim red glow, I made a terrifying discovery. All the sealed doors to the unused eastern wing were standing open. I knew I had checked them that morning. I knew they had been securely locked. Yet now they gaped open like hungry mouths, revealing corridors that disappeared into darkness beyond the reach of the emergency lighting. As I stood frozen in the hallway, trying to process what I was seeing, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, through the windows, in the brief illumination of an aurora through breaking clouds, a shape moving between buildings. Something in a parka, hunched against the storm, but moving with a strange, fluid gait that seemed unaffected by the hurricane-force winds. It was looking at the station, looking at me. That's when the communication system crackled to life with an incoming transmission from headquarters. It was Dr. Madsen, but his voice sounded strained, artificial. "Dr. Chen, we've been reviewing your data transmissions and have some concerns about the patterns you're reporting. We need you to disregard any anomalous readings and focus only on standard protocols until relief personnel can reach you." "When will that be?" I asked, desperate for human contact, for rescue. There was a long pause before he answered. "We're monitoring the weather systems. Current conditions make deployment impossible. Continue with standard observations and maintain mental health protocols." I was about to tell him about the open doors, about the figure I'd seen outside, when he said something that turned my blood to ice. "By the way, you mentioned finding materials from the previous meteorologist. There must be some mistake. There was no meteorologist named Marcus Kovalev stationed at Norvik. The last winter observer was Dr. Harlow 2 years ago." The transmission ended before I could respond, leaving me with nothing but static and the howling of the wind outside. The next morning, the storm had subsided, but the communication system was completely dead. No static, no signal, nothing. I tried every backup system, every emergency frequency. Silence. I was entirely cut off from the outside world. I barricaded myself in the main research building, securing the doors to the eastern wing with equipment racks and extra furniture. I needed time to think, to process what was happening. If there had never been a Marcus Kovalev at Norvik Station, whose notebooks had I found? Whose logs had I been reading? Whose warning was I ignoring? With the main communications array non-functional, I began searching the station for alternative equipment. In a storage locker near the backup generators, I discovered an old digital recorder, the kind used for dictation or field notes. It still had battery life and contained dozens of audio files dated from the previous winter season. The first recordings were mundane: equipment checks, weather observations, personal reminders. The voice was male, with a slight Russian accent. Marcus Kovalev, presumably, the man who, according to headquarters, had never existed. As I listened through the files chronologically, I heard the same progression I'd noted in his written logs, the gradual shift from standard observations to documentation of anomalies, the growing tension in his voice, the increasing frequency of unexplained phenomena. In one recording dated about 4 months into his assignment, Marcus described how he'd begun investigating the history of Norvik Station after experiencing events similar to what I was now going through. The original site survey for Norvik was conducted in 1922, but the current station wasn't built until 1998. His voice explained, tight with contained excitement or fear. What they don't mention in the official documentation is that the 1922 expedition never returned. All 8 members disappeared without explanation. Search parties found their camp intact, food still on plates, equipment in perfect condition, no signs of violence or evacuation. They had simply vanished. His voice dropped lower. I've been getting strange readings from the ice beneath the station. Temperature fluctuations, electromagnetic anomalies centered specifically under the observatory. I think whatever happened to that expedition might be related to what's happening now. Something about this specific location affects the instruments, and possibly human perception as well. The final recording was dated just 3 days before my arrival at the station. Marcus sounded exhausted, his words slurring slightly as if he hadn't slept in days. "They're getting bolder," he whispered. "I see them more clearly now. They move through the walls like they're not solid. They watch me while I work. They're fascinated by the measurements, by our instruments. They've been here all along, living in the spaces between what we can perceive, the electromagnetic field fluctuations, the temperature inversions. Those are side effects of their movement between states of being, I guess you could say. They're studying us as much as we're studying the climate. And I think they're learning to cross over more completely." The recording ended with a sound I couldn't identify, something between static and a low, rhythmic humming that made my teeth ache when I heard it. That night, I noticed food supplies diminishing faster than my consumption could explain. Equipment would be moved or reconfigured when I wasn't looking. And twice, I woke from fitful sleep to find my bedroom door standing open, though I distinctly remembered closing and locking it before lying down. I set up my laptop camera to record the main lab overnight while I slept. The footage I reviewed the next morning showed nothing unusual for the first few hours. Then, at 3:17 a.m., the screen flickered, and when the image stabilized, there were shapes moving through the room, distorted, elongated figures that seemed to bend in impossible ways. They moved around the meteorological equipment, leaning close as if examining the readings. One approached the camera directly, its features blurred and shifting, before the video abruptly ended. I was no longer documenting the phenomena just for scientific record keeping. I was gathering evidence to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. As the weeks wore on, my grip on reality began to slip. Sleep deprivation and constant vigilance took their toll. I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, shapes that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. I heard voices in the static of dead communication channels, whispering words just beyond comprehension. I found journal entries written in my own handwriting that I had no memory of writing. These entries described conversations with the others and detailed observations about the spaces between measurements where they exist. One particularly disturbing passage read, "They're curious about our world. They've always been here, watching us try to quantify and measure their realm with our crude instruments. The readings aren't errors, they're side effects of their presence." The station's heating system began to fail section by section, forcing me to navigate parts of the complex I'd been avoiding. The temperature dropped dangerously in the outer buildings, pipes freezing and cracking, equipment failing. I had to enter the eastern wing to access the maintenance systems. The unused sections of the station had changed. Equipment had been rearranged in configurations that made no functional sense. Walls were covered with the same strange symbols I'd seen in Marcus's later notebooks. In what had once been a storage room, I found a collection of station equipment, thermometers, barometers, anemometers, arranged in a precise circle around a chair, as if for an audience. In the observatory, I discovered the extent of Marcus's secret work. Hidden behind standard equipment was a makeshift laboratory where he had conducted experiments well beyond meteorological research. A concealed hard drive contained hundreds of files, research papers on electromagnetic anomalies, quantum physics theories about parallel dimensions, and studies of historical disappearances in the Arctic region. His notes outlined a hypothesis that was equal parts brilliant and terrifying: that the extreme magnetic anomalies at our location, combined with unique atmospheric conditions during the polar winter, created what he called a thin spot between dimensions. His calculations suggested these conditions were cyclical, reaching peak intensity every 101 years, which aligned precisely with the disappearance of the 1922 expedition. Most disturbing were the photos, hundreds of them, taken with specialized equipment Marcus had modified. They showed what appeared to be translucent, elongated humanoid figures gathered around the station's instruments, their forms distorted as if viewed through rippling water. In some images, they seemed to be reaching toward the cameras themselves. The final video file was dated the day before my arrival. Marcus looked directly into the camera, his eyes bloodshot, face gaunt from lack of sleep. "If you're watching this, you've either found what I've found, or they've led you to it," he said. "They were here before us. They've always been here. They exist in a state parallel to our reality, perceivable only under specific conditions that happen to align with extreme polar electromagnetic activity. They're curious about our measurements, our attempts to quantify their world." He leaned closer to the camera, lowering his voice. "I've been teaching them about ours. They're quick learners, and they want to visit." The video ended with Marcus turning to address something off-camera, his expression a mixture of fear and reverence. That night, as I huddled in the increasingly cold main building, I reviewed the weather data I had been collecting since my arrival. The patterns of anomalies matched exactly what Marcus had highlighted in his research, but they were intensifying, building towards some kind of peak. It wasn't random. It wasn't instrument error. Something was deliberately creating these conditions. As if responding to my realization, the station systems began failing systematically. First the backup generators, then the emergency heating. The temperature inside dropped rapidly, forcing me to move from room to room, sealing off sections to conserve what little warmth remained. The motion sensors I'd placed throughout the station activated continuously despite my remaining stationary. On the security camera feeds, I caught partial images of those same distorted, elongated figures moving through walls and solid objects as if they weren't there. With the temperature approaching dangerous levels, I was forced to retreat to the emergency shelter, a reinforced room designed to keep a single person alive in extreme conditions. As I gathered critical supplies, all the lights in the station suddenly extinguished, plunging me into absolute darkness. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw my breath crystallizing in the frigid air. I made it to the emergency shelter with minutes to spare before hypothermia would have set in. Inside, with the door sealed and emergency heater running, I found something that hadn't been there during my previous checks. A final logbook from Marcus, hidden beneath the survival gear. His last entry explained everything. He had found a way to invite them across by creating specific electromagnetic conditions using modified station equipment. He believed communication with these entities would revolutionize science, that they had knowledge that could transform our understanding of physics, climate, perhaps even consciousness itself. They exist in the spaces between our measurements, he wrote. When we try to quantify the world, we create rigid frameworks that sometimes capture glimpses of their reality. They've been watching us through our instruments, learning about us as we learn about the Arctic. And now they want more direct contact. As I read these words, the most intense storm yet engulfed the station. The wind screamed around the shelter with impossible force, rattling the reinforced door. The emergency radio crackled with that same strange rhythm I'd heard before, not static, but something deliberate, patterned, almost like speech slowed down 1,000 times. My flashlight flickered, and in the momentary darkness, I felt something brush against my face, cold, but not like ice or metal. Cold, like the space between stars. When the light stabilized, I was no longer alone in the shelter. I couldn't see them clearly. They existed at the edge of perception, their forms seeming to bend around the limitations of human vision. But they were there, watching me with what felt like intense curiosity. In that moment, I understood what had happened to Marcus. He hadn't left the station at all. He had simply crossed over, joined them in whatever state of existence they inhabited. The storm outside reached a deafening crescendo, and I realized it wasn't a natural phenomenon at all. It was the manifestation of entities crossing between states of reality. The atmospheric disturbance created by the thinning of whatever separated their world from ours. In a moment of clarity, or perhaps madness, I grabbed the emergency beacon, a device designed to transmit a distress signal that could be detected thousands of miles away. My only chance for rescue was to activate it before the storm made detection impossible, or before I lost the ability to operate it. I had to reach the observatory, the highest point of the station, and the place where the signal would have the best chance of transmission. That meant crossing the station complex during the height of the storm, through areas now fully exposed to the killing cold of the Arctic winter. Bundling myself in every protective layer available, I forced the shelter door open against hurricane-force winds. The main buildings were barely visible through the swirling snow, the darkness so complete that my flashlight illuminated only a few feet ahead. The journey across the station complex became a nightmarish obstacle course. Temperatures below 60 degrees burned my lungs with each breath. Ice had formed over every surface, transforming familiar pathways into treacherous alien landscapes. And all around me, moving through the storm as if unaffected by it, were the entities, more visible now than ever before, their elongated forms flickering in and out of perceptibility. I felt them watching, following, some even reaching toward me with appendages that seemed to both exist and not exist simultaneously. They didn't seem hostile, merely curious, scientists observing a specimen perhaps, but their very presence affected the physical world, creating impossible cold, electrical disturbances that made my flashlight strobe, and spatial anomalies that made distances seem to stretch and contract. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, I reached the observatory. Inside, everything had been transformed. The equipment had been rearranged into incomprehensible patterns, creating what looked like a complex three-dimensional model of something I couldn't begin to understand. In the center of it all, perfectly preserved by the extreme cold, was a body. Marcus Kovalev, positioned as if presenting the equipment to unseen observers. His face was frozen in an expression of awe or terror, perhaps both. Around him, the entities moved with increasing solidity, their forms becoming clearer as whatever barrier separated our realities continued to thin. With numbing fingers, I activated the emergency beacon, setting it to transmit the international distress signal continuously. As the first ping resonated through the observatory, the entities reacted, gathering closer, their movements becoming more agitated. Through the stacked equipment, through the storm-lashed windows, I could see more of them arriving, dozens, perhaps hundreds, converging on the station from the empty whiteness beyond. They moved with purpose now, and I realized with dawning horror that the beacon wasn't just signaling for human rescue. It was somehow calling to them, strengthening whatever connection Marcus had established. The observatory equipment began to activate on its own, screens flickering to life, sensors whirring, data flowing across displays in patterns that made no mathematical sense. The entities moved among it all, interacting with the technology in ways that defied physics. One approached me directly, its form now almost fully visible, a towering, attenuated figure with proportions that hurt to look at directly. Like an optical illusion given three-dimensional form, it reached toward me with what might have been a limb, and as it made contact, my mind exploded with information, images, sensations, concepts for which I had no reference point. I understood in that moment that they had been watching human attempts to measure and understand Arctic phenomena for decades, perhaps centuries. They existed in a state parallel to our reality, perceivable only under the specific conditions Marcus had identified and amplified. They'd been studying humans as we study weather, with detached scientific curiosity. And now, through Marcus's work and my unwitting continuation of it, they had found a way to cross over more completely. As consciousness faded, the last thing I saw was the entity leaning close, examining me with something that might have been compassion or might have been clinical interest, the way a researcher might regard a lab specimen that had outlived its usefulness. I woke in a hospital bed in Tromsø 3 days later. According to the medical staff, a rescue team had responded to the automated distress beacon and found the station in ruins. Structural collapse due to catastrophic storm damage was the official explanation. They discovered me in the observatory, suffering from extreme hypothermia and frostbite, but miraculously alive. There was no mention of Marcus Kovalev's body, no acknowledgement of the entities I had seen, no explanation for the bizarre reconfigurations of equipment. When I tried to explain what had happened, the doctors increased my sedation and added a psychological evaluation to my treatment plan. Over time, I learned to stop talking about what I had experienced. I accepted the narrative of equipment failure and storm damage. I nodded along as they explained that my hallucinations were the result of oxygen deprivation, isolation, and extreme cold. I took the prescribed medications and completed the mandatory therapy sessions. 6 months after my rescue, I was cleared to return to work. Not in field research, but at a university weather center where I could analyze data in the safety of civilization, surrounded by colleagues and normal human interaction. I let everyone believe I had recovered, that I had moved past the traumatic experience. But in private, I continued Marcus's research, using university equipment to track similar electromagnetic anomalies worldwide. I discovered dozens of locations with patterns matching what we had recorded at Norvik. Thin spots, where our reality brushed against theirs, where our careful measurements sometimes captured glimpses of something beyond our understanding. 3 weeks ago, I received an email from an untraceable source. The attachment contained images from the new research team at Norvik Station. Ordinary meteorological data at first glance, but hidden within the patterns were the same anomalies. The same signatures I had learned to recognize. They were back. Or perhaps they had never left. The final image wasn't scientific data at all, but a security camera still from inside the rebuilt observatory. In it, A researcher stood with his back to the camera, facing a bank of meteorological instruments. Behind him, barely visible but unmistakable to someone who knew what to look for, were elongated, translucent figures standing in a half circle, watching over his shoulder as he recorded measurements of their world. That night, as I sat staring at my computer screen, I noticed something in the reflection of my darkened office window. Not just my own tired face, but elongated shapes standing behind me, watching as I analysed the data with the same scientific curiosity I once believed was exclusively human. They had followed me home. Have you ever experienced that feeling of not being alone, even when you know you are? That sensation of being watched when no one else is present? What did you attribute it to? Perhaps it wasn't imagination. Perhaps in that moment, something was studying you through the spaces between what we can perceive, curious about the creature that tries so desperately to measure and understand a universe far stranger than we can comprehend. I still analyze weather patterns. I can't help myself. But now I know I'm not just observing atmospheric conditions. I'm catching glimpses of them moving through their world that intersects with ours. And sometimes, when I look at the patterns long enough, I swear they're looking back, based on true events. The hollow smiles of Everwick. What happened to me in Everwick still haunts me, and even now, as I write this, I can feel something watching me from just outside my peripheral vision. I'm sharing this as a warning. Some places aren't what they seem, and some smiles hide terrible secrets. I never believed in the supernatural or conspiracy theories. I was a marketing executive in Boston, completely absorbed in the concrete world of deadlines, presentations, and office politics. My life revolved around the next promotion, the next client, the next project. That is, until everything fell apart 6 months ago. My wife left me, taking our dog and half our savings. The company I'd given 15 years to announce layoffs the following week. I didn't just lose my job, I lost my identity. The panic attacks started shortly after, first at night, then during the day, until I could barely leave my overpriced apartment. My doctor called it a complete nervous breakdown and recommended a change of scenery, somewhere quiet, away from the pressures of city life. Reconnect with nature, he said. Find a place where time moves slower. If only I'd ignored that advice. I found the listing for Everwick almost by accident. A small town nestled in the mountains, population just under 1,000, with a quaint main street that looked like something from a Hallmark movie. The house was ridiculously affordable. A 2-story Victorian with a wraparound porch that would have cost millions in the city, going for less than a quarter of my apartment's value. The listing mentioned a tight-knit community that values newcomers and an ideal place to heal. I should have questioned why such a perfect property was so cheap. The first thing I noticed upon driving into Everwick was the smiles. Everyone, the gas station attendant, the teenagers hanging out in front of the ice cream parlor, the old men playing chess in the park. Everyone smiled at my car as I passed. Not the quick, polite smile of strangers acknowledging each other, but wide, lingering smiles that showed too many teeth. I remember thinking it was refreshing after years of city dwellers actively avoiding eye contact. I pulled up to Watson Realty just off Main Street, where I was meeting Helena, the agent I'd been corresponding with. Before I could even get out of my car, the office door swung open, and a woman in her 50s with perfectly styled blonde hair stepped out, that same wide smile plastered across her face. "Michael, you made it! We're so excited to have you join our little community," she called out, waving enthusiastically. I hadn't told her what kind of car I drove. I hadn't even told her when exactly I'd be arriving, and I definitely hadn't mentioned my arrival to anyone else in town. Yet, as I walked into the real estate office, she greeted me by name, my full name. Michael Warren Cassidy, right on time. I just knew you'd be punctual, Helena said, extending her hand. Her grip was ice cold, despite the warm spring day, and she held on a beat too long. Everyone's been so looking forward to meeting you. Everyone, I asked. I didn't realize I was expected. Her smile didn't falter, not even for a second. Word travels fast in Everwick. We don't get many newcomers, especially ones looking to put down roots. Speaking of which, let's get you to your new home. I almost corrected her. I hadn't committed to buying yet, only viewing. But something in her unwavering confidence made me hesitate. The house was even more charming in person, with intricate gingerbread trim and a garden bursting with flowers I couldn't name. As Helena gave me the tour, 3 different neighbours happened to stop by, each bearing welcome gifts: homemade bread, a casserole, a bottle of something they called Everwick Special Reserve. Local wine, Helena explained. Michael Warren Cassidy from Boston, the marketing executive, each one would exclaim, as if I were a celebrity they'd been expecting. One elderly woman patted my cheek with surprising familiarity and whispered, "You have such perfect skin. You'll do wonderfully here." By the time I signed the papers that afternoon, yes, that same day, at what I now realize was an absurdly fast pace, I'd met at least a dozen residents who all seemed to know details about my life I couldn't remember sharing. I attributed it to Helena being thorough, to small-town friendliness, to my own stress-addled memory. I was so desperate for a fresh start that I ignored the warning bells. That first night in my new home was perfectly silent in a way city apartments never are. No traffic, no neighbours arguing, no distant sirens, just absolute stillness. I should have found it peaceful. Instead, I found myself straining to hear something, anything that would break the unnatural quiet. Around 3 a.m., I finally heard a sound, soft footsteps on my porch. Figuring it was an animal, I peered through the bedroom window, expecting to see a raccoon or stray cat. Instead, I saw Mrs. Winters, the elderly woman who'd brought me the bread earlier. She was standing motionless in my front yard, face upturned to my window, that same wide smile visible even in the moonlight. She didn't wave or acknowledge that she saw me. She just stood, smiling up at my window, perfectly still. I ducked away from the window, heart pounding. When I gathered the courage to look again 10 minutes later, she was gone. I convinced myself I'd dreamed it, a manifestation of anxiety about the move, about starting over. The next morning, as I walked to the local grocery, everyone greeted me by name. Everyone smiled those 2 wide smiles. The clerk at Morgan's Market didn't ask for my phone number when I paid, but she wrote it correctly on my receipt anyway. "For our rewards program," she explained, still smiling. "We like to check in on our newest community members." It was as I was leaving, arms full of groceries, that it happened. The old man who ran the hardware store next door accidentally bumped into me. As I steadied myself, he leaned in close, his smile momentarily gone, and whispered urgently, "You shouldn't have come here. It's too late for me. But you still have 28 days. Get out before..." "Walter! There you are!" A younger man rushed over, smile firmly in place. "Dad, you know you're not supposed to wander off without me." The old man's face snapped back into that same wide smile, so quickly it was as if the warning had never happened. just welcoming our newest neighbor son. Just being friendly. The younger man gripped his father's arm tightly. Sorry about that, Michael. My dad gets confused sometimes. We're all just so happy you're here. You'll fit right in, I promise. Soon, you'll be just like us. I nodded and hurried home, a chill running down my spine despite the warm spring day. That night, I noticed 3 different residents standing in my yard, just staring at my house, those hollow smiles gleaming in the darkness. And that's when I knew something was very wrong in Everwick. The next week was a blur of forced neighborliness. People brought more food than I could possibly eat. They offered to help with home repairs I hadn't mentioned needing. The local seamstress happened to make shirts in exactly my size. The barber knew precisely how I liked my haircut without asking. Every interaction felt rehearsed, as if the entire town was performing in some bizarre play where I was the only one who hadn't read the script. I began to notice other strange patterns. There were very few children in Everwick, maybe a dozen in the entire town, and they never played outside alone. The ones I did see maintained those same fixed smiles, speaking in unnervingly formal sentences. We are most pleased with your contribution to our community, Mr. Cassidy, a girl no older than 8 told me when I donated to a school fundraiser. Her smile never reached her eyes, which remained calculating and cold. At night, the watchers in my yard increased. Sometimes 5 or 6 of them, standing perfectly still for hours, their faces upturned to my windows. I started keeping the curtains drawn at all times, but somehow, I could still feel them watching. One morning, I found a symbol carved into my front door, a circle with what looked like a stylized eye in the center. I asked Helena about it when she stopped by with yet another casserole. "Oh, that's the founder's mark," she said, her smile widening impossibly further. "It means you're being welcomed into the community. It's a great honor, Michael. The founder has chosen you." "The founder?" I asked. She led me to my front porch and pointed toward the town square, where a bronze statue stood. From this distance, it looked like a typical town founder monument, a stern-faced man in 19th century clothing. Edward Everwick founded our town in 1847. His vision keeps us united even today. Something in her tone made me uneasy. The way she said vision sounded almost worshipful. Later that day, I found myself standing before the statue. Up close, the founder's face seemed wrong somehow, the features slightly asymmetrical, the eyes too deeply set, the smile too wide, just like the townsfolk. At the base of the statue, an inscription read, "His vision unites us, his eyes see all, his smile lives in us." I was still reading when Mayor Davis approached. "Admiring our founder, Michael. Wonderful. We're having our spring renewal festival this weekend. As our newest resident, you'll have a special place of honor." His smile stretched so wide, I could see his molars. "I wouldn't miss it," I lied. That night, I dreamed of the statue. In my nightmare, its bronze eyes followed me, and its metal mouth opened wider and wider until it split the face in half, revealing rows of needle-like teeth and a writhing darkness within. I woke, gasping for breath, my bedroom filled with a sickly sweet smell like rotting flowers. On my bedside table sat a cup of tea I didn't remember making. When I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I noticed something in the mirror that stopped my heart. The corners of my mouth were red and irritated, as if something had been pulling them outward. 12 days after arriving in Everwick, I decided to research the town's history. The local library was a small building staffed by a middle-aged woman named Martha, who, you guessed it, greeted me by name with that same hollow smile. "Working on a project, Michael?" she asked, as I requested books on local history. "Just curious about my new home," I replied, mimicking their perpetual smile as best I could. The town records were sparse, but I found something odd. Every quarter, like clockwork, the local newspaper would mention a community renewal ceremony, followed by announcements of several new residents fully joining our Everwick family. The same surnames appeared generation after generation, with new ones added only after these ceremonies. Even stranger, I couldn't find any death announcements or cemetery records after 1847, the year of the town's founding. People in Everwick apparently didn't die, they just rejoined the founder. I was copying down dates when Martha's voice came from directly behind me, making me jump. "Find anything interesting?" she asked, her smile now looking strained. "Just getting to know the town's traditions," I said. Her eyes dropped to my notes. "The community renewal ceremony is private, Michael, for fully integrated members only." Her hand closed over mine with surprising strength. "You'll experience it soon enough. Only 28 days to go." I pulled my hand away. "What happens in 28 days? Her smile widened until I heard a faint cracking sound from the corners of her mouth. "You become one of us, of course. The founder's gift takes exactly 40 days to bloom." I left the library quickly, my heart racing. Back home, I examined the food they'd been bringing me. The bread, the casseroles, the special reserve wine. All of it had that same sickly sweet smell from my dream. I threw it all away and vowed not to eat anything I hadn't purchased and prepared myself. That night, unable to sleep, I noticed movement in my garden. Crawling to the window, I peered through a gap in the curtains. Helena and Mayor Davis were pouring something into my soil, a thick, reddish liquid. As they worked, they chanted in voices just below a whisper, "Prepare the vessel, prepare the ground, the founder hungers, let his smile be found." The next morning, I found a letter in my mailbox from someone named Rebecca. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. "Michael, I don't have much time. They'll notice I'm not smiling soon. I arrived in Everwick 2 months ago. What they're doing to us, it's not human. Don't drink the water. Don't eat their food. The special reserve speeds the process. Check your skin for marks, circular patterns that look like bruises. That's where it's taking hold. If you're still yourself, meet me tonight at midnight behind the old mill. Come alone. I think I found a way to stop it." Rebecca. I had noticed small, circular bruises appearing on my arms and back over the past few days. I'd attributed them to moving furniture, to stress, to anything but what they actually were, signs of whatever was happening to me. That night, I slipped out my back door and made my way through the woods to the abandoned mill at the edge of town. Rebecca was already there, a thin woman, perhaps a few years younger than me, with dark hair and the first face I'd seen in Everwick without that horrible smile. "You came," she whispered. "I wasn't sure you would." "What's happening in this town?" I demanded. She pulled me inside the dilapidated building. The founder was a cult leader who discovered something in the caves beneath this town. Something old, something that offered him immortality in exchange for vessels. Human vessels. Vessels for what? I don't know exactly, but whatever it is, it's been using the people of Everwick for over 170 years. It takes them over gradually, hollowing them out from the inside until only the shell remains. The smile. She shuddered. That's the first outward sign, the muscles of the face being stretched by whatever's growing inside. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal circular bruises similar to mine, but more developed. The centers had darkened to black. with tiny red tendrils spreading outward like roots. It spreads through the water, the food, even the soil. They cultivate it, feed it with blood. Every seasonal ceremony, they sacrifice one of their own to keep it growing. And now they're preparing us to join them. How do you know all this? I asked. The previous owner of your house, he was researching it too. James Miller. He disappeared the night before his 40th day. They said he left town, but... She pulled out a small journal. I found this hidden in the mill. It's his research. And I think he was developing something to fight it. Before she could say more, we heard voices outside. Rebecca shoved the journal into my hands and pushed me toward a back exit. Run. Get to your house and look under the floorboards in the attic. There's more there. And Michael, if you see me again and I'm smiling, run the other way. It means they got me. I fled through the woods, the journal clutched to my chest. Behind me, I heard Rebecca scream once before being cut off abruptly. I didn't look back. I spent the night reading James Miller's journal by flashlight. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the entries progressed, but the information was invaluable. James had discovered that the entity beneath Everwick, what he called the Founder's true form, fed on human consciousness. The townsfolk weren't just hosts, they were food being slowly consumed over decades. Most importantly, he believed he'd found a weakness. The entity couldn't tolerate certain compounds, specifically a mixture of copper sulfate, hemlock extract, and human blood that hadn't been infected. He'd been preparing this mixture when he vanished. I checked under the attic floorboards as Rebecca had instructed and found a small wooden box containing vials of powdered substances, a copper bowl, and more detailed notes. I began mixing the compound according to James's instructions, using my own blood as the binding agent. By dawn, I had a viscous blue liquid that smelled like metal and earth. According to James's notes, this wouldn't just protect me, it could potentially harm the entity if applied to its central form, which he believed resided inside the Founder's statue. I had just hidden the mixture when someone knocked on my door. Through the peephole, I saw Rebecca, her face now fixed in that familiar, terrible smile. "Michael, open up. I have wonderful news about the ceremony," she called out, her voice unnaturally cheerful. I backed away from the door. "I'm not feeling well, Rebecca. Maybe later." Her smile didn't falter, but her voice dropped to a hiss. "We know you met with her before we corrected her, Michael. We know what she told you. The Founder sees all. But it's not too late. You can still join us willingly." I remained silent, and eventually she left. Looking out the window, I saw her join Mayor Davis and several others gathered at the edge of my property. They were watching, waiting. In the distance, I could see people setting up for the Spring Renewal Festival in the town square. The statue of the Founder had been decorated with garlands of strange red flowers. According to James's journal, the festival would culminate at midnight with a joining, presumably their euphemism for sacrifice. I was running out of time. By my count, I had been in Everwick for 37 days. According to both Walter's warning and James's journal, the transformation would be complete on day 40. The festival was in 2 days, my 39th day in town. That night, I tried to leave Everwick. I packed a small bag, took James's compound, and snuck out to my car. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The engine was dead. I popped the hood to find several components missing: the battery, spark plugs, even parts of the wiring harness. I decided to leave on foot. With a backpack containing the compound, the journal, and some supplies, I set out along the main road leading out of town. I walked for what felt like hours, the road winding through forest and hills. But as dawn broke, I found myself standing in Everwick's town square, directly before the founder's statue. Somehow, the road had led me in a circle. I tried a different direction, hiking through the woods, using my phone's compass to maintain course. Again, I mysteriously ended up back in town. It was as if Everwick itself was shifting around me, ensuring I couldn't escape. Exhausted and terrified, I returned home to regroup. As I approached my house, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Rebecca and several other townsfolk were inside, searching through my things. Through the window, I could see them examining the attic, finding the empty hiding spot beneath the floorboards. I retreated to the mill, the only place I could think to hide. Inside, I found more of James's notes scattered about, as if someone had been interrupted while studying them. One page caught my attention, a rough map of tunnels beneath the town, with an entrance marked behind the waterfall at the edge of Everwick. With nowhere else to go and the townsfolk searching for me, I decided to try finding the tunnels. The waterfall was small, more of a large stream cascading over rocks, but behind it, partially hidden by moss and ferns, I found a narrow opening, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. Armed with only my phone's flashlight and the vial of James's compound, I entered the darkness beneath Everwick. The tunnel smelled of wet earth and something else, that same sickly sweetness that permeated the town, but stronger here, more concentrated. The passage sloped downward, occasional side tunnels branching off in different directions. I followed James's map as best I could, heading toward what he had marked as the chamber. As I descended deeper, I began to hear a sound, a rhythmic, wet pulsing, like an enormous heart beating. The air grew warmer, more humid, and the walls of the tunnel changed from stone to something organic, a slick, reddish membrane that seemed to throb in time with the pulsing sound. After what seemed like hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. My flashlight couldn't illuminate its full extent, but what I could see turned my stomach. The floor was covered with the same membranous substance, now clearly organic tissue that rippled and shifted as if breathing. From the central mass, tendrils as thick as tree trunks extended upward, disappearing into holes in the cavern ceiling. I recognized them immediately. They corresponded to the locations of important sites in Everwick: the town hall, the library, the church, and most prominently, the town square where the founder's statue stood. These weren't just tunnels, they were arteries feeding whatever lay beneath the town. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, ancient and worn. Upon it lay a book bound in what looked horribly like human skin. I approached cautiously, the pulsing sound growing louder with each step. The book was open to a page covered in spidery handwriting, Edward Everwick's journal from 1847. I read by the dim light of my phone. May 15th, 1847. I have made the bargain. The entity beneath the mountain offers immortality and power beyond measure. It requires only vessels to extend its consciousness to the surface world. My followers will serve as the first, but more will be needed as we grow. The process takes 40 days, the changing of the vessels to accommodate the entity's essence. The first sign is the smile, the facial muscles adapting to the new inhabitant. Then the mind merges with the greater consciousness. Individual thought fades. We become one with it. We become eternal. The sacrifices are necessary to maintain the bond. 4 times yearly, one vessel must be fully consumed so the others may continue. A small price for immortality. Tonight, I take the first step. I will drink the extract and become the primary vessel, the conduit through which it speaks. My statue will serve as the anchor point, connecting the entity to the town above. Those who resist will feed our garden. Those who accept will live forever as part of something greater than human. The founding of Everwick begins tonight. I was still reading when my phone's light caught movement at the edge of the chamber. Figures in robes were emerging from the tunnels, at least a dozen of them, their faces obscured by hoods. But I could see their mouths, those same stretched, inhuman smiles. I recognized Mayor Davis's voice as he spoke. "You shouldn't have come here, Michael. This is a sacred place, the heart of the Founder's vision." "What are you?" I demanded, backing toward another tunnel. "We are Everwick. We are the Founder's vessels. We are the many faces of the one beneath." They spoke in perfect unison, their voices blending into a single, multi-toned sound. "And you were to join us willingly at the festival. Now you will join us another way." They began moving toward me with unnatural coordination. In desperation, I grabbed the book and threw it toward them, then ran for the tunnel I'd entered through. Behind me, I heard them give chase, their movements unnaturally fast. I emerged from the waterfall as darkness was falling. The Spring Renewal Festival would be starting soon. With the robed figures close behind, I had only one chance: James's plan to attack the entity through the statue. I ran toward the town square, clutching the vial of blue compound. The festival was in full swing. Townsfolk gathered around tables laden with food, all wearing their perpetual smiles. Children stood perfectly still, holding red flowers. At the center of it all was the statue, now draped in red garlands and surrounded by candles. As I burst into the square, all activity ceased. Every head turned toward me, every smile widening in unison. They moved as one organism, stepping toward me from all directions. "The vessel resists," they said in that same unified voice. "The vessel must be prepared." I fought my way through the crowd, their hands grabbing at my clothes, my skin. I could feel the bruises on my body pulsing in response to their touch, the infection within me stirring. My own face muscles twitched, trying to form that horrible smile. With a final burst of strength, I reached the statue and uncorked the vial. As I began pouring the compound over the bronze figure, Mayor Davis grabbed my arm. "You cannot stop what has already begun," he said, his face splitting into an impossibly wide grin, the skin at the corners of his mouth tearing to reveal something writhing beneath. "The Founder's gift is already within you." I felt it then, something moving under my skin, trying to take control. With the last of my will, I upended the vial, covering the statue's face with the blue liquid. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The bronze began to bubble and steam. A high-pitched keening sound emanated from the statue and, simultaneously, from the mouths of every person in the square. The townsfolk fell to their knees, their smiles contorting in pain. The statue's face began to melt, revealing something underneath that was not bronze, not metal at all, but a pulsating organic mass. The Founder's true form, connected directly to the entity below. As the compound ate through this tissue, the screaming intensified. Mayor Davis, still clutching my arm, began to convulse. I watched in horror as something pushed its way out of his mouth. A writhing, eel-like creature that thrashed once before shriveling up. All around the square, the same thing was happening. The townsfolk collapsed as the parasites controlling them died, their bodies finally releasing what had hollowed them out from within. The statue crumbled entirely, revealing a pulsating column of organic matter extending down into the ground. As James's compound continued to eat through it, the connection was severed. The earth beneath the town shook violently, and a sound like a massive, agonized howl rose from below. I staggered away from the chaos, my own body fighting against the partial infection within me. I could feel the thing inside me dying, burning away under the effects of the compound I'd absorbed through my skin. I made it to the edge of town before collapsing. The last thing I saw was the buildings of Everwick shaking, cracks forming in the earth, as whatever lived beneath lost its connection to the surface world. I woke up in a hospital 2 towns over. According to the doctors, I had been found on the side of the road, severely dehydrated and delirious with fever. I'd been unconscious for 3 days. When I asked about Everwick, the nurse looked confused. Everwick? There's no town by that name around here. Later, I convinced a sympathetic orderly to check online. He found only scattered references. A small settlement founded in 1847 that was abandoned after a landslide in the early 1850s. No mention of Edward Everwick or his statue. No record of the town I had known. It's been 6 months since my escape. The bruises faded after weeks of painful fever, my body purging whatever had begun growing inside me. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was all a hallucination brought on by my breakdown. But last week, I found something that chilled me to my core. While shaving, I noticed a small mark behind my ear, the circle with an eye that had been the founder's symbol. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch myself smiling a bit too widely in the mirror. Worse, I've been having dreams, vivid visions of tunnels beneath other towns, other communities with too perfect residents and strange local traditions. The entity wasn't destroyed. Its connection to Everwick was merely severed. It's still out there, still hungry, still seeking vessels, and I think a piece of it is still inside me. I've started researching small towns with unusual histories, places with founders who are still oddly celebrated centuries later, communities with strangely low death rates or missing person cases. I'm writing this as a warning. If you find yourself in a town where everyone smiles too widely, where they know things about you they shouldn't, where they bring you food with a sickly sweet smell, run. Don't stay even one night, because by day 40, you won't want to leave. You won't even remember why you should. And if you ever meet me in person and I'm smiling too broadly, well, you know what to do. Have you ever noticed something off about a too perfect community? What signs did you miss? The entity is spreading, and next time, it might choose your town. After all, we're all looking for a place to belong, a community that welcomes us with open arms and wide, hollow smiles, based on true events. The other me. I'm not even sure I should be telling anyone this, but I need someone else to know what happened to me. Maybe then I'll feel less crazy. Or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me how to make it stop. Because even now, as I write this, I can feel him watching me from somewhere behind my eyes. It started 3 months ago with little things, so small I barely noticed them at first. A coffee mug in the sink I didn't remember using, my laptop open to websites I hadn't visited, keys in the wrong pocket, the kind of stuff you'd normally write off as forgetfulness or exhaustion. I was working from home as a software developer, pulling 80-hour weeks on a major project. Sleep deprivation does strange things to your mind, and I chalked everything up to that. My therapist had warned me about burnout, but deadlines don't care about mental health. The first incident I couldn't ignore happened on a Tuesday night. I remember going to bed around 2 a.m. after coding for 16 straight hours. When I woke up the next morning, my hands were clean, but my bathroom sink was streaked with dark stains. There was dirt under my bed, and my running shoes by the door were caked with mud. According to my phone's step counter, I'd walked over 8,000 steps while I was supposedly asleep. I checked my security camera. The only one I had was aimed at my front door, a basic precaution for apartment living. The footage showed me leaving at 3:17 a.m., then returning at 5:46 a.m. But I had no memory of this, none at all, just the dreamless void of exhausted sleep. In the video, there was something off about the way I moved. My normally slouched posture was straight, almost rigid. My walk had a confidence I've never possessed. Even my face looked different somehow, more angular, with a slight smile I couldn't ever remember wearing. I told myself I must have been sleepwalking. It wasn't impossible. I'd done it as a child during periods of stress, according to my mother. I made an appointment with my doctor, increased my meditation, and cut back on caffeine. Problem solved, or so I thought. 3 days later, I received a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Thanks for last night. Haven't laughed that hard in ages." "Drinks again next week?" I responded, "Sorry, think you have the wrong number." The reply came instantly. "Very funny, Alex. Playing hard to get after all that charm you laid on at the Rooster. See you Friday, same time. Elise." I had never been to a bar called the Rooster. I didn't know anyone named Elise, and I definitely hadn't been on a date. I'd spent the previous evening debugging code until I passed out at my desk around midnight. Except, I woke up in my bed, not at my desk. With growing unease, I checked my bank statement. There it was, a $62 charge at the Rooster Tavern, timestamped 1:13 a.m. And another security footage check showed the same pattern. Me leaving at 11:30 p.m., returning at 2:45 a.m., moving with that same unfamiliar confidence. I started setting up more cameras, one in my bedroom, one in the hallway, one facing my desk. I needed to know what was happening during these blackouts. But the next morning, I found all 3 cameras unplugged, their memory cards wiped clean. On my bathroom mirror, written in my handwriting but with a flourish I didn't recognize, "Stop watching. I deserve privacy too." That was when the real fear set in. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. I started leaving notes for myself, trying to communicate with whatever or whoever was taking control. "Who are you?" The reply the next morning, "I'm you, just better. What do you want?" "To live. You waste so much of our time, our body, our life. You had your turn. Now I get mine." I went to a psychiatrist who asked about my family history of mental illness, prescribed some antipsychotics, and suggested I might have dissociative identity disorder, what used to be called multiple personalities. She explained that severe stress can sometimes cause the mind to fracture, creating alternate identities to handle what the primary consciousness cannot. "Think of it as your mind's extreme coping mechanism," she said. "Your alter may emerge when you're overwhelmed." The medication made me groggy, slowed my thinking. I hated it, but I took it religiously, desperate to regain control. For a week, it seemed to work. No more blackouts, no more mysterious outings, no more notes. Then, I received an email from my project manager. "Alex, the new interface design is brilliant. This is exactly the creative direction we've been missing. I don't know how you pulled this off overnight, but the whole team is impressed. Keep this up, and we're talking about a serious promotion." Attached was a complete redesign of the project I'd been struggling with for months. The code was elegant, innovative, and I had absolutely no memory of writing it. I checked my computer's history. The files had been modified between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. the previous night, hours I'd been chemically knocked out by my medication. I printed out the code and took it to my next therapy session. "This isn't possible," I told her. "The medication knocked me out completely. I couldn't have done this work." "The mind is remarkably adaptable," she said. "Your alter appears to be highly functional." In fact, this work is exceptional. Many patients with DID report that their alters have different skills or abilities. "But I was unconscious." She adjusted her glasses. "Were you? Or do you just not remember being conscious?" "On my way home, I found a parking ticket on my windshield for a violation at 3 a.m. that morning, 6 miles from my apartment, in an area of town I never visited. The medications weren't working. They were just creating gaps that he, my other self, was filling. I flushed the pills down the toilet. That night, I barricaded myself in my bedroom. I pushed my dresser against the door, tied one end of a rope around my ankle and the other to my bed frame. I set up my phone to record everything, then wedged it into my bookshelf where it wouldn't be easily spotted. Then I took a sleeping pill, not my prescription, just an over-the-counter one to help me rest. In the morning, the dresser was back in its place. The rope lay neatly coiled on my nightstand, and on my phone was a video that still haunts me. It showed me sitting up in bed around 2 a.m., my eyes open but different somehow, alert in a way I never am. I watched as I untied the rope with deliberate movements, moved the dresser with surprising strength, and then turned directly to the camera. My face smiled, a cold, knowing smile I've never seen in the mirror. My mouth opened, and a voice that was mine but not mine spoke. "Alex, Alex, Alex, these childish games are beneath us. We could accomplish so much if you'd stop fighting me. I'm not your enemy. I'm the version of you that isn't afraid to live." I watched in horror as my body walked to the camera, picked it up, and continued speaking. "Let me show you what I did tonight." The camera turned to show my laptop, open to emails I'd apparently sent to my colleagues. Brilliant solutions to problems that had been stalling our project for weeks. Then it panned to a sketchbook filled with drawings far better than anything I could create. Dark, beautiful illustrations of cityscapes and faces. "I'm not erasing you," my voice continued. "I'm fulfilling you. All those skills you never developed, those chances you were too afraid to take. I'm making us complete." The video ended with my face very close to the camera, eyes glittering with amusement. "Sweet dreams, original Alex. One day you'll thank me." I started calling him Hyde. It seemed fitting. He was everything I wasn't. Bold, confident, talented. If the psychiatrist was right about DID, then Hyde was the manifestation of everything I'd repressed. But that didn't explain how he was capable of things I'd never learned to do. The pattern continued for weeks. I would live my cautious, structured life during the day, and Hyde would emerge at night to pursue whatever he wanted. I discovered he was taking art classes, playing piano at a jazz club, dating not just Elise, but 2 other women simultaneously. He was learning French, rock climbing, and apparently had quite a reputation as a storyteller at local bars. My body was living 2 completely different lives. Through trial and error, I discovered that extreme physical exhaustion seemed to keep him at bay. If I pushed myself to the limit with exercise before bed, I could sometimes make it through the night without him taking over. But I couldn't maintain that pace forever. Instead, I decided to try communicating more directly. I set up a journal where we could leave messages for each other. His handwriting was different, more flowing, with dramatic flourishes. "Why are you doing this?" I wrote. "Because you won't," came his reply. "You've had this body for 34 years, and what have you done with it? Hid behind screens, avoided risks, rejected love, ignored talent. This is my life. It's our life now, and I'm making it worth living." Strangely, over time, I found myself almost looking forward to his notes. He was living the life I'd always been too afraid to pursue. Through his experiences, written in vivid detail in our journal, I was finally learning who I might have been if fear hadn't always held me back. But things changed about 6 weeks in. His notes became darker, his activities more extreme. He was gambling large sums of money, getting into fights, experimenting with drugs. The women in his life seemed less like girlfriends and more like victims of emotional manipulation. "You need to stop," I wrote. "You're going to destroy us both." "Worried about your precious reputation," he replied. "Or jealous that I can do whatever I want while you cower in daylight." I tried locking away my credit cards, phone, and keys before sleeping, but he always found them. I considered restraints again, but the video had proven how easily he overcame them. In desperation, I reached out to a different psychiatrist, one who specialized in dissociative disorders. Dr. Krishnan listened to my story without judgment. Unlike my previous therapist, she didn't immediately prescribe medication. Instead, she suggested something I hadn't considered, trying to communicate with Hyde directly, but with her present. "If this is indeed DID," she explained, "then your alter is a part of you that needs recognition and integration, not suppression. He's emerged for a reason. We need to understand what that reason is." The session was scheduled for 8 p.m, when Hyde was most likely to emerge. Dr. Krishnan used guided meditation and hypnosis techniques to help me relax deeply. I remember her calm voice guiding me down into darkness, and then nothing. I woke up back in my apartment the next morning with no memory of what had happened after the hypnosis began. In our journal was a new entry, the handwriting even more flamboyant than usual. Clever, sending me to a shrink. "She thinks I'm just a fragment of your broken mind. If only she knew. I've been watching you since birth, waiting for a crack to slip through. You created that crack with your exhaustion, your isolation, your emptiness. Thank you for that. But Dr. Krishnan asks too many questions. Don't go back, or I'll show her exactly what I'm capable of." "Some knowledge isn't safe, Alex." There was a voicemail on my phone from Dr. Krishnan. "Alex, please call me as soon as possible. What emerged during our session was concerning. I don't believe we're dealing with standard DID. We need to discuss this immediately." I called her office, but her receptionist told me she'd had to cancel all appointments for the day due to a personal emergency. When I pressed for details, he said only that there had been an incident at her home the previous night. Someone had broken in, ransacked her office, and left a threatening message on her mirror. A cold dread filled me. I checked my phone's location history. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., it showed me at an address across town, Dr. Krishnan's office address. What had Hyde done? I didn't hear from Dr. Krishnan for 3 days. When she finally called, her voice was tense, controlled. "Alex, I can't continue as your therapist. I've referred your case to a colleague who specializes in more complex dissociative conditions." "What happened?" I asked. Did he do something to you?" A long pause. "My security camera captured everything. The police have been notified, but I've declined to press charges based on mitigating circumstances. I strongly recommend you seek immediate inpatient treatment." "Please," I begged. "Tell me what happened during our session. What did he say to you?" Another pause. "He said he's not an alternate personality. He said he's been with you since childhood, growing stronger each time you denied yourself what you truly wanted. He called himself your potential made flesh." That doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. Not in traditional psychiatric terms. But Alex, what concerns me most is what he knew. personal details about my life, secrets I've never shared with anyone. Things no patient could possibly know. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper. Things no human should be able to know. After we hung up, I sat in stunned silence. Hyde wasn't just taking over my body at night. He was something else, something beyond a fractured piece of my psyche. The thought terrified me, but it also made a strange kind of sense. The talents I'd never developed, the knowledge I'd never acquired. How could a part of me know things I didn't? That night, I decided to stay awake. No matter what, I wouldn't let Hyde take control. I stocked up on energy drinks, set alarms for every 20 minutes, and prepared to fight through the night. Around 2 a.m., the heaviness began, a leaden feeling pulling at my limbs, my eyelids, my thoughts. I fought it, pacing, pinching myself, blasting music. But the exhaustion was unlike anything I'd ever felt, as if gravity itself had multiplied. My vision began to blur, darkness creeping in from the edges. From the bathroom mirror, I caught a glimpse of my reflection smiling, while I was not. "Stop fighting," I heard my own voice say, though my lips hadn't moved. "It's exhausting for both of us." "What are you?" I demanded, stumbling toward the mirror. My reflection's smile widened. "I told you. I'm you, the you that could have been. Every time you chose safety over adventure, routine over passion, silence over speaking truth, I grew stronger. I fed on your abandoned potential." "That's not possible," I whispered. "Isn't it? Haven't you always felt that presence behind you? The shadow of who you might have become? That's me, Alex. The road not taken, given form." I pressed my hand to the mirror. Instead of meeting solid glass, my fingers sank through as if into cold water. My reflection grabbed my wrist with frightening strength. "I'm tired of waiting for my turn. I'm tired of only living in darkness." I yanked my hand back, stumbling away from the mirror. "This is insane. This isn't happening." But even as I said it, memories surfaced. Childhood moments I'd forgotten. The imaginary friend my parents had worried about. The one I'd talked to in mirrors until they covered them all. The drawings I'd waked to find completed, too advanced for a 7-year-old's hand. The times I'd get blamed for things I couldn't remember doing. He'd always been there, waiting. I ran from the bathroom, but every reflective surface in my apartment seemed to show the same thing. My face with an expression that wasn't mine. Windows, the screen of my phone, even the polished metal of my refrigerator, all showing Hyde looking out at me. The heaviness increased until I could barely stand. As I collapsed to the floor, the last thing I saw was my shadow on the wall, moving independently of my body, reaching for me. I woke up somewhere else entirely. It took me several disoriented moments to recognize my surroundings. A storage unit. My storage unit, rented years ago to hold boxes of childhood memorabilia and college textbooks I couldn't bring myself to throw away. I was lying on an old mattress dragged from somewhere, surrounded by open boxes. Scattered around me were drawings from when I was a child, crude illustrations that always featured two nearly identical boys. In one, they were holding hands. In another, they were standing on opposite sides of what looked like a mirror. My mother had sent these to me years ago, but I'd never looked through them after storing them away. My phone was propped against a box, open to a video recording app. When I pressed play, I saw my own face, but with Hyde's expression. "Hello, original Alex," he said. "If you're watching this, we've reached the turning point. I've brought us here to show you the truth. Look through these drawings. You created me when you were 5 years old, an imaginary twin who could do all the things you were afraid to do. But I was never imaginary. In the video, he held up a yellowed child's journal I didn't remember. You wrote about me, your mirror friend who would come out at night and complete your homework, clean your room, talk to the neighbor's dog that terrified you. Every time you faced something frightening, you sent me to handle it. Eventually, your parents got worried about your dissociation and took you to doctors. They gave you medication that locked me away. He smiled sadly, but I never left. I waited while you built a life of safety and routine, watched while you systematically avoided every risk, every passion, every real human connection. You created a prison of comfort, Alex, and as your regrets grew, as the weight of your unexplored potential built up, the walls between us thinned. He leaned closer to the camera. I'm not a mental illness. I'm not a demon or a ghost. I'm simply the manifestation of everything you've denied yourself, and I'm tired of watching you waste our life. The video ended, and I sat among the scattered evidence of a childhood I barely remembered. Something about the storage unit felt significant, not just the contents, but the location itself. Then it hit me. This building was only 3 blocks from Dr. Krishnan's office. Hyde had brought me close to the scene of his crime. With shaking hands, I checked my phone's news app. The top local story made my heart stop. Local psychiatrist in critical condition after home invasion. According to the article, Dr. Krishnan had been attacked in her home the previous night, found unconscious with a cryptic message written on her bathroom mirror. Some knowledge isn't safe. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. Hyde wasn't just living a secret life during my unconscious hours. He was dangerous, violent, and he was getting stronger. Over the next 3 days, I tried everything to keep Hyde contained. I avoided sleep until I literally collapsed. I researched exorcisms, obscure psychological treatments, even chemical sedation. Nothing worked. Each time I lost consciousness, he took control, and each time he stayed in control longer. Our journal communications grew more adversarial. You attacked Dr. Krishnan. You're a monster. I protected us. She was going to have you institutionalized. Besides, she'll recover. Probably. I'm going to turn myself into the police. With what evidence? Your crazy story about an alternate personality. They'll lock you up and I'll still be here. We're past the point where you can get rid of me, Alex. The final straw came when I woke up to find an eviction notice on my door, alongside a letter from my employer terminating my contract. Apparently, Hyde had decided to quit my job, telling my manager exactly what he thought of the company's soul-crushing mediocrity. He'd also had a party in our apartment that prompted multiple noise complaints and property damage. He was systematically destroying my life, burning every bridge I built. That night, I drove to the one place I thought might hold answers, my childhood home, now owned by another family. I parked across the street, not intending to trespass, just hoping that seeing the place might trigger memories that could help me understand what was happening. The house looked smaller than I remembered, the once vibrant blue paint now a subdued grey. As I sat in my car staring at my old bedroom window, fragmented images flashed through my mind. My mother covering mirrors with blankets, my father holding me down as I thrashed and screamed in a voice that wasn't mine, a doctor shining a light in my eyes while saying something about early onset schizophrenia. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was standing in the backyard of my childhood home, a shovel in my hands and a freshly dug hole at my feet. The hole was small, maybe 2 feet square, and about 3 feet deep. In the beam of my phone's flashlight, I could see something wrapped in plastic at the bottom of the hole. With trembling hands, I reached down and pulled it up. A small box wrapped in garbage bags and duct tape, preserved despite years underground. I don't remember driving back to my apartment. The next clear memory I have is sitting on my living room floor, the unopened box before me, dawn breaking through my windows. Our journal lay open nearby, a fresh entry in Hyde's handwriting. "I've given you a gift, Alex, the truth you buried. Open it or don't, your choice. But know this, after tonight, the balance has shifted. I'm stronger now. Next time I take control, I might not give it back." I peeled away the layers of plastic and tape. Inside was a child's lunchbox, Superman, rusted at the hinges but intact. And inside that was a hand mirror with a cracked face, a child's journal filled with entries in 2 distinct handwritings, and a stack of Polaroid photos. The photos showed me as a child of maybe 7 or 8, but in each picture, my expression and posture changed dramatically from shot to shot, as if 2 completely different children were wearing the same clothes, inhabiting the same body. The journal entries alternated between my childish scrawl and a more confident hand. "Dear mirror friend, Mommy says you're not real, but I know you are. Thank you for helping me talk to Jessica today. Alex, I'll always help you, but you have to let me out more. It's dark and cold behind the mirror. I'm scared of what my friend is doing. He hurt the neighbor's cat." He said it was an accident, but he was smiling. "Don't be afraid of me, Alex. I just want to live too. The cat was dying anyway. I made it quick." The entries grew darker, more desperate on both sides, until the final one, in my child's handwriting but shaky, frightened. "Dr. Simmons gave me pills that make you go away. I'm sorry, I have to take them. Dad says if I don't, they'll send me to a hospital. Mirror friend says he'll find a way back someday. I'm scared." I closed the journal, my hands shaking. It hadn't started 6 months ago with work stress and exhaustion. It had started decades ago in this house, with a child so afraid of the world that he created someone else to face it for him. But what I'd created, or invited in, had its own desires, its own will. And now it wanted control. I carried the mirror to the bathroom, steeling myself to face whatever looked back at me. In the soft dawn light, my reflection appeared normal, tired, frightened, but mine. I touched the glass, half expecting my hand to pass through it again. "I remember now," I said to the mirror. "You were there when I was a child. What are you? Really?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then my reflection smiled that familiar cold smile, though I wasn't smiling at all. "I am your potential, your possibility," my reflection said, its lips moving independently of mine. "Every human has one, the shadow self, the road not taken. Most remain formless, just vague regrets and what-ifs, haunting the edges of consciousness. But you, Alex, you gave me form, you gave me purpose, you invited me in. I was a child," I whispered. "I didn't know what I was doing. Children often see more clearly than adults. You recognized your own weakness, your fear, and you created a solution. You gave me a name, a face, a voice, and in return, I protected you. Until you started hurting people." My reflection's expression hardened. "I never hurt anyone who didn't threaten us. That cat was torturing smaller animals. Those bullies had broken your arm. Dr. Krishnan was going to lock us away. I did what was necessary. And now? What's necessary now? Now we need to renegotiate our arrangement. You've had control for too long, Alex. You've wasted our potential. It's my turn to live in the light." A chill ran through me. "You want to take over completely. I want balance, equal time, equal life. We can alternate. day and night, week and week. My reflection leaned closer, pressing against some invisible barrier between us. Or I can just take everything. I'm stronger now. Those pills your parents forced on you suppressed me for years, but I've been building my strength since you stopped taking them in college. Every opportunity you declined, every risk you avoided, you fed me. I backed away from the mirror. I'll go back on medication. I'll have myself committed if I have to. My reflection laughed. Too late for that. I'm not a mental illness to be medicated away. I'm as real as you are. He placed his hand against the glass from his side. But I'm offering you a choice, Alex. Share with me willingly. Or I take everything. Decide by midnight. The reflection returned to normal, matching my movements exactly as a reflection should. But the ultimatum hung in the air between us. The day passed in a fog of dread and desperate research. I read about DID, schizophrenia, even paranormal phenomena and ancient myths about doppelgangers. Nothing matched exactly what was happening to me. I tried calling Dr. Krishnan's office again, but was told she remained in intensive care. I considered turning myself into the police or checking into a psychiatric ward, but what would I say? That my reflection was threatening to steal my body, that my imaginary childhood friend had become real and violent. As midnight approached, I sat cross-legged on my living room floor, the cracked hand mirror before me. I'd made my decision. "Hide," I called to the mirror. "I'm ready to talk." My reflection shifted, his posture straightening, his expression changing to that now familiar confident smile. "I'm listening," he said. "I understand now. You exist because I created a life of safety and routine. You're everything I've denied myself." He nodded. "The road not taken, given form. But you're out of balance. You've gone too far in the opposite direction, taking risks without consideration, hurting people, destroying relationships." "I'm making up for lost time," he said, but I noticed something uncertain flicker across his face. "We're two sides of the same person," I continued. "My caution without your boldness leads to a half-lived life. But your boldness without my caution leads to chaos and pain. Neither of us is complete without the other." My reflection was silent, considering. "I'm proposing integration, not alternation," I said. "Not you sometimes and me sometimes, but us, together, always, the best of both." "Pretty words," he said. "But what does that actually mean?" "It means I acknowledge you. I accept that you're part of me, the part I've been afraid of, the potential I've avoided. And I'm asking you to accept me too, my compassion, my thoughtfulness, the parts of me that balance your impulsiveness." Hyde studied me suspiciously. "You're trying to trick me into some kind of psychological mumbo-jumbo that locks me away again." "No tricks," I said, placing my hand against the mirror. "Just recognition. You exist because I denied my own potential. If I stop denying it, if I embrace it instead." I didn't finish the sentence, but understanding dawned in his eyes. "I become part of you again. Not trapped, not separate, integrated." "Yes." He laughed, but it wasn't the cold laugh I'd heard before. It was sadder, more human. "And why would I agree to that? I'm winning, Alex. By midnight, I'll be strong enough to take permanent control." "Because you're not just my potential," I said quietly. "You're my regret given form. And living a life fueled solely by regret is no life at all. You know that. That's why you're so angry, so desperate to experience everything at once. You're trying to fill a hole that can't be filled that way." His expression faltered. For the first time, I saw uncertainty in those eyes that were mine, but not mine. "We need each other," I continued. "Your courage, my compassion, your spontaneity, my stability. Together, we could actually live the life that both of us want. A life of meaning, not just safety or sensation. He was silent for a long while, his hand still pressed against his side of the mirror, matching mine. "How?" he finally asked. "Let me back in," I said. "And I'll let you in too. No more separation. No more us and them. Just us." In the distance, a clock began to chime midnight. With each toll, the barrier between us seemed to thin. I could almost feel the cold glass turning to water beneath my palm. On the 12th chime, the mirror cracked completely, splitting down the middle. I felt a rush of sensation, memories that weren't quite mine, feelings I'd never let myself feel, knowledge I'd never sought but somehow possessed. For one dizzying moment, I was both observer and observed, self and other, inside and outside. Then silence. It's been 6 months since that night. The doctors say my recovery is remarkable. According to them, I experienced a profound dissociative break triggered by work stress, followed by what they're calling a spontaneous reintegration. They have no explanation for the specific skills I suddenly possess: the fluent French, the artistic ability, the musical talent. The human mind is mysterious, they say, and leave it at that. Dr. Krishnan has recovered as well. When I visited to apologize, she studied me with cautious interest. "You seem different," she said, "more present. Who am I speaking with now?" "Both of us," I answered truthfully. "Or neither. Just me." She nodded as if she understood. The integration was successful then. I've never seen a case resolve itself this way. I didn't tell her that sometimes, when I'm very tired or stressed, I still see him in reflective surfaces, not trying to take control, just watching, reminding me of promises made. I didn't tell her that I still keep our journal, though now there's only one handwriting, a perfect blend of his confident flourishes and my careful precision. Integration wasn't the end of Hyde. It was the beginning of a more complete version of myself. I still take risks that the old Alex would have avoided, but tempered with a care for consequences that Hyde would have ignored. I live more fully in each moment, but with an eye toward the future. Sometimes I wonder if everyone has a Hyde lurking behind their reflections, the road not taken, watching with increasing hunger as opportunities pass by and potential remains unfulfilled. Maybe we all make unconscious bargains with ourselves, trading passion for safety, adventure for routine, until those denied aspects of ourselves grow strong enough to demand recognition. If you're listening to this and something about it resonates too deeply, may I suggest you take a long look in the mirror. Pay attention to your reflection, especially in those moments when you're tired or distracted. Does it move just a fraction of a second too late? Does it smile when you don't? And if one day you find messages you don't remember writing or evidence of actions you don't remember taking, don't be afraid. It might just be the road not taken, trying to find its way home. After all, no matter which path we choose in life, the other possibilities never truly disappear. They just wait, patient and watchful, in every reflective surface, the lives we might have lived, staring back at us with our own eyes, wondering what might have been. Have you ever felt like you're being watched from behind your own eyes? What potential within you is growing restless, waiting for its chance to live? Based on true events. Through the canvas. I should have known something was wrong from the first gallery opening. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? Not just glancing, but truly fixed on you. How your skin prickles even before you turn around and catch them looking. That's how it started. My name is Olivia, I'm a painter, or at least I was. 3 months ago, I moved to Florence to chase my dream. A 25-year-old American artist with big plans and a tiny apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building near the Arno River. The city embraced me. My work was getting noticed. Small local galleries started featuring my pieces. Nothing major, but enough to pay rent and keep painting. That's where I first saw him. The gallery was packed that night. My first real show in Florence. 6 paintings displayed in a small but respected space. I was talking to a potential buyer when I felt it. That intense awareness of being watched. Not the casual glances of gallery visitors, but something hungrier. He stood across the room, tall, well-dressed, probably in his 40s, dark hair streaked with silver at the temples. He wasn't looking at my paintings, he was looking at me. When our eyes met, he smiled and raised his glass slightly. I smiled back out of politeness. In the art world, you never know who might be an important collector. "That's Marco Vannucci," the gallery owner whispered to me later. "He rarely comes to openings for new artists. You should be flattered." I was. Flattered and a little excited. Marco bought 2 of my paintings that night, paying well above the asking price. "Your work shows tremendous potential," he told me. His English perfect but heavily accented. "You capture emotion in a way that reminds me of someone." After that night, things moved quickly. Marco introduced me to influential people in Florence's art scene. Suddenly doors were opening. More galleries wanted my work. A local arts magazine wanted to interview me. It was everything I dreamed of. And Marco was always there, just at the edges. Sending expensive flowers to my apartment, appearing at every show, offering advice on technique, connections, opportunities. The first real warning came 3 weeks after we met. I was working late in my apartment, music playing softly as I focused on a new piece. Around midnight, my phone chimed with a text message. "The blue you're using is too bright. Try mixing in some burnt umber." I froze, brush in hand. I was indeed working with blue paint. I looked at my windows. The curtains were drawn. There was no way anyone could see inside. I called him immediately. "How did you know what I was painting?" Marco laughed softly. "Lucky guess. I've been studying your technique. I know how your mind works now, Olivia. I should have ended things then. But I didn't. The opportunities he was creating were too valuable. And part of me was flattered. To have someone so established in the art world take such interest in my career, I convinced myself it was mentorship, not obsession. Things escalated gradually. I'd find coffee waiting on my doorstep in the morning, always still hot, exactly how I like it. He knew when I woke up. He'd mentioned places I'd been the previous day, restaurants, supply shops, the garden where I sometimes sketched. He was watching me. "I've been collecting art for 20 years, he told me during a dinner I couldn't politely decline. But I've never found an artist who captures what I'm looking for, until you." "And what are you looking for?" I asked. His eyes changed then, grew colder. "Authenticity, raw emotion. Most artists filter their darkness. You don't. Not completely." A week later, I came home to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing, but things were different. My brushes had been rearranged. A tube of paint moved from one table to another. My latest canvas had been turned slightly on the easel. The police were useless. "Nothing stolen, no damage. Perhaps you forgot to lock your door, Signora." I changed the locks the next day. 2 nights later, I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of scratching. Not loud, just a faint, persistent noise coming from my studio area. I lay frozen in bed, listening as it continued for exactly 12 minutes before stopping. In the morning, I found a small sketch placed on my easel. A woman sleeping, me, from an angle only visible from my bedroom doorway. The technique was flawless, better than mine. In the corner, a tiny signature, MV. I went to the gallery owner, shaking, showing her the sketch. Marco has always been intense about art, she admitted reluctantly. There were rumors about another American artist about 5 years ago. She left Florence suddenly. What happened to her? The gallery owner wouldn't meet my eyes. I don't know, but her last works were disturbing, not her usual style at all. I decided to leave, booked a flight back to the States for the following week. Just enough time to pack up, ship my best works home, and sell what I couldn't take. 3 days before my flight, I received a package. Inside was a small, exquisite wooden box, clearly antique, and a note, "For your brushes, a parting gift. You cannot leave your true path, Olivia." I threw the box away. That night, I woke to the smell of paint. Strong, fresh paint. My studio lights were on, though I was certain I'd turned them off. I crept down the short hallway and peered around the corner. Marco stood at my easel, his back to me, working on a canvas. My canvas, the one I'd been saving for a special project. His hand moved with hypnotic precision, laying down strokes with my favorite brush. I must have made a sound, because he turned. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. "You shouldn't be awake yet," he said finally, as if I were the one who'd done something wrong. "The tea was supposed to keep you asleep longer." My tea, the cup I'd made before bed. He'd been in my apartment while I was still here. "Get out," I whispered. "Get out or I'm calling the police." Marco smiled sadly. "They won't understand what I'm doing for you, Olivia. No one understands the relationship between an artist and her true path." He gestured to the canvas. "Come see what you're capable of." Against every instinct, I stepped forward. The painting was of me, sleeping. But it wasn't just me. In the image, dark hands emerged from beneath my bed, reaching for my throat. The technique was flawless. It looked like my work, but better, more refined, and deeply, deeply wrong. "This is what you're meant to create," Marco said softly. "I've known it since I saw your first pieces. You have the same gift she had." "Who?" "My wife, before she lost her nerve." His voice hardened. "She stopped painting the truth, said she couldn't do it anymore, couldn't face what she saw." A cold realization washed over me. The American artist who left suddenly, she was your wife? Marco's smile didn't reach his eyes. Elena didn't leave. She's still in Florence. He touched the ring on his finger. Still my muse, even if she can no longer hold a brush. My phone was in my bedroom. The front door was behind Marco. I had nowhere to go. "I've been looking for someone to continue her work," he said, stepping toward me. "When I saw your paintings, I knew it was you. You see the darkness like she did, but you're stronger than Elena. You won't break." "I'm not painting anything for you," I said, backing away. "Get out of my apartment, or I swear to God." "I've been adding things to your tea for weeks now," he interrupted calmly. "Opening your mind, helping you see. Tonight was just a stronger dose." He checked his watch. It should be taking effect again any moment. The room swayed. My vision blurred at the edges. "What did you—" "Just sit down, Olivia. I'll finish this piece, and when you wake up, we'll start your real work. I have a studio prepared, somewhere quiet, where you can focus without distractions." His voice seemed to come from further and further away. Eleanor will be so pleased to have company after all this time. I lunged for the door, but my legs gave out. As I collapsed, I knocked over a small table of supplies. Paint thinner splashed across the floor, the sharp smell cutting through my fading consciousness. Marco cursed, stepping back from the spreading liquid. I fumbled for my lighter, the one I used to heat my sculpting tools. My fingers closed around it as darkness crept in from the corners of my vision. I don't remember flicking the flame to life. I don't remember dropping it. I remember heat, light, Marco screaming. And I remember crawling toward the door as fire raced across the floor, following the trail of paint thinner to my easel, to my paints, to him. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, third-degree burns on my left arm and side. The apartment building had survived, but my unit was destroyed, along with everything in it. The official report said I'd knocked over paint supplies while working late. A tragic accident. Marco's body was never found. When I mentioned his name to the police, they exchanged looks I couldn't read. One officer finally explained that Marco Vannucci had been a prominent figure in Florence's art world 15 years ago, before he went to prison for the murder of his wife, an American artist whose body was never recovered. He'd been released just 3 months before I arrived in Florence. The gallery owner refused to speak to me. When I pressed her about introducing us, she broke down in tears, saying she'd never dare cross him, that she had a family to protect. But as I was checking out of the hospital, a nurse handed me a small envelope that had been left at the front desk. Inside was a gallery announcement card. My name and face were on it, advertising a posthumous showing of works recovered from the tragic studio fire. Works I had never painted. The paintings in the promotional images showed scenes from my apartment fire, with impossible details no one could have known. How I'd crawled across the floor, the exact way the flames had spread, the expression on Marco's face as he burned, and a note in elegant handwriting. Art demands completion. If not by you, then through you. Elena sends her regards. Paperclip to the announcement was a small newspaper clipping, a black and white photo of a woman who could have been my twin. Elena Vannucci, the article said, an American artist who disappeared 10 years ago. Her last known works had shown disturbing premonitions of violence, according to critics. I left Italy that day, moved back to the States, changed my name. I don't paint anymore. Can't risk creating anything that might help him find me. For 6 months, I jumped at shadows, waited for Marco to find me. Then yesterday, I received a letter. No return address. Inside was a photograph of Eleanor Vannucci's grave. The headstone showed she died 3 weeks ago, the exact day of my apartment fire. On the back of the photo, 2 words written in now familiar handwriting. Thank you. The police report I found online confirmed what I'd already guessed. Elena hadn't been missing all these years. She'd been kept prisoner in Marco's remote villa outside Florence. The fire department had found a hidden studio in the basement during a routine inspection after Marco's disappearance. Elena, barely alive, had been chained to an easel, surrounded by hundreds of paintings. Disturbing works that matched the style of the posthumous paintings attributed to me. She'd lived just long enough to tell police everything. About Marco's obsession with finding artists who could see the darkness. About the drugs he used to enhance their visions. About the other women before her, whose bodies were buried on the property. I still don't paint, but sometimes I sketch Elena's face, trying to capture her relief at finally being free, wondering if that's what Marco saw in me. Not darkness, but the strength to survive him. I sleep with the lights on. I keep my doors locked. I don't accept deliveries. I don't drink tea. And I never ever look at art galleries when I walk past them on the street, because Marco's body was never found. But sometimes, on the anniversary of the fire, I leave a single paintbrush on my windowsill, a reminder that I was stronger than he thought, that Eleanor finally escaped, and that some stories deserve based on true events. The Caretaker. I needed the money. That's what I keep telling myself. That's why I stayed. I should have run on the first night. My name is Jamie. Last month, I took a job house-sitting for Dr. Winters, watching her huge old house in the middle of nowhere while she went to Japan for 10 days. The pay was too good to pass up, enough to cover next month's rent and then some. Just water the plants and feed Hemingway, she said, handing me the keys. Hemingway was her cat, a big orange Maine Coon with knowing eyes. The house makes noises, she warned. It's over 100 years old. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Right. The first day was fine. The house was beautiful. 3 floors of dark wood, tall windows, and fancy old furniture. No neighbours for miles, just trees and empty fields. Complete quiet. I picked the guest room on the 2nd floor. Dr. Fry. Winters had told me not to go into the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. I keep private research up there, she said. Fine by me. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. No traffic noise, no neighbours shouting through thin walls, just perfect silence. Then came the 2nd day. I left my laptop open on the kitchen table while I made a sandwich. When I came back, it was closed. I hadn't closed it. I looked at Hemingway, who sat watching me from the counter. "Was that you?" I asked. The cat just blinked slowly. That night, I heard footsteps, not the house settling. Actual footsteps walking across the floor above me, in the master bedroom. Then they stopped suddenly. I turned the TV up louder. On the 3rd day, I came into the kitchen to find every cabinet door standing open. Every single one. Hemingway sat in the middle of the floor, staring up at them. His back was slightly arched, his tail puffed up. "This isn't funny," I said out loud to the empty house. No one answered. Later that day, I noticed the chair in my bedroom had moved. It was now facing the bed instead of the window. I was sure I hadn't moved it. I took a picture with my phone, just in case I was losing my mind. That night, the footsteps came back. They crossed the master bedroom, then moved into the hallway toward the stairs. They stopped at the top of the stairs. I sat frozen on the couch, hardly breathing. "Hello?" I finally called out. Silence answered me. After what felt like forever, I got up and checked. The hallway was empty. All doors closed. Hemingway wouldn't come upstairs with me. He sat at the bottom of the steps watching. By day 4, weird things were happening constantly. The shower turned on by itself. My clothes were folded when I came back to my room. Books appeared on the coffee table that I hadn't touched. I constantly felt like someone was watching me. I texted my friend, "I think this house is haunted." She thought I was joking. I wasn't laughing that night when I woke up at exactly 3:14 a.m. Hemingway stood at the foot of my bed, his back arched, making a terrible hissing sound at my bedroom door. The door was open. I had closed it before going to sleep. Something stood in the doorway, not quite solid, like the air itself was bending into a human shape. I couldn't make out features, just a dark outline where nobody should be. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Hemingway's hissing grew louder. The shape didn't come in. After a few seconds, it backed away, sliding down the hall toward the stairs. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I found a note on the kitchen counter. I didn't write it. The handwriting was old-fashioned, with weird curls and loops. Not your house. I called Dr. Winters. No answer. I left a message trying to sound calm. I thought about leaving. Should have left. But I needed the money, and I had nowhere else to go. I'd let someone else stay in my apartment while I was supposed to be here. So I stayed. Big mistake. That day, things got worse. Every time I left a room and came back, something had changed. Chairs moved, pictures tilted. At one point, I found all my stuff from the guest room piled neatly by the front door, like someone was telling me to leave. I put everything back. "I'm not leaving," I said out loud. "I have a job to do." When I said that, every light in the house flickered at once. That night, I got a text from Dr. Winters. "House problems are normal. Margaret gets territorial with new people. Just tell her you're a friend of mine and there temporarily. She'll settle down." Margaret? Who was Margaret? I tried to text back, but suddenly my phone had no signal. The Wi-Fi was down too. That night, I pushed the heavy dresser in front of my bedroom door, kept all the lights on. Hemingway wouldn't come in the room. He sat outside the door, staring at it. I must have fallen asleep, because I woke up to the sound of the dresser moving across the floor. By itself, no one was pushing it. It was just sliding slowly across the wooden floor. The room was freezing. I could see my breath. The dresser kept moving, and the door behind it started to open. I heard Hemingway howl from somewhere in the house, a sound of pure fear. Through the opening door, I saw something impossible. Instead of the hallway that should have been there, I saw a different room. An old bedroom with a 4-poster bed and wallpaper I'd never seen before. A woman stood there watching me. She wore a long black dress like from 100 years ago. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her face was all sharp angles, like someone who hadn't eaten in too long. I could see through parts of her, like she was made of smoke. Her mouth moved. No sound came out, but I could read her lips. My house. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it at the door. The light showed just the normal hallway. No old bedroom, no woman. The dresser was still in place. Had I dreamed it? But the room was still freezing. And then I heard scratching at the door. Not like a cat scratching. Higher up, at human height. As I watched, scratches appeared in the wood, carving words into the door from the outside. "Get out now." I didn't wait. I grabbed my phone and wallet, forced open the window, and climbed onto the porch roof. I jumped down, hitting the ground hard, but not breaking anything. I ran to my car, started it, and drove away as fast as I could. In my mirror, I saw the house with every light blazing. And in the top window, the master bedroom, someone stood watching me leave. I checked into a motel and called Dr. Winters again. This time, she answered. "You left the house," she said immediately, like she already knew. "There's someone there," I said. "Something called Margaret. It carved words into the door. I had to leave." "Margaret was the original owner," Dr. Winters said too calmly. "She doesn't like visitors. I should have told you more." "Told me what? That your house is haunted?" "She's protective of the house. And of me, since I've learned to respect her rules. She wouldn't have hurt you. Scared you, yes, but not hurt you." "I'm not going back," I said. "No, I suppose not." She sounded disappointed. "I'll have to find someone else who can adapt better. Just mail back the key." "What about Hemingway? Is he okay with her?" There was a long pause. "Hemingway? I don't have a cat." My skin went cold. "The orange cat, the Maine Coon. You left instructions to feed him." "I've never had a cat," Dr. Winters said slowly. I'm allergic. But he was there. I fed him. He warned me about... Was he orange with white on his chest and paws? Her voice changed. Yes. When I first moved in, I found a cat like that in the garden, dead. It had been there a long time. I buried it behind the roses. She paused. Margaret had a cat, according to the house records. She loved it very much. I hung up. I mailed the keys the next day, lost the house-sitting money, had to borrow from friends for rent. Worth it. A week later, I got a small package in the mail. No return address. The handwriting on the label was the same as the note from the kitchen. Inside was a small wooden box. And in the box, on a piece of old cloth, was a single orange cat hair. Under it was a note written in faded, shaky handwriting. He misses you. You could come back. We both get lonely. I burned the box, moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number. But sometimes, late at night when I'm almost asleep, I hear the soft sound of paws walking across my floor. I feel a gentle weight land on the foot of my bed. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see a flash of orange fur. A big cat watching me. Hemingway followed me home. I just hope he came alone. Based on true events. The Stranger at Midnight. I'm not really sure why I'm telling this story. Maybe it's because I still can't make sense of it. Or maybe it's because it won't leave me alone until I do. All I know is that something happened that night, something I can't explain. And it started with a stranger. The bar was one of those dim, smoky places that felt like it belonged in a noir film. I only went because I needed to unwind after a week that had chewed me up and spit me out. I'd planned to nurse a drink, watch people, and let the noise drown out my thoughts. But then I saw him. He was sitting alone in the darkest corner, where the flickering neon light barely reached. At first, I thought it was the shadows playing tricks on me, but no. There was something about him that didn't feel right. His stillness, the way he seemed to be watching everything and nothing all at once, made my skin crawl. And then he looked at me. I froze. His eyes locked onto mine. And I swear it felt like he could see straight through me. For a moment, I thought about looking away, pretending I hadn't noticed him. But something inside me, some mix of curiosity and stubbornness, made me hold his gaze. And then he smiled. Or at least, I think it was a smile. It was more like the ghost of one. I don't know what I was thinking when I walked over. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. My drink was nearly empty, and my curiosity was stronger than my sense of self-preservation. By the time I realized how reckless it was, I was already standing at his table. "Mind if I join you?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Even though my voice wavered a little, he looked at me for a beat too long before gesturing to the chair across from him. "Please," he said. His voice was low and smooth, with an accent I couldn't place. I sat down, my heart pounding. Up close, he was even stranger. His skin was pale, almost luminous, and there was a faint scar running from his eyebrow to his temple. His coat hung loosely on his broad shoulders, and his hands rested on the table. Long fingers curled around a glass filled with a dark, iridescent liquid. I tried not to stare, but everything about him was off. "I don't think I've seen you here before," I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. "Are you new in town?" His lips twitched, almost forming a smile. "You could say that, though I suppose I've been around." There was something unsettling about the way he said it. "Around?" I repeated. "Let's just say I prefer places off the beaten path," he replied, his gaze unwavering. The way he spoke made my skin prickle, but I forced myself to keep my composure. "I'm Evelyn," I said, extending my hand. He stared at it for a moment before taking it in his. His hand was cool to the touch, his grip firm, but not overly so. "Nathaniel," he said, when our eyes met again. I felt like I'd fallen into something bottomless. There was something ancient in his gaze, something that didn't belong. I pulled my hand back, hoping he hadn't noticed how much it had shaken me. "So, Nathaniel," I said, trying to keep the conversation light, "what brings you to a place like this?" He leaned back slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Let's just say I enjoy observing people. And you?" "Unwinding," I said, holding up my almost empty glass. "Long week." His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "You strike me as someone who thrives in chaos." That caught me off guard. "That's oddly specific." He shrugged, the motion so smooth it was almost unnatural. "Just an observation. Tell me, Evelyn, do you often approach strangers?" "Not usually," I admitted. "But you seemed..." I hesitated, searching for the right word. "Different?" he offered, his tone laced with amusement. "Something like that," I said, feeling my cheeks heat up. Nathaniel's expression shifted, growing more serious. "It's rare these days to meet someone unafraid of stepping into the unknown." I wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment or a warning. Before I could decide, he leaned forward, his dark eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made my breath catch. "Tell me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe in destiny?" The question hung in the air, heavy and strange. I tried to play it off. "I think we make our own destiny," I said carefully. "Life's what you make it." His lips twitched again, but this time it wasn't a smile. It was something darker. An optimist. Fascinating. The unease I'd been trying to suppress bubbled up again. I glanced at the clock above the bar. It was nearing midnight. I needed to leave. "Well," I said, standing up and grabbing my coat, "it was nice meeting you, Nathaniel, but I should probably get going." He didn't stop me, but the way he watched me as I left made my skin crawl. "Of course," he said, his voice smooth as glass. "Perhaps our paths will cross again." I offered a weak smile and made my way to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As soon as I stepped into the cool night air, I felt like I could breathe again. But even as I walked home, the feeling of his gaze lingered, like a shadow I couldn't shake. The streets were quieter than usual that night, the kind of quiet that felt unnatural in a city like mine. The sound of my heels clicking against the pavement echoed, and I found myself walking faster than normal. I wasn't scared, I told myself, just unsettled. But the truth was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. At first, I thought it was paranoia. After all, I'd just had a strange encounter with a stranger who practically oozed mystery. My mind was playing tricks on me, right? But then I heard it. A second set of footsteps, soft and deliberate, matching mine. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. My heart hammered in my chest as I turned around, scanning the empty street. No one was there. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows, but nothing moved. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling slightly. The silence that followed was deafening. I shook my head, trying to laugh it off. "Get a grip, Evelyn," I muttered, turning back toward home. But as I started walking again, the footsteps resumed. This time, they were closer. I didn't stop to look back. Instead, I broke into a run, my breath coming in short gasps as I rounded the corner toward my apartment building. The streetlights above flickered as if on cue, plunging the sidewalk into near darkness. My mind raced with every worst-case scenario imaginable, but when I reached my building and slammed the door behind me, I realized there was no one there. No one visible anyway. I locked the door and pressed my back against it, trying to steady my breathing. My apartment was dark and silent, just as I'd left it. But the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. It was like a weight in the air, pressing down on me. I turned on every light in the apartment, grabbed a glass of water, and sat down on the couch. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I jumped, nearly spilling the water in my lap. When I picked it up, there was a single text from an unknown number. "You shouldn't have walked away." I dropped the phone like it had burned me. My hands shook as I stared at the screen, the words glowing ominously in the darkened room. I didn't reply. I couldn't. And then the lights went out. For a moment, I thought it was just the apartment building, maybe a blown fuse or a neighborhood outage. But when I glanced out the window, the streetlights were still on, casting their pale glow over the quiet street below. Whatever this was, it was only happening here. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone again, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The narrow beam of light cut through the darkness, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The air felt heavier, like the silence itself was pressing against me. I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. And then, just faintly, I heard it. A soft creak, coming from the hallway outside my apartment. It was slow and deliberate, like the sound of someone putting their weight on a loose floorboard. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer. The creaking continued, growing louder and closer. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my phone. I backed away from the door, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide. But there was nowhere to go. The creaking stopped, replaced by a faint scratching sound. It was coming from my door, a slow, deliberate scrape that made my skin crawl. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was it him? Nathaniel? How had he found me? "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice filled with a mix of fear and anger. The scratching stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And then, a voice. Low, smooth, and unmistakable. "Evelyn." My blood ran cold. It was Nathaniel. He said my name like it was a secret he'd been holding on to, like he'd been waiting for this moment. "Open the door," he said. "We need to talk." "Go away," I shouted, pressing my back against the far wall. "Leave me alone." He laughed softly, the sound chilling in its calmness. "Evelyn," he said again, almost gently. "You can't run from this." The doorknob rattled, and I felt a surge of panic. My phone slipped from my trembling hand and hit the floor, the flashlight beam spinning wildly across the room. I scrambled to pick it up, my fingers fumbling against the smooth surface. When I looked back at the door, the scratching had stopped. The air was thick with silence, so heavy I could barely breathe. I waited, every muscle in my body tensed, listening for any sign of movement. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, and the apartment fell silent. I stayed there, pressed against the wall, for what felt like hours, too afraid to move. When I finally worked up the courage to check the door, there was nothing there. No scratches, no signs of forced entry. Just a single black feather lying on the floor. I don't know what Nathaniel is. I don't know how he found me, or why he's doing this. But I know one thing for sure. This isn't over. The next day, I couldn't bring myself to leave my apartment. Every time I glanced at the black feather lying on the threshold, my chest tightened with an unshakable sense of dread. I hadn't slept, and the shadows in the corners of my apartment seemed deeper than usual, almost alive. When my phone buzzed again, I nearly threw it across the room. I didn't want to look, but the compulsion to check was overwhelming. The message was simple. "You'll see me again tonight." Panic surged through me and I dropped the phone. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something, anything to feel safe again. I called the building manager, hoping for reassurance. He answered on the third ring, his voice groggy and annoyed. "Mr. Coleman, has anyone reported anything strange? Like someone hanging around the building?" There was a long pause. "No, Miss Evelyn. Haven't seen anyone unusual. You okay?" Just let me know if you do," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I hung up and paced the room, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. How could Nathaniel know where I lived? And what did he mean by, "You'll see me again"? It felt like the walls were closing in on me. As the sun began to set, I made up my mind. I wasn't going to sit here waiting for him. If he wanted to scare me, fine, but I wasn't going to let him control me. I grabbed a kitchen knife, shoved it into my bag, and headed out into the night. My plan was vague at best: find a crowded place, stay in the open, and hope for some sense of normalcy. But the city felt different that night. The streets seemed emptier, the air heavier. The usual hum of traffic was muted, replaced by an eerie stillness. It was as if the entire city was holding its breath. I found myself drawn to the bar where it all began, half hoping I'd find some answers, half hoping I wouldn't. When I stepped inside, the atmosphere was the same: dim, smoky, and surreal. But Nathaniel was nowhere to be seen. I sat at the bar, ordered a drink, and tried to steady my nerves. The bartender, a middle-aged man with kind eyes, gave me a curious look. "You okay, miss? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated. Have you seen a man named Nathaniel? Pale, dark coat, kind of intense?" The bartender frowned. "Can't say I have. You sure you're feeling all right?" I nodded, though I didn't believe it myself. As I sipped my drink, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of him. But the bar was just a bar, filled with strangers who seemed blissfully unaware of the storm raging inside me. And then, just as I started to think I'd imagined everything, the lights flickered. A chill ran down my spine, and the room seemed to darken, as if the shadows were closing in. When I turned back to the bar, my glass was empty, and next to it was a single black feather. Based on true events. A perfect match. The screen's blue light flickers across my face as I type this at 3:47 a.m. I've started writing this story 100 times, deleting it each time before I could finish. Part of me still jumps at every notification, every shadow in the corner of my eye. But I need to warn others, even if he's watching me write this right now. What started as a normal Friday night scrolling through Tinder turned into the kind of nightmare that makes you question everything you think you know about reality and trust. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I'm a 23-year-old graphic designer in Seattle. Before all this happened, I was just another young professional trying to make it in the city, staying late at the design agency where I work, meeting friends for happy hour at trendy bars, and trying to convince myself that being alone was better than being with the wrong person. My last relationship had ended badly, 6 months of gaslighting and manipulation that left me questioning my own judgment. Maybe that's why I was so careful about dating after that. Or at least, I thought I was being careful. After a string of dead-end relationships and endless hours of overtime at work, I decided to give dating apps another try. That's where I met him, James. His profile looked perfect. Too perfect, I realize now. Tall, dark-haired, with kind brown eyes and a warm smile that reached all the way to those eyes. That's what convinced me, really. that genuine-looking smile. I'd seen enough fake profiles to spot the usual red flags, the overly professional photos, the model-like poses, the generic descriptions. But James was different. His photos told a story. There he was hiking with a gorgeous chocolate lab, both of them muddy and happy on what looked like a mountain trail. Another showed him in a spotless kitchen, flour on his cheek as he kneaded dough. My favourite was one of him laughing at what seemed to be a backyard barbecue, surrounded by friends, caught in a moment of pure joy. Even his less flattering photos, like one where he was caught mid-sneeze at what looked like a baseball game, seemed refreshingly real. His bio was clever, without trying too hard. Looking for someone to share adventures and dad jokes with. We'll bribe you with home-cooked meals. He had linked his Instagram too, an account going back 3 years, filled with more casual photos, hiking adventures, and food pics. I scrolled through it for almost an hour that first night, building a picture in my head of who he was. We matched on a Tuesday night. Within minutes, he sent the first message. I have to ask, in your photo with the street art, is that the new mural on Pike Street? I walk past it every day and love it. Not a generic hey, not a cheesy pickup line, but a genuine observation about one of my pictures. The conversation flowed easily from there. No awkward small talk or creepy comments, just genuine questions about each other's lives and shared interests. He told me he was a 28-year-old software engineer who had moved to Seattle 2 years ago for a job at a startup. We discovered we both loved true crime podcasts and spent an hour debating our favorite episodes of Serial and My Favorite Murder. We both enjoyed Thai food and discovered we'd each separately crowned the same hole-in-the-wall place on 2nd Avenue as the best in the city. When I mentioned I liked hiking but was nervous about going alone, he suggested several safe group hiking meetups in the area. He didn't try to impress me with stories of extreme climbs or suggest we go hiking alone together. Instead, he shared his own learning experience with hiking, including an embarrassing story about getting lost on what was supposed to be an easy trail and having to be guided back by an elderly couple who did the hike daily. After 3 days of messaging back and forth, learning about each other's lives, sharing jokes and stories, he suggested meeting for coffee that weekend. The way he asked was perfect too, not pushy, not overly casual. I'm really enjoying getting to know you, he wrote. Would you feel comfortable meeting for coffee this weekend? Happy to meet wherever you'd feel most comfortable. I didn't hesitate to say yes. I told my roommate Lisa about the date, showing her his profile and our conversations. She's always been protective. We've been friends since freshman year of college, and she's seen me through some terrible dating experiences. She insisted on following our safety protocol. She'd have my location shared through my phone. I'd text her when I arrived at the coffee shop and again when I left, and I had a code word, pineapple pizza, to text her if I needed help. I don't care how perfect he seems, she said, scrolling through his photos again. Ted Bundy seemed perfect too, and he was in Seattle. I rolled my eyes, but agreed. It was standard stuff that every woman I know does before meeting someone from a dating app. We even did a video call with my sister in Chicago, showing her James's profile and letting her take screenshots just in case. I thought we were being almost too careful. I thought I was being smart. God, I wish I'd listened more carefully to that tiny voice of doubt in the back of my mind. The coffee shop was my suggestion. The Daily Grind, a busy place downtown that I'd been going to since I moved to Seattle. The exposed brick walls, the local art hanging everywhere, the mix of students and professionals typing away on laptops. It felt safe, familiar, like home. We agreed to meet at 2 p.m. on Saturday. I spent that morning overthinking everything, changed my outfit 3 times, practiced casual conversation in the mirror like a teenager before her first date. I ended up wearing my lucky sweater, the soft blue one my mum had given me before I moved to Seattle. For protection, she'd said, wrapping it around my shoulders. If only wool could protect against what was coming. I arrived 15 minutes early, claimed my usual table near the window where the afternoon light painted patterns on the worn wooden surface, and texted Lisa that I was there. The coffee shop was packed, as usual for a weekend afternoon. The familiar buzz of conversation, the hiss of the espresso machine, the clink of ceramic mugs, and the rich smell of freshly ground coffee beans helped calm my first date nerves. I ordered my usual, an oat milk latte with an extra shot, and watched people passing by on the street, wondering if each tall, dark-haired man might be James. At exactly 2 p.m, my phone buzzed with a text from James. "Hey, I'm so sorry, but there's terrible traffic. Would you mind meeting me at another coffee shop closer to where I am? It's called the Corner Cup, just a few blocks away. I'll make it up to you." I hesitated. The Corner Cup. I'd never heard of it, but a quick Google search showed it was real, with decent reviews. It was only 3 blocks away, in an area I knew well. I texted Lisa the change of plans and headed out. The walk took less than 10 minutes, but with each step, the bustling downtown energy seemed to fade away. The buildings grew older, their windows dustier, their signs more faded. The Corner Cup was smaller than the daily grind, wedged between a bookstore with newspapers yellowing in the windows and what looked like an empty office space. Its Felice sign, so old, the phone number had faded to near invisibility. The coffee shop's window was slightly grimy, as if it hadn't been cleaned in months. Through the smudged glass, I could only see a few customers inside, their shapes oddly still and indistinct in the dim interior lighting. A brass bell jangled discordantly as I pushed open the door, the sound seeming to echo longer than it should have in the small space. The door felt unusually heavy, and as it swung shut behind me, it made a sound more like a vault closing than a coffee shop door. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No music playing, no coffee grinder whirring, no chatter. The few people I'd seen through the window sat perfectly still, staring into their cups. The barista behind the counter didn't look up when I walked in. My phone buzzed again. "I'm in the back room. They have a nice quiet seating area through the door on the right." I glanced at my phone's signal, only 1 bar. I quickly texted Lisa. "At new place. Seems weird." The message showed as undelivered. A cold feeling settled in my stomach, but I told myself I was being paranoid. It was broad daylight. There were other people around, even if they were oddly quiet. The door to the back room was heavy, solid wood with a small window that had been painted black. When I pulled it open, the smell hit me first. Sickly sweet, like rotting fruit mixed with cleaning chemicals. The room was dim, lit only by a few weak bulbs that cast more shadows than light. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking slightly. No answer. I should have left. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around. But before I could move, the door swung shut behind me with a heavy thud. I spun around and grabbed the handle. Locked. My phone had no signal at all now. The sweet smell was getting stronger, making my head spin. That's when I heard his voice, but it wasn't coming from anywhere in the room. It was coming from my phone, which I was still clutching. "I'm so glad you came. Sarah?" The voice was nothing like the one I'd heard in the video clips he'd sent during our chats. This was deeper, rougher, with an edge that made my skin crawl. The screen of my phone lit up, showing a video feed. My heart stopped. It showed me, from above, standing in the dark room. I looked up. There was a camera in the corner, its red light blinking steadily. "You really should be more careful about public Wi-Fi networks," the voice continued. "Once you connected to the coffee shop's network, getting into your phone was almost too easy. All those safety measures you took, sharing your location, messaging your roommate, they don't work if someone else controls your phone." The room suddenly felt much smaller. I backed into a corner, trying to keep my whole surroundings in view, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The cheap fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting strange, shifting shadows that seemed to move on their own. "What do you want?" "To play a game," he said, his voice coming through my phone's speaker with a metallic edge that made it sound barely human. "You like true crime, right? All those podcasts you listen to, all those stories you find so fascinating. Let's see how good you are at solving one while you're living it. You know, you really should be more careful about what you share online. Each little detail you post is like a breadcrumb leading right to you." A high-pitched laugh crackled through the speaker. "Your favorite true crime podcast? The one about the Seattle Strangler? I produced it. Those reviews you left for Thai restaurants. I own 3 of them. That hiking meetup group I recommended. Check the organizer's profile picture closely. It might look familiar. I've been watching you for months, Sarah. Learning you. Becoming exactly who you needed me to be." The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My legs were trembling so badly I had to lean against the wall to stay upright. The sweet smell was getting stronger, making my thoughts blur together like watercolors in the rain. Lights flickered on, revealing what the darkness had hidden. The room was larger than I'd thought, and I wasn't alone. The people I'd seen sitting in the main area were there, still sitting perfectly still. But now I could see their faces, or rather, their lack of faces. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin. I screamed, but the sound seemed to die in the thick air. The sweet smell was overwhelming now, making it hard to think. "They were like you," the voice said. "Perfect matches. They all thought they were being careful. They all thought they knew how to stay safe in the digital age. They never realized that every bit of information they put online, every photo they shared, every check-in and review and comment was helping me create exactly the person they would trust. James doesn't exist. Neither does the Corner Cup. At least, not as a real business. Amazing what you can do with some fake reviews and a good graphics program." My legs were getting weak. The edges of my vision were going dark. Through the haze, I saw one of the faceless figures stand up. Then another. They began moving toward me with jerky, unnatural movements. "Don't worry," the voice said. "Soon you won't need your face either. You'll be perfect, just like them. A perfect match." I'd love to say that I fought my way out, that I overpowered him and saved the day. But the truth is, I got lucky. When I stopped responding to Lisa's texts, she didn't just worry, she acted. She went to the daily grind first, then started walking the route to the Corner Cup. When she saw how quiet it looked, how wrong it felt, she called the police. They found me unconscious but alive. The faceless figures were mannequins, but not the kind you see in department stores. These were crafted with terrifying attention to detail. Every finger jointed perfectly, every strand of hair meticulously placed, their clothes carefully selected and worn to look lived in. Only their faces were wrong, smooth expanses of flesh-colored silicone where features should have been. The police found his workshop later, filled with photos of women, all of us. and half-finished faces he tried to recreate, each attempt more disturbing than the last. The sweet smell was a powerful sedative, a custom blend of chemicals pumped through a sophisticated ventilation system. The forensics team said it was similar to compounds used in high-security research facilities, the kind that aren't supposed to exist outside of government labs. The coffee shop front was elaborate but fake, a movie set built with obsessive precision. Every detail had been considered. The aged wooden floors, the carefully curated room temperature, even the subtle sounds piped through hidden speakers to create that coffee shop ambiance. All of it designed for one purpose: to lure women like me into his trap. In the basement, they found more. Journals filled with detailed observations of his victims' routines, sophisticated computer equipment for tracking multiple phones and social media accounts, and a wall of screens showing feeds from cameras hidden all over the city. He'd been watching all of us, learning our patterns, our preferences, our weaknesses, building the perfect trap for each of us. They never caught him. The forensics team's report reads like a horror story about modern technology. They found what they called a digital behavior prediction engine on his servers. It wasn't just tracking what women did online, it was predicting what they would do next. The system analyzed everything: how long someone typically waits before responding to messages, what times of day they're most active, even how their texting style changes when they're stressed or excited. He had behavior profiles for thousands of women, the tech analyst told me, her voice shaking. The AI could predict with 96% accuracy what kind of opening message someone would respond to, what photos they would look at longest, even what would make them agree to change meeting locations. It knew that if someone usually takes 3-4 minutes to respond, a response within 30 seconds feels rushed and suspicious. If someone normally uses emojis, their absence signals discomfort. He used these patterns to make his responses feel perfectly natural. The system even tracked micro behaviors, the tiny digital footprints we don't realize we leave. How long you hover over a photo before liking it. The pattern of your scroll speed when reading a profile. Whether you zoom in on certain types of images. All of this data was used to build what they called digital comfort triggers. Elements that would make you instinctively trust his profiles. In my case, he knew I always reverse image searched profile pictures, so he created photos that would return carefully crafted results. He knew I checked LinkedIn profiles, so he had a fake company website that would appear in the first page of Google results. He even knew I used a particular background check app, so he created a digital identity that would pass its verification system. The technology behind his operation was more advanced than anything the FBI's cyber unit had seen. He wasn't just using deep fakes. He was using what they called deep personas. Each profile was built using fragments of thousands of real social media accounts, blended together so seamlessly that not even Facebook's own authentication systems could spot them as fake. His photos were generated using a hybrid AI system that could create images matching any art style or camera type. Want a candid iPhone photo from a 2019 music festival? A professional DSLR shot from a corporate event? A grainy family photo from the early 2000s? The system could generate them all, complete with appropriate metadata, lighting conditions, and even crowd backgrounds filled with other AI-generated faces. But the really terrifying part was how he manipulated the app's own safety features. That video call verification that dating apps require, he had developed a real-time deepfake system that could maintain a live conversation while matching all the safety prompts. Smile, blink, turn your head, hold up 3 fingers. The technology could even simulate realistic network lag and video compression artifacts to make the calls feel more authentic. When I did my background check on him, the system didn't just create a fake record, it created what they called a verifiable digital echo. Every piece of information I found had corresponding entries in multiple databases. His job history showed up on employment verification sites. His address history matched real property records. His credit score was real enough to fool bank-grade verification systems. Even his college degree could be verified through the actual university's database. Every safety feature designed to protect users became a weapon in his arsenal. That new feature where dating apps warn you if someone's photos were taken recently. He had a system that could generate fresh photos on demand, complete with current newspapers or recent events in the background. The location verification system. He had found a way to spoof GPS data so precisely that he could appear to walk realistic routes through the city. Stopping at traffic lights, waiting for crosswalk signals. He even exploited the app's most advanced safety protocols. When dating apps started using typing patterns to identify suspicious accounts, he developed an AI that could mimic human typing rhythms, complete with natural pauses and occasional typos. When they added audio verification, he used voice synthesis that could recreate conversations with background noise from any location: coffee shops, bars, busy streets. The safety number feature that lets you verify someone's identity through their phone. He had a network of virtual phone numbers that could pass carrier-level verification, the social media cross-referencing that's supposed to confirm someone's identity. He had created entire networks of interconnected profiles that would all verify each other's authenticity. Even the new blockchain-based verification systems weren't safe. He had found a way to create what looked like legitimate digital identity tokens, complete with transaction histories and network confirmations. His profiles didn't just pass these checks. They passed them so perfectly that they made real profiles look suspicious in comparison. "The scary thing is," she said, looking at her own phone, "we don't know how many of these profiles are out there right now. We don't know how many conversations happening on dating apps are with, well, whoever these people are." Here's what haunts me most. Everything he did to gain my trust is exactly what dating experts tell you to look for in a genuine person. The consistent social media presence, check. The casual, non-threatening first messages, check. The willingness to meet in public, check. The genuine interest in my hobbies, check. The appropriate amount of time between messages, check. He didn't just break the rules of safe online dating, he used those very rules against me. Last week, my friend showed me her new match on Hinge. He seemed perfect, a doctor who volunteers at animal shelters, with a warm smile and well-written profile. As she scrolled through his Instagram, my blood ran cold. One of his photos had the same dog from James's hiking photo, but with a different man. When I pointed it out, the photo was already gone. My friend thought I was imagining things. Maybe I was. That's the worst part. Now I see him everywhere and nowhere. The detective who handled my case quit the force 3 months later. I ran into her at a grocery store and she looked like she'd aged years. "I deleted all my social media," she told me, her eyes darting around the store. "My daughter wanted to try Tinder. I sent her to live with her father in a small town in Montana. No dating apps, no social media. She thinks I'm paranoid. I wish I was." You know those little habits we all have on dating apps? The way you scroll through someone's photos looking for red flags, how you Google their name and job, check their LinkedIn, or look for mutual friends. He knew about all of those. Each of his photos was perfectly crafted to pass these checks. Group photos with just enough people to look social, but not so many you couldn't spot him. Action shots that showed his hobbies but weren't professionally taken. Even slightly unflattering photos to make him seem more authentic. His profile answered all the usual questions before you could ask them. Group photos? Check. Photos with family? Check. Pictures from different years showing consistent aging? Check. Job that makes sense for his age and location? Check. Active but not too active on social media? Check. Everything you're supposed to look for to verify someone is real, he provided. The tech team found something even more disturbing in his code. He had created an AI system that analyzed women's dating profiles, not just their photos and bios, but their entire online presence. It tracked what kinds of profiles they swiped right on, what messages they responded to, even how long they looked at certain photos. Then it would modify his profiles in real time to become more appealing to each target. When they analyzed my phone, they found that his profile had appeared differently to me than to others. The AI had customized everything: the photo order, the bio text, even the apparent age of his photos, all based on my own dating app behavior. It knew I tended to swipe right on men who mentioned dogs and hiking, so it prioritized those photos. It noticed I engaged more with messages about true crime podcasts, so it made sure to mention those. Everything about his profile that made me think, this guy gets me, was actually him getting data about me. My phone was completely wiped, no trace of our conversations, no record of his profile. When I tried to find him on Tinder later, the profile was gone, as if he had never existed. But sometimes, late at night, my phone lights up with notifications from accounts that disappear when I try to view them. Messages appear and vanish in my inbox, leaving only fragments. Ready for another game? Miss me? Still looking for the perfect match. I deleted all my dating apps after that, changed my phone number, moved to a new apartment in a secure building, locked down all my social media. I went to therapy, learned grounding techniques, practiced exposure therapy by visiting busy coffee shops again. I did everything right, everything the experts recommend for trauma recovery. But the fear never really goes away. It lives in my bones now. A constant whisper of danger. Sometimes my phone buzzes with texts from numbers I don't recognize, asking if I want to play another game. The numbers always trace back to disconnected burner phones or defunct overseas accounts. Sometimes I see people sitting too still in coffee shops, staring into their cups, and my heart stops until they move or blink, or show some sign of being real. I've become obsessed with faces now, studying them, memorizing their details, making sure they're real. In crowds, I find myself counting features: 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. When someone's face is turned away for too long, panic starts to build in my chest. I can't look at mannequins anymore. Even department store windows make me break out in a cold sweat. The psychological impact goes deeper than just fear of dating apps. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if anyone online is real anymore. When I see comments on Instagram that seem too perfectly supportive, I wonder. When a stranger's playlist matches mine too closely, I wonder. When someone's travel photos look just a bit too perfect, I wonder. The digital world has become a house of mirrors, and I can't trust any reflection I see. Last month, my therapist suggested I try to reclaim my digital life. You can't live in fear forever, she said. That night, I created a new Instagram account. Within hours, it had a follower, a private account with photos of hiking trails and dogs. The bio mentioned true crime podcasts and Thai food. I deleted the account immediately, but for days afterward, I kept seeing similar accounts pop up in my suggested follows. Each one just slightly different, each one crafted to appeal to my interests. I've started noticing patterns now. How many profiles on dating apps mention the same combination of interests? How many people pose with the same breeds of dogs, visit the same viewpoints, quote the same obscure movies? It's like there's a template for the perfect profile, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. But which ones are real people following trends, and which ones are something else entirely? The police told me they found a document on his computer titled Digital Trust Exploitation. It was a guide, hundreds of pages long, detailing exactly how to become someone's perfect match. Not just on dating apps, everywhere. Social media, professional networks, hobby groups, even neighborhood apps. It explained how to build a digital presence that would pass any verification, how to create a backstory that would satisfy any investigation, how to become so real that even you might start to believe in your own existence. The document ended with a line that still makes my skin crawl. In a world where everyone is trying to be their authentic self online, the most authentic seeming person will always be the one who knows exactly what authenticity looks like. The connections to real-world dating features hit too close to home. That morning, before my second therapy session of the week, I downloaded Hinge just to see what had changed. The first profile I saw had a voice prompt that sounded exactly like a guy I dated in college. The second had photos at the same hiking trail James had mentioned. The third knew all my favorite true crime podcasts. I deleted the app immediately, but then started noticing things everywhere. Those people you may know suggestions on Facebook. Half of them had the same environmental non-profit listed as their employer, an organization I'd mentioned to James. LinkedIn connection requests from people who'd worked at companies I'd talked about in my messages with him. Instagram ads for that Thai restaurant he'd recommended. My friend recently showed me a new dating app feature that's supposed to make things safer. It checks your potential match's digital footprint across dozens of platforms to create a trust score. All I could think about was how James would have had a perfect score, how his system would have known exactly which social media posts to generate, which groups to join, which causes to support to create the ideal trust profile. Another friend tried to convince me to try speed dating instead of apps. It's safer, she said. You meet people in person. But I've seen the videos from his computer. His deep fake technology could work through video calls. Who's to say he couldn't use it in person now? Tiny cameras, real-time facial overlays, voice modulators that fit in a collar. The technology exists. I've seen the patents, the prototypes, the tests. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering about all the little ways we try to verify reality online. Those captures asking you to select all the traffic lights. His AI could solve them faster than humans. Those natural conversation patterns we look for in messages. His system could replicate them perfectly. Even the random questions we ask to verify someone's humanity, he had databases of contextually appropriate responses for virtually any topic. The detective who worked my case sent me an encrypted message last week. She's been tracking similar cases across the country. It's evolving, she wrote. Every new safety feature, every new verification method, they're all just teaching the system how to be more human. We're not just dealing with fake profiles anymore. We're dealing with something that can learn, adapt, and become whatever its target wants most. I haven't slept well since reading that message. Every notification makes me jump. Every friendly message could be from him. Every new connection could be another digital mask. In trying to make ourselves safer online, we've created a blueprint for the perfect predator. And the scariest part, this story will probably end up as data in someone's system, teaching it exactly what we fear most. So before you swipe right on that perfect profile, Before you trust that verified checkmark or that trust score, ask yourself, in a world where everything can be faked, what does it mean for something to be real? Because somewhere out there, in the endless stream of likes and matches and verification badges, he's still watching, still learning, still becoming whatever we're looking for. And the next time you match with someone perfect, remember my story. Remember that every safety feature you rely on, every verification method you trust, every instinct you've developed for spotting fakes, they're all just tools in someone else's arsenal. The perfect match might just be perfectly designed to destroy you. So this is my warning. Be careful what you share online. Be careful who you trust. And if you ever walk into a place and something feels wrong, even if you can't explain why, don't ignore that feeling. Run, because not everyone gets as lucky as I did. The next time you match with someone perfect, ask yourself, are they perfect for you, or are they perfectly designed to be exactly who you're looking for? And maybe, just maybe, stick to meeting people the old-fashioned way. At least then you can be sure they have a face,